many times you outshined them. But you did it with humility. And I would love your advice for some of the ladies out here. What were the obstacles you faced and how did you overcome them? And what can we learn from the experience that you had?
You know, many times we women, we just underestimate the power inside ourselves. The first step, I think, is just to believe that you are in this world and you have a space of your own, and that space is not going to be occupied by anyone else. And so you can. It doesn't matter that I have had the chance of walking side and side with one of the most revered persons. But fortunately as well, because he was so open-minded, he knew how to respect my space, my dignity, my work, so that really it is a partnership of the two. So advice, if I can say, is that as a woman, you are no less than anyone. You just have to believe that that unique person, that unique personality you are, has to shine, because that space is yours. No one else is going to occupy it. And of course, you build partnership and respect for those who are around you. But to be respected, you have to respect yourself.
There you have it, ladies. Some of the best advice you could ever get. And, you know, I'd love to thank you for not only your thoughtful but very inspiring remarks to all of us. And on behalf of the board of the FII, it would give me a great honor to present you with one of the first Humanity Awards of the FII Institute, 2 women celebrated for their voices and their actions.
That's such an honor. Thank you. Thank you so much. Your Highness, it's such a pleasure. Thank you so very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Richard Quest, anchor CNN.
Finally, the trophy was so quick.
We'll try this one more time.
You want to come back?
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, so I'd like you to all do a little thing
have
for me
1
before I call the panel up
Okay,
for me.
1 hour.
I assume
So it's 1 text.
the majority of people in this
I can
room,
come back.
we're going to do something interactive to
Okay.
prove that even those of us over 50 can be interactive. Could you please take out your devices, your digital devices, and switch them on, and so I can see, we're going to do like the concert, you're going to wave them. Could I see them all, please? Right. Now, proving that you're all intelligent people, now go to settings. And now switch your devices to airplane mode. And that will be the last time you will use them over the next hour and 10 minutes. Because, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, if you have difficulty restraining yourself from looking at the WhatsApp to tell you that the cat needs feeding, then I suggest you go and see a doctor or a psychiatrist or a psychologist, because you're in the wrong place. Ladies and gentlemen, the board is now in session. May I ask the board members to join me, please? His Excellency Khaldoon Khalifa Al-Mubarak, the CEO of Mubadala Investment Company. Ms. Anna Patricia Botin, the Group Executive Chair of Banco Santander. Ray Dalio, the Founder, Chair and CIO of Bridgewater. Larry Fink, the Chair and CEO of BlackRock. Dr. Patrice Motsepe, the Founder of the African Rainbow Alliance, David Solomon, the Chair and CEO of Goldman Sachs, Steve Schwartzman, the Chair and CEO and co-founder of Blackstone. The the board is now in session. Adjust your chairs accordingly so that you are comfortable. Ray Dalio, Gloria Gaynor started us off with "I Will Survive." Remarkably appropriate because we're not talking about thriving, we're talking about surviving. What pillar are you focusing on?
Well, I think the world, there's a changing world order, the changing system that we're operating by. And I think we're confused about that. You know, in 1945, we created a system in which the United States was a leading power, a rich power, and capitalism was the means of operating. And those things are changing. So we're a bit confused, I think, for example, on capitalism. Capitalism has been a remarkable resource allocation system, but at the same time, we're trying to replace it because it has failed to provide the equal opportunities, and it's failed to provide resource allocation in a way that takes into consideration the total cost of items, things like pollution and so on. So this is a moment, I think, where we have to rethink what that means. So I would say the most important question as we think about the resource allocations that we're dealing with is what is the cost, and how do you determine the new total cost of the various things that we're trying to accomplish? And I think, and then who plays what positions in terms of the world order? What is the role of different countries? What is the leadership? How do you work together? If you don't know how to work together, if you don't know what the system is, it's like a bunch of kids playing soccer and they just run around the field and they haven't yet known how to play their position. So I think that we're in the process of working that out, and I think it is very important in terms of the immediate aspects of that, like the producing of money and credit. There's been a lot of money and credit been produced. That has its implications. So when I look at that, I think the answer, though, is going to be in entrepreneurship and technology to create a whole world. In other words, the inventiveness. The one advantage that we have, and we see it in the kingdom, is the talent of young people who come up with great ideas, entrepreneurship, the inventiveness that we're seeing take place with IPOs and new ideas, and the technology that exists. But that has to be worked for the benefit of the entire society in a total society, cost-effective way so we don't waste resources. So I think that those are the big questions. The biggest question is how we're going to be with each other.
How we're going to?
Be with each other.
Thank you, sir. For those of you who are wondering why I'm using my digital device, it is to ensure that the members of the board stay on time. It will usually be indicated with a light cough. It will then become a little more, finally resulting in, you don't want to get to that next stage. Excellency, what for you is the pillar that you are addressing for us today?
Well, first of all, I have to say, Richard, it's a pleasure being in Riyadh today. It's been a while. We've all lived interesting 2 years, so I think it's a great thing probably for all of us. So on behalf of this board, and I have to say, this is a pretty interesting board. If we have that board for a business enterprise, I think it'll be interesting to put some money with this board. I'm going to talk about, from my perspective, 3 challenges that we're all dealing with and are really global challenges that pretty much everybody in this room is dealing with in one way or another. First is the climate challenge. The second is the disparity in the COVID recovery, which impacts all of us. And the third is the economic challenges that effectively we are all dealing with globally, and how we can navigate as investors going forward in the best way possible for humanity and for us from a rate of return perspective. First one, I think when we're talking about the global climate challenge, it's real. It's real, and for us as Mubadala, this is not a challenge that we recognize today, but we've recognized probably 15 years ago as an investment theme. Meaning it's an investment theme based on a reality that we anticipated, and we started, our renewable energy investment platform started back in 2006, and we've invested over almost $20 billion over these last 16 years in renewable energy in over 30 countries. And it's proven to be a healthy investment theme that has achieved great positive rates of returns for us as investors. But more importantly, it's a contribution from us to this solution. The climate challenge is going to require everybody to contribute in their way. Nobody's going to solve it on their own. We have to all solve it together, and we have to solve it working together globally as institutions, as governments, as civil society, and it's a responsibility that we have to take it upon us all. Everybody in their own way and in their own capability. The second component, first theme, we have to invest in a way to support the handling of the climate challenge. The second theme in terms of the COVID recovery, this is something that has hit us all over the last 2 years. And again, it's really supercharged this digital transformation. Any institution, every one of us here around this table, I am sure, woke up one day and realized we were not fast enough on the digital transformation route. We have to go faster, and we have to look at technology and innovation in a way and in a speed very different than that speed of January or 2020 or December 19. And again, that's a very important thematic view for us all as investors. You're going to give me the first knock?
We can have another 30 seconds.
I will do it better. I'll come back on the third point after you've turned the table.
I'm grateful. The pillar, Ms. Botten, the pillar that you wish us to focus on in this board meeting.
So, just going to the context of what the conference is about, and as leaders of large companies, the best way for us, at least I believe this, for me to invest in humanity with 150 million customers, that's the number of customers of Santander today in the world, of which 4 million SMEs, it's really to take care of them, take care of my people. We have 100,000 people talking to customers every day. So first, deliver on the numbers. I'm sure Larry would appreciate that for our shareholders in the right way, with a clear purpose, which is to help my customers and all my stakeholders prosper in a way that is simple, personal, and fair. And second, to do that in a way that it reaches the maximum number of people. And the priorities for me, it'll be very short, but it's going bottom up. So I think we solve the big problems by going one at a time. For every big solution, there's dozens and thousands of small ones that we can scale. And we can design the big solutions to make sure they work for the vulnerable people, the small companies. It's going to work much better. I have a customer in the Canary Islands called Yuconda. She's an immigrant from Venezuela. She has a laundry, industrial laundry. She cleans 14 tons of linen every day. She has solar panels, and she has digitized a microchip in every sheet and towel. She contacted me through LinkedIn, social media. In the pandemic, her sales went from 2 million to 200,000. She needed help. And we helped her with financing. That's what we do as a bank. And there you have the three priorities. It's about women, it's about climate change, and it's about small companies. And at the end of the day, it is how we together can grow the global economic pie. It's the biggest, and do that, by the way, in a sustainable way. That's the biggest master problem of the century.
Thank you. Steve Schwartzman.
Well, thanks, Richard, and thanks for all the terrific people on the panel. It's fun to be with you today and on other days as we're traveling around the world. I have two types of things that I think about when addressing this issue. The first is, what can you do in a commercial setting that's practical. I have a company I started called Blackstone. We have, among other things, just to set a context, we own 260 companies in our private equity part of our business with 560,000 people. So this is a pretty good-sized operation. And you know, our parent company is around 3,500 now. And so as we look at our business, we say, what can we do to make the world better? And this applies to basically pretty much almost everybody in the audience. And we look at this from an ESG perspective. We have Chief Sustainability Officer, and then in each one of our business lines, we have somebody that is also a sustainability officer. So we're trying to get rid of carbon, we're trying to do best practices, and you can be quite successful when you focus on this and you set specific objectives. So for example, we're trying to get rid of 15% of our electricity that we use so that the world doesn't have to generate anymore, and we're quite successful doing that. So setting objectives is important. We had an interesting one. As I was sitting there saying, what am I going to talk about? This regards equality of opportunity. And like many people in finance, we were having a lot of trouble hiring women. It was a male-dominated business, and we made a decision to change that in 2015. And we analyzed it, and what we realized is that women weren't applying to Blackstone. They were, and we tried to find out why, and we found out that they were scared of us. I don't think I'm very scary.
Steve, I was scared of you.
But it is scary to be the only woman always surrounded by men.
Right.
Let me tell you, I've gone through that.
Right.
That's the problem.
So what we did is we went to some of the great universities as sophomores, and we met a lot of women and said, geez, you know what, why don't you do like an internship down at the firm? You'll find out that we're sort of nice people. We do really interesting work.
Did you change the culture that created the vision that you were scary?
No, we adapt to culture. The culture was the same. The difference was people didn't understand what the culture was. So we brought sophomores down. What happened is they had a great time, and then we went back again, and we kept recruiting all through it. Now what's happened 7 years later, roughly, is we now have our entering classes are 50% women, up from 10. So the reason I tell you this story is that these things are really possible, but you have to identify what the blockage is and go out and address it and solve it. And so, you know, we're orienting our business and changing it now. In the green world, we put out $11 billion in the last 2 years buying sustainable types of things. So what I'm saying is that for everybody in this audience and everybody up at this table who's all doing adaptive things, this is really possible. And when we come back later, because I don't want to dominate the time, because you got loads of smart people here, I want to talk about philanthropy.
Fine.
And how philanthropy can impact this issue big time, big scale.
All right. Thank you. Patrice, would you like to tell us what is the pillar that you are taking us to focus on?
Well, there are two dominant themes worldwide. The dominant issue now is climate change, as well as COVID-19. But my main concern is the 300 million young people between the age of 15 and 25 in Africa. And of course, there are hundreds of millions of young people worldwide. We do business globally, but in this context, we are focusing on providing skills and expertise, education, technology, the impact of the fourth industrial revolution, and how technology can create a bright future. The 300 million young people are a demographic dividend, potentially a demographic dividend. If we do not create an exciting and a bright future for them, it will indeed become a demographic time bomb. So we were very optimistic, and I think the engine of giving them a bright future is, of course, partnership between government and the private sector, but the private sector has a unique role to play in a globally competitive investment environment in the African continent.
David Solomon, Goldman Sachs, your opening pillar that you want us to support.
There are lots of.
I think so, yes.
There are lots of issues that have been raised and have been highlighted.
I'm not sure that Mr. Solomon's microphone is working, so whilst you get him another microphone, just try again, sir. No?
There's your speaker.
Here's your backup. Thank you.
That one doesn't work either.
You have to listen to Goldman Sachs.
O and O-F.
Hello?
All right.
Go ahead.
That's a talent to figure that out. First of all, now that my microphone is working, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, the opportunity to be with this esteemed group. There are a lot of issues that have been mentioned and have been identified. I'd put forward a pillar that we've spent a lot of time focusing on because we think it's one of the solutions to drive economic participation and growth, and that's support for small businesses broadly and finding ways that we all can contribute to the growth and innovation that comes in all our communities from small businesses. You know, we start from a premise that we do not have the right to operate in all the communities that we operate in. We have to earn that every single day. And so we've tried over a long period of time to build platforms that provide support using the resources we have as an organization, people, capital, and technology to drive innovation, change, and economic growth. And small businesses are a great platform in all economies. They're a huge part of economic vitality. And I think we've shown through programs like 10,000 Women and 10,000 Small Businesses that exist, that we've sponsored for over a decade, and now other programs that we've launched, including Launch with GS or 1 Million Black Women, that if you take those resources, you direct them in a targeted way, and just as Steve was talking about when he was talking about recruiting and diversity, you hold yourself accountable over a period of time for making investment and therefore getting return, you can make real progress and you can support businesses and grow economic activity broadly. And so the more we can find ways, and COVID has been very, very harsh all over the world to small businesses, the more we can find ways to lift those small businesses up, the more we can bring people along and help them participate.
Thank you. Larry.
Well, when I was watching the film and seeing how large the world is and all the problems of the world, as an individual, I feel quite small. You ask yourself, you know, the world is so large, can you make a difference? And the reality is, if we bring all private sector together with the public sector, we could make large change. We could solve many problems. And the problem we have in the world today is we see a dominance of the public sector trying to do it all. We see that through rising deficits. And we haven't focused on how to bring private capital alongside public capital. And it is very clear that private capital, if you look at where yields are today, and everybody aggressively looking to find investments, the pools of private capital are more enormous today. The liquidity today is more enormous. Whether that it will sustain itself in a different economic regime, we could ask that ourselves question. But this moment, capital is abundant. Capital needs to be put to work, and we have not a foundation to doing it. Now, most of the capital is retirement assets. Even at my firm, 2/3 of all the trillions of dollars we manage is assets for retirement. We have to live under a rule called the fiduciary rule. So we have to be very thoughtful in how we employ somebody's hard earnings. Yeah. BlackRock is not an owner of any of this capital. We're an asset advisor to all the owners of capital. So our job is at the nexus of trying to bring forward that capital and invest it accordingly. So one, as that fiduciary, as all asset managers are, we have a responsibility of making sure that we apply their capital in a reasonable and a responsible way. And that is a big difficulty. And so we have to reimagine how we bring finance forward, how we bring finance forward to effectuate the change of climate risk and poverty in different parts. We do not have that platform in the world. And importantly, last thing I would just say, we don't have long-term planning by most governments to effectuate these long-term problems.
Right, free for all, join in. When you say we don't have long-term planning, define long-term planning.
20 plus years, 30 years. You know, when you are 20 years old and you're putting your first deposit into your retirement account, you have a 40 to 50-year journey. That's a long journey. And in many cases, that is the journey in which we could invest their capital in if we have the mechanism in doing that, and we have the role. We have to reimagine the World Bank and the IMF. We are going to have to focus on how to bring this money forward if we are going to bring the capital to get the emerging world forward in climate risk.
Is there a danger we take on too much at this point, Ray Dalio? Is there a danger that the agenda becomes overloaded to the point where nothing gets done?
Well, I think the question is, how do you get done? Who's playing what roles? Who has what power? How does the system work, right? We're coming into there will be revolutions in every dimension of our lives. Revolutions in terms of how capital is shared, of course, but also revolutions in terms of who, and they could either be peaceful, productive revolutions, or they can be difficult revolutions. And I think that the question of how does the system work so that we reform both the political system and the economic system so we are collectively. The amount of resources that we have has never been greater, but the amount of problems we have, and we don't have a system, really, of who has what power and how do we even allocate resources.
So come off the fence. What change do you want to see?
Can I say something?
Of course.
Yeah, so to address Larry's point, which is crucial, is how do we get a system that works where you're rewarded for long-term investment?
Answer your own question.
So the way is to change the incentives. You asked me the hardest thing about my job. I have to deliver every quarter, but I have to deliver in 20 years. My company is 160 years old. My problem is that I need to transform legacy infrastructure. That might sound familiar to many in the room. How do we get capital from Larry's ultimate customers and shareholders and owners so I get the chance not just to deliver, I need to deliver every quarter, pay a dividend in a way that is very difficult to invest. So we know what we have to do. We just need time, and we need to change the system. Because whatever...
You are the system.
No, the system means that he demands, please, results, profits, dividends every quarter. How do we get rewarded, really rewarded, in a way we can invest for the future? And that is not happening enough, because the system is set up for quarterly reporting. So you can go on CNN and say how much money we made in the quarter. Did we beat the earnings on the quarter?
It took 28 minutes before somebody blamed the media.
You're not the only one.
David, I Googled your company.
You agree?
All everybody says is, when's he going to raise the share price? When's he going to get the share price back up again? I don't ask you to answer that question, although you're welcome to if you'd like to. However, I do ask you, is that the problem, that everybody's focused on how you're going to get to the same EPS as your competitors, the same valuations as your competitors?
I think in my responsibility of shepherding a 153-year-old company, I try to strike a balance between short-term performance and making long-term investment
Right.
to drive long-term results. I try to take care of our people. I try to take care of our clients. As I said 2 minutes ago, we try to invest in the communities that we operate in. To frame a little bit where Larry started to go, it's easy for companies to be held accountable for the decisions they make over some period of time. We can debate whether it's too short or it's too long, et cetera. Politics is harder. Politics is a short-term, in most democracies, politics is a short-term game. And somehow we have to find a way for our governments to partner with the private sector, to find incentives for those partnerships to be longer dated and more thoughtful. And that's complicated. It's certainly complicated in the nation that I am from and I reside in. And I'm hopeful that over time we can find ways to continue to invest in our future. But you're not going to get a solution to that from the 7 people sitting up here.
No, but we'll get guidance from one of them because one of them doesn't have a quarterly reporting season.
Well, I have 2 words, sense and sensibility. I think I'm lucky to be representing an investment institution that has a shareholder that is able to allow me and my management team and my investment professionals at Mubadala to take a long-term view, to take a patient investment view without compromising returns. I will argue, and I think probably most of my colleagues are on the table, our investment demands are very similar to what David has, to what Larry's shareholders demand, to what Anna's public markets demand, but we are able to do it and manage it with a long-term view and with a patient approach. And believe me, I couldn't agree with everyone more here. It starts with the management of expectations of the public markets and the differentiation between, and you're seeing it already, between how private equity is managed versus how public companies are managed. And the decision-making in terms of investment, in terms of deployment, in terms of divestment, and how it's driven by pressures that are not necessarily in the long-term interest of the investor/shareholder. I want to add one point because it's relevant to the climate point I started with. Let's look at the pressures right now in terms of that are being put on investment institutions and particularly let's call the energy companies. Company X or Y, without naming names, I want to be as PC as possible here. They get pressure from the public shareholders. They get pressures from companies like BlackRock or Blackstone or Goldman to sell, to pursue an investment or a divestment strategy on their oil and gas assets, to pursue this greener approach. We're all for that greener approach. The challenge is when company X divests of asset Y because of pressures from the public, and then private equity D acquires that asset and operates it at a lesser environmental standard than company X,
and regulators and
without effectively doing anything on the climate argument. That's not optimal.
I don't manage our business with the pressures that Anna has or David has. We were a relatively new company. 36 years sounds like a lot of pain and suffering, but compared to the age of Goldman, we're like newbies, and Santander as well. You've got some amazing companies here. When we went public in 2007, I wrote on the cover of the prospectus that we were going to manage the company as a private business the way we had been. We were not going to give earnings guidance to anybody, and we were always going to make what we thought was the right long-term decisions. And we've continued to do that, and we haven't particularly been punished. We've outperformed the S&P like in a very significant way. And you can, I can't control all these short-term things anyhow. And we're in the business of buying assets and fixing them up and making them better. I just care that we realize our vision on each thing that we own and transform it in a really good way. And then it'll all work out. That may not be the most profound approach, but it certainly makes you less anxious as a person. And a final thing, Anna said, it wasn't fun being the only woman, as you can see.
Actually, it was fun, but it was difficult.
Yeah, difficult. So what we've done, and this is in the helpful hints category to people here, we set up groups for people who felt that way within our firm. And they meet every month. And we have a group for women, a group for diverse people, for veterans, and for the LGBTQ. And anybody can attend any of those meetings. You don't have to be a woman to go to the women's group if you want to learn more. And if you set things up like this, where people are included, they discuss the issues that are bothering them, and we have a way of fixing them, then you can run a much more humane type of operation with happier people.
I was going to come to Patrice, but I think did you want to say something on the...
Yeah, look, I don't believe the problem are public companies at all. The best public companies are companies that are focusing on the long term. They're navigating the short-term issues. We all have to do that. Right. But if you're going to have durable profitability over a long period of time, you're going to have to be focused on all the market movements, all the issues. But it is about the durability of long-term profit is focusing on the long term. The problem is not public companies. The problem is how are we moving society forward? If we're only going to be asking public companies to move forward and not the rest of society, if we're going to ask only banks to be the purveyor and the environmental police, we are not going to achieve climate change. If we're not going to address the emerging world where 34% of the emissions minus China exists and growing, we're not going to get to a net zero world. If we're truly focusing on improving humanity, it is going to have to be, as I said before, using the public companies as a model, but having the public companies working alongside the rest of society. But if government does not ask all of society to move forward together,
but we're back to that issue then.
But they're not doing that, and that's going to be creating more polarization between large and small. It's going to make public companies, alongside banks, the environmental police. There are many things that are going on right now that is transforming public companies, but we're moving so slowly related to the rest of society, and that's going to create, Richard, even more polarization. And we're living that right now with rising energy prices as we sit here right now, a high probability of $100 oil because of inefficient short-term policies, and we're not focusing on long-term solutions. We're not trying to change the world in a granular basis. We have these visions. We could go from a brown world and we could wake up tomorrow to be a green world. That is not going to happen.
Patrice, I want to take to you on that point. The whole thing of FII, investment in humanity, make things better. We're going backwards at the moment, aren't we? Well, we're going backwards because the inequality in wealth is growing, along with the vaccine inequality, which is creating a developed versus developing world.
I think go ahead.
We always have to look at the world from a perspective of being half full rather than half empty. There'll always be challenges.
It's emptying is what I'm saying.
I agree with you. But
I don't agree.
I don't agree.
I don't agree with you.
All right?
I don't agree either.
Would you agree with me or not?
On what?
Is the glass emptying or filling?
Is it empty?
I think we're a bunch of capitalists operating within a capitalist system.
What are you going to tell you? You have the wrong panel.
And as a bunch of capitalists operating within a capitalist system, we think, okay, what? And I think the real question is systemic. Look at it as a machine. Is it producing the outcomes? is profit making as a goal and adequate? Okay, the system is not adequate. In other words, it's producing the outcomes we're talking about. So, for example, when you ask the question of, I think, for whose benefit, when we talk about what we're doing, for whose benefit, or for what benefit? Is that all encompassing? Or does it include climate? No, the system itself, just the profit-making system, is not adequate. So the system itself has got to be reformed. Don't throw it away. When I say reformed, for God's sakes, don't throw it away because it's fabulous. But bring it up to the stage where it's all-inclusive to achieve the goals that need to be met.
How?
How?
How? Any of you?
Well, through partnerships. Partnerships between the private sector, government, civil society. And I think there's total consensus here. The developing world, there's a sense of urgency. There's a sense of things have to happen. And when all of us work together, I mean, Larry can't be more correct. The private sector carries a disproportionate burden. But we have a stake in a society and a world that grows and succeeds.
Well, let me give you a blueprint of something incredible that has happened over the last 2 years. Amazing. We had a pandemic that started in January of 2020. Within 12 months, through public-private partnership and through small companies, BioNTech, Moderna, Novavax, a global solution went from the science to the actual production of vaccines and actual delivery of vaccines within less than 12 months. Yes. That is remarkable. That is a blueprint that shows you exactly what Larry's saying, exactly the positivity that some of us are saying, is why this is not emptying, because there's a blueprint and it's shown to actually be able to deliver.
All right, I'll take you on this. Assume you're right, that the public-private partnership, although I would argue,
Can work.
I would argue it was more public than private. It was the government who put the vast amounts of the money in and really created the stimulus and changed the regulatory framework and changed the litigation framework. But I'll accept that. Taking that point, it took a pandemic to do it. These other issues that we're talking about, global inequality, HIV, climate change, they are incremental to the point, Larry Fink, and then Ray Dalio, that it's almost impossible to get that same impetus.
It took a pandemic to accelerate it. If you're saying that there was nothing there was years of investment, of technology, of thought that put us in a position that when government money came in partnership with this private sector investment, we were able to accomplish a vaccine for society in a short period of time. Now, that doesn't solve everything. We still have vaccine disparity. Those are right on those issues. But imagine a world if we didn't have the technology investment and the effort so that we had a chance at that in that time frame.
So my question becomes, how do you, since you are the players, I am merely the voyeur, how do you harness that energy for the other issues like climate change that's on our doorstep to create that same impetus? Which of you wishes to take that?
Let me say, because it sort of bridges both questions. You said stimulus, like, first of all, this was not the private sector, individuals, companies creating the problem. And like in a war, it's government's responsibility to take care of its people. So that's my first comment, right? My second is that, let me just give you an example, in many European countries, in the US, but in Spain, we distributed 100 billion to hundreds of thousands of SMEs, where we were assuming part of the risk and the government was assuming the other part. Even though Spain was not the #1 country in amount, we were the fastest and we got it to the right companies, like my friend in the Canary Islands. This is the power of public and private. 100 billion to 350,000 SMEs in a question of months. And that is what we need to replicate. Because going back to the starting point, if we do not help small companies grow, we are not going to solve the problems of humanity. You need to make the pie bigger in a sustainable way so you can then redistribute and make capitalism work better for everybody. But growth is essential. Without growth and jobs, nothing else is going to happen.
Right.
I think, you asked how to, I think, first of all, measure it. you have to measure the outcomes. So let's say broad-based prosperity or whatever that might be, you have to measure it. Then you have to have the inventiveness. The greatest power of man is the human inventiveness that we're coming up with that. They have to be provided with resources and incentives that are all in. In other words, that the measurements, something like carbon credits, for example, is an all-in incentive system so that the economics of operating that way work. And so there needs to be that kind of coordination, I think.
Yeah, I guess two things. First, I want to recommend that everybody buy Ray's book.
I agree.
It's a fantastic book on economic cycles. It's brilliantly researched, and it's really an important lens to understand a variety of the issues we're all dealing with. And I don't even get a commission for this, but it's worth doing. Secondly, in terms of income inequality and humanity, I have always thought that education is the passport to a better life. And I was looking around this stage, and we've got, sort of 5 people that I know of who either went through, or Americans and went through the American education system of our age, or were not Americans and went to an American university. And I say that because these places made us successful. Yeah. We would not have been on this stage. We would never have enjoyed the kind of training and way to think that's important. And so one of the things I spend a lot of time on is education. An interesting fact to just show you how important this is. The last time I was in China, I was meeting with one of their senior people, and they were telling me that they were going to have every child in China take computer science, every one of them. And some of them wouldn't make the grade. They wouldn't be adaptive. Now, in the United States, the people in primary and secondary school who take computer science are probably 5%, maybe 10 on a good day. Now, if you're competing globally and you're worried about income and you're not trained for the modern world, right, you will be inadequate. We cannot raise up humanity without having great education. That means you need great teachers. That means you need to change the pay. You could have teachers be the only people in society who don't pay tax, because then you would mark them apart from everyone else. You would increase their compensation. And if we don't make this a priority, Richard, it'll be the uneven outcomes that you're experiencing. And that can be changed. So that is not written.
So before we take some questions for the audience, to the billionaires on this panel, do you support and will you support paying greater taxes as a result of the latest proposals that would target yourselves?
No, not us. We are more than 30% effective tax rate already. We pay 50% tax in some countries. That is for the new digital models, and some countries where you're allowed to pay 5%. But we pay over 30% effective tax rate. I want to leave that clear, and we are very big.
You only pay 30?
We actually pay above.
Larry?
In the US, no, I pay much more on a personal.
Larry, under the new proposals that will hit people like yourself, do you support it? Will you support it?
As a company, personal, I pay much more.
In New York, we pay 55% total taxes right now.
No, but that's on a personal basis.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm talking about personal.
Okay, yeah, because
that's what I was asking. You were paying 30? That would be good.
No, I'm paying close to 50 on a personal basis. But companies in the US pay much less. In Europe,
But the point is that the focus at the moment in the US on personal is for the very rich, the billionaires plus, 700, 800 of them, to pay a surcharge tax. Ray Dalio, would you support that?
Yes, I would support anything that is going to have the effect of being spent on creating equal opportunity and greater productivity. My concern about things has to do with the productivity. If there is a means by which that there is money that is just giving away, that won't be sustainable. So if it raises productivity and creates equal opportunity, that we can't just talk about the raising of money, we have to talk about the usage of money and how that's employed. So that's part of that picture. But yes, if it accomplishes those things, I would support it. I'm not sure that it does.
You know, I'm with Ray. The tax system, as Larry said, it depends on where you are. Personal tax rates in some places are high, but what's important is how we're taxing, what incentives it creates, and then how is the money being used to make advancement. And so I think you can't answer the question in a black and white way. It depends on what you're spending it on. So the first thing is there's a debate going on in the United States on how much to spend. So what are you spending it on? And then what is the consequence of making those decisions and how do you pay for it? All that's got to be looked at holistically.
Larry.
Well, as I said, as a lover of New York City, I remain in New York City and I pay 55-ish% taxes. So I think when we talk about taxes, we always just think about it at the federal level. I'm not even sure where that money is well spent now. I think this is one of the issues today. But I would agree with everybody. If we could find solutions where the money can be directed in a proper way, you know, I have more to give.
We'll take a question if the board agrees. I've had a note saying, can you take 2 or 3 questions from the room, please? Does the board agree to listen to the shareholders?
do we have an option?
Agreed.
Agree. Oh, thank you. Do we have a question? Since somebody put this in front of my, I assume.
There's a hand there.
Where's the hand? Oh, yes, sir. I think it's, yes. And please, I would implore a question, not a speech.
Yes, I'm really grateful to see this high senior people, individuals representing high investment funds across the world. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can, but I'm just trying to make sure that carry on.
Yes. Just a small question. What is the impact of the upcoming interest rates over this climate change investments and also for the short-term capital markets credit bubble that is witnessing across the international markets? How do you see this might affect?
Yep, I got it.
Thank you.
It's a very clever way of asking what you think is going to happen in the markets, addressing it with a bit of climate change. We'll start with you, David Solomon. Rates are going up. The Bank of England will go sooner than most, but the US won't be that far behind. Interest rates and inflation is the key issue. Where do you stand?
Well, we've had very, very accommodative monetary policy for a long period of time. We've had very, very aggressive fiscal policy, and now it's going to have a consequence. I think it's hard to know exactly what that consequence will be. I think part of what the consequence will be dependent on what we choose to do from here. What is the action from central banks? How does fiscal spending continue? But there definitely is inflation in our society now. That's something we have not seen for some period of time. And we could be resetting for a different structural makeup for a period of time. We might not. We'll have to see. But I'm not good at predicting the future, but I certainly think the risk of higher inflation and slower growth based on the actions that have been taken is higher now than it's been for a while. And we'll have to watch that very carefully.
Larry, you think it's sticky, the inflation? You think it's sticky? And therefore, does it warrant stronger policy action than merely talking about tapering before the end of the year, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, inflation is definitely more than transitory, unless you believe transitory in the life of the earth. hundreds of years, thousands of years. Inflation we're in a new regime, and there are many structural reasons for that. The U.S. movement away from consumerism to more focus on jobs, more of a European type of economic policy, to the short-term policies related to environmentalism in terms of restricting supply of hydrocarbons has created energy inflation, and we're going to be living with that for some time. There was no policy related to the mitigation of demand. It was only supply, so we have now environmental inflation. And we've changed our immigration policies dramatically, and so as a result of that, we have major job shortages across the board. And during COVID, many people have realized and reimagined their work.
So would you prefer, and to Ray, we'll get to Larry then to Ray, would you prefer, same question, that the monetary authorities allow the inflation to run at a higher level, or tamp it back down again if necessary to say 2% or under 2%?
Well, Ray or me?
Start with you, then to you.
Well,
then he gets the advantage of hearing you.
For 8-9 years, the EU have had a target of 2% and never got there. Okay, so now we're running way above 2% in the EU, way above in the United States. I actually believe monetary policy assisted us out of the problems, and I think they want to see more confidence in the growth of the economy. David said its growth is going to slow down. I believe they need to be acting, and I believe they should be acting sooner. But keep in mind, everyone talks about what does that mean. When you talk about taper, does that mean are they not buying the short end or not buying the long end? The composition of the Fed's policies and other central banks is going to be just as important whether they ease or whether they tighten and how they navigate their monetary policy.
Ray.
I think the answer to the gentleman's question is the reduced value of money. The reduced value of money, not only in terms of the goods and services, but also financial assets. And I think the answer to your question is that central banks, particularly the Federal Reserve, is in an impossible situation, because the basic crux of it is we don't have enough money to satisfy all the things that are all the desires, right? We want to have the social programs, and we want to have the climate remediation, and we want to have wealth gaps resolved, and so on. So the spending demands are much, much greater than the earning capabilities. And as a result of that, you either tax or you have to produce bonds, you produce debt, and you have to sell those bonds. And if you look at the interest rates, the real interest rates are very negative. Why would anyone hold bonds? Why would you hold cash? And so there's a big supply-demand imbalance that can only be met by the producing of more money and credit to deal with that situation. So you're going to have short-term interest rates much below the inflation rate, much below the long-term interest rates, and so on. And you're going to have that monetized, and that lowers the value of money. And that has implications for currencies and a lot of markets.
I want to finish, since we have 10 minutes on, I want to bring it back to climate change, if I may, because it is the issue that will be coming into COP26 this weekend in Glasgow. It is an existential issue. And Larry Fink, you believe we're not doing enough?
Yes.
Thank you.
You wanted me to be precise. We're entering COP, and we're asking, as public companies, to make these large pledges, which is quite easy for many of us to make these pledges move forward. I'm very excited about being there and helping out in the dialogue. On the other hand, I don't think we are asking all of society to move forward together alongside the public companies. As I said earlier, the policies of government related to climate change have been more on supply mitigation, not demand mitigation. We have to be rethought. We have to think differently in how we are going to manage the transition. As I said, the transition is not a transition from brown to green, but from dark brown to medium brown.
But you described it in an article as dismal. You described the current achievements as being dismal and insufficient if we're going to get to the goal.
Yes, I did.
And that, again. Right, and that will, Excellency, that will require everyone to do more. Are you prepared to do more?
Well, I think not only are we prepared to do more, we're doing more. I mean, today,
It's not enough.
as an energy-producing country, and here I'll speak maybe from a UAE perspective,
Please.
to go and commit to a net zero by 2050, that's a statement of intent, and it's walking the walk. And it's going to take, just to our point here, not just the West, not just the East, it's the whole world. Everybody, solving the problem in one side of the world is not going to solve the problem here.
No, but I guess that we have been talking about this, and this is, and I'm asking obviously because you're talking from a private sector CEO, you have the ability to deploy resources. We have been talking about this for years, decades, and the one consensus seems to be we're not at the targets we need to be, Anna.
No, I just want to reinforce what my fellow board members have said. Private companies are doing a lot. We have already committed to being net zero, to being, on thermal coal by 2030. We cannot help our customers change without governments and regulators defining what is green and how we measure, so we can compare.
Are you being asked at the moment to bear the unfair or unshared burden of doing this? The government is shoving it all on your backs, but sort of moving along sweetly.
So I said I had 150 million customers and 4 million SMEs. Some of these are Mexico, Brazil. For some of these people, it's about being able to buy a home or put food on the table. Unless we have governments put up the right frameworks, so every sector has a transition plan that we all agree is the transition plan, we're not going to be able to help companies who are the majority of the jobs around the world. Small companies can barely make it to the end of the month. Go and tell them now they have to use clean energy where they can barely pay the bills. We need government transition plans by sector that are global and approved, so we know energy, transport, and so on. We're going to need fossil fuels and gas for some years. How many years? If I have to finance a new ship that is powered by gas today, we're not doing it. And we know gas is less polluting than others. So we need a plan that allows us to make it from here to there that is common, clear, and comparable. Otherwise, we cannot make it happen.
Steve Schwartzman.
It's going to go from some other place. If European banks don't do it, it's going to be some other banks, not to mention who. Maybe American.
Steve Schwartzman, I'm bringing it full circle as we come to the end, because what you're saying is you need, or what Anna's saying is we need government. But we've already established earlier in this board meeting that government is short-term, where you're more long-term.
But what you need, it's very interesting. Different parts of the world, the whole green movement is basically, it's accepted that this is needed. In our country, we've got hurricanes, flooding, mudslides, wildfires. It's like, record heat. If you look at this, forget being a scientist. Your eyes are telling you something has changed, right? So it's just a question as that rolls around the world, how you implement it, how technology is used, how each of us in the audience up here, adapt to making the world a better place. One of the interesting things that I think Larry mentioned and Anna was also referencing is there's sort of unanimity, something should be done, but how you get from where we are today to like a green world is utterly undefined. And as a result of that, what we're finding around the world, particularly in the United States, is that people who extend credit are worrying that if they extend credit to anybody producing hydrocarbons, that they're not virtuous. And nobody's telling them not to extend credit, but that is occurring on an extremely wide-scale basis. If you try and raise money to drill holes, it's almost impossible to get that money. Now, the reason this is important, and why Anna was making sort of a plea for governments to get involved, is that with the decline curve of hydrocarbons, leave out coal, we're going to end up with a real shortage of energy. And when you have a shortage, it's just going to cost more. And it's going to probably cost a lot more. And when that happens, you're going to get very unhappy people around the world, on the emerging markets in particular, but in the developed world.
We're seeing it at the moment in Europe.
That what happens then, Richard, is you've got real unrest, and this challenges the political system, and it's all utterly unnecessary. You have to have governments agree what the rules of the road are so society can successfully transition from where we are to where we need to be. Right now,
but we're seeing we're seeing in COP at the moment, COP26, exactly the difficulty. They're trying to do this. Now, each one of you has private meetings with government leaders. David Solomon, do you say this to them? We need to know the infrastructure that you are putting in place so that we can make the decisions and help our clients to make their decisions.
We talk about, I think Steve framed this very well. We need good public policy and a plan across the world to move this transition forward. And I think we have to continue to talk about it, Richard, as a transition. And so you're pushing us for very, very set answers. We're on a journey. We're early in the process of the journey, and the journey is going to require a real partnership between governments around the world to lay out a roadmap that the private sector and capital can participate with them in, and we will make progress. But we need good public policy matched with this.
I just want to come back, and I'll come to you. But on that, David, that we are in a transition, and that transition is not moving as fast as we would like in that sense. And there, if you like, we are making the sausages at the moment in that sense. What would help you to smooth that transition?
Well, I wouldn't use your language to describe it, but I would say in any journey, okay, talking about it, trying to create awareness as to the real substantive issues and bringing attention to those issues so that people can debate transparently and work through them is constructive. And that's what's going on in society, and I think that's a very good thing.
So, 2 quick points. One, I completely concur with David. I think that what we need is a clear plan, a clear transition, not a switch on, switch off, that is sensible and that is economically sustainable in the interest of everyone. 2, similar to what's missing in this boardroom, and you're going to miss that in COP, got 1 billion people in China, nobody's around this table. You got another 1 billion in India, nobody around this table. There needs, really, everybody needs to be around the table, and we need empathy to understand what are their requirements in China, what are their realities in China, and the same thing with India, just to name a few. Thank you.
It's critical that the private sector, David, Richard, plays a crucial role in formulating the transitional measures. If you leave it to government, you'll get strange policies and laws and regulations. Our experiences with leaving things for governments to formulate dispensations, you get weird outcomes. So the private sector has to play a critical role, almost a determinative role in this partnership with government to formulate effective, responsible transitional measures.
Before we finish, last question that I've been asking people on Quest Means Business as we come to the end of interviews with them, because I know. So I'm going to, this board is going to pay a dividend to each of you. It's a small honorarium, and you can have it in a euro, a dollar, some gold, or a Bitcoin, which you can put under your bed for a rainy day. Ray Dalio, which will you take? Euro, dollar, gold, or Bitcoin?
I can't put a mix together, I guess. I would take the gold.
Which one?
Gold.
The gold.
Gold. Steve?
Now, there's, you know, like I'd like to sprinkle a little, to let you know where I am about this depreciation of the value of money thing. I would like to sprinkle a little bit of Bitcoin into that mix too. But I'm not.
Bitcoin and gold with a bit of Bitcoin on top.
If I had to choose, put your gun to my head, that's what I would choose. And I'm sorry, but the biggest asset is human productivity. And if you can tap that, so I'm looking at the new technologies and all of those are very, very exciting. That's the greatest way of increasing wealth. Gold is a dead asset and so on. But the amount of printing of money and the devaluations and the debt is a big force too. So I want that technology, a little bit of Bitcoin, and I want to bet on those other industries.
Excellency.
Come on, I'm last. You can't have it.
All right, you'll go last.
You got to let Steve first.
Steve Schwartzman.
I just want to own earning assets.
So you'll take it, as long as it's earning, you'll take it.
As long as you can make things better and own wonderful things, you can come out and you could own dollars or you can own whatever you want to convert that currency into, but you'll have more and more and more, and you won't be a professional victim.
I would take 50 cents in euros and 50 cents in dollars. Punto.
In using Ray's statement about technology and innovation, what Steve said, I'd put 100% in dollars.
David.
I've got.
David.
You want me next?
Yeah.
That seemed out of order.
It did.
I think there are a lot of issues that we've talked about and we face, but I think the glass is half full. We have tremendous potential as a broad global community, and in that construct, I choose dollars.
I've got 50,000 mine workers on our mines, so I'll go for gold.
Understandable. Go on. You wanted to be last.
All right.
Parliament.
I'll take Bitcoin hedged in gold.
Well, look, you are the board.
We have a market here. We can trade with each other.
You are the board, so you could agree to issue us all with one of everything. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel.
Thank you, Richard.
Your last.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ray. Steve. I need my file. I need my notebook. How's that? Thank you. Oops. Right. No, the session here. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue immediately, if not sooner. I'd like to invite His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism, Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, to join me. Excellency, where are you? Oh, there you are. If you'd like to sit here. And at the same time, Arnold Donald, CEO of Carnival Corporation. Arnold. Oh, there you are, sir.
How are you?
How are you? You're looking well. You're looking good. All right. Tourism. They want us to talk about, thank you. Please do join us on this side. They want us to talk about tourism, and the reality is, it's been absolutely clobbered. Completely. Just quickly tell me, how much debt did you take on, Arnold?
We added about $19 billion of debt.
19 billion.
Yeah, and diluted, and we also took on about $4 billion of additional equity. Yeah.
How many ships are now sailing?
Have about about 50% of our fleet, so a little over 40 ships sailing.
Are you cash positive yet on an operating basis?
No, individual ships are, but overall, no.
Right. Minister, it's almost like, what's the point of talking about your tourism strategy when at the moment everybody's strategy is in tatters?
Yeah.
So what is your strategy? How are you now going to change your strategy?
Yeah, thank you, Richard. It's a short-term strategy is for a long-term. First of all, I'd like to thank FII for putting the tourism in the front of this forum. And I would like to welcome my friend Arnold. He represents the top 200 CEOs globally. Today you have the public sector and the private sector. In this crisis, or these crises, are temporary, short-term. We always plan for a long-term, and we believe our sector will definitely recover. The most impacted, Richard, two sectors globally were travel and tourism. The sector dropped by more than the contribution of the sector to the global GDP dropped by more than 80% in 2020. We lost more than 60 million jobs out of the 330 million jobs in our industry, and therefore the crisis definitely impacted our industry severely. And the industry is very important. It creates 1 out of 10 jobs globally.
All right. I think the point, Excellency, is what do we do now? What do we do now, both short-term to help repair that damage and longer term to put in place a proper strategy? Arnold, start with you, sir, and then Minister.
First of all, I just want to again thank His Excellency the Minister and everyone here in Saudi Arabia for bringing tourism to the forefront here, because as he was referencing, over 330 million jobs in 2019 is in the tourism sector. And the countries cannot fully recover without travel and tourism recovering. So what do we need to do now? We need a number of things. First, we need the collaboration between governments and the private sector. At WTTC, World Travel and Tourism Council, I represent over 200 CEOs from around the world and destinations like here in the Kingdom. And first and foremost, we need a partnership to do the following things. One, harmonization. So frictionless travel. All these people are here today, and it's wonderful to see them, but those that had to travel far, they will only do it if they can do it in a way that works for them. So we need frictionless travel. To do that, we need harmonization across the countries. Secondly, vaccinations. First, we have to accept the vaccinations in different places to make it frictionless travel. And then secondly, vaccine equity. So to make certain people can be vaccinated, as was said in the opening keynote. Third thing, after that, is we need tools to make it easy to travel, such as digital passports. Okay, and then lastly, enhanced safety protocols like those we're seeing here at the FII.
So on that point, first point, because forgive the boasting here, but I've probably done more travel than most in this room over the last 12 months, from one side of the world to the other. And I came yesterday, on this trip I've so far been to Germany, Russia, Italy, here, back to Italy, London and home. It is far from harmonized at the moment, Minister.
Absolutely.
The regulations are different. PCR or antigen diffusion, digital travel, digital EV.
That's why I might traveled more than you in the last 6 months. I've been in the plane for 200 hours in the last 6 months. I attended the American commissions, the European commissions, the African commissions, just to get all the world aligned toward to work together, to collaborate and cooperate, and to work with the private sector, because they operate the sector. We regulate the sector and they operate the sector. And to have a unified travel protocol. Today, travel is a nightmare. Europe is working alone. We want all the other continents to work together to come up with a one unified
It's not going to happen. You know, I'm not a cynic. I travel in optimism. But I understand that at the height of the crisis last year, governments were more concerned with protecting national borders. But witness how long it took the US to reopen. Admittedly, it's doing it on next Monday. Hallelujah.
Right.
So from the public sector, Minister, what more can you do to basically tell other ministers, do it?
We have attended all the commissions and we are pushing them and we are highlighting how risky is it. It is a nightmare today to travel. And therefore, we are bringing this issue to the front of the ministers. We are putting it on the table. We have the UNWTO meeting in December this year. We will keep pushing the world to unify and to talk together and to work together to at least agree on a travel protocol.
Right, but even Saudi.
And to work together, because this is a global problem. The solution has to be to come from
I accept that, but you know, personal experience is often the best form. Saudi still requires a PCR, not an antigen, to come in here, which meant 2 days ago I'm scouting around paying 175 euros to get a PCR to come here today. Now, I'm not blaming you, honestly. But I am saying to you, sir, you must be finding this every time. For example, Florida and your ships.
Yeah. You know, I did 10 cities in 9 days a couple of weeks ago in Europe, and I had 12 different tests, okay? 12, because every time I went on a ship in a shipyard or at the port, you have to test to be on our ships. And the tests were different. And so some down the throat, some down the throat and up the nostril and so on and so forth. One was actually painful, which was a unique experience. But in any event, the bottom line is, so look, the world is learning. I think the message you said, what do we need to do to go forward? So going forward, we need to harmonize, we need to simplify, but we do need to keep in the forefront the best interests of public health.
I want to move beyond COVID. I'm taking you into a post-COVID world, and I want to know how the statistics you mentioned, Minister, 10% of the world's population, next 100 million people, it brings people up, it's aspirational. What more can it do? What more does the industry need to do? And I think, for example, of certain countries where tourism, outbound tourism, is basically tour companies on a very closed type of trip. What more can tourism do to open up and spread the benefit?
We have 7 billion plus people live on this planet. Only 1.6 billion or 20% traveled in 2019, and that was a record. And based on WTCC numbers, before COVID, they were expecting this number to double to 3 billion. Means expanding the jobs. The 330 million jobs will double. It will offer jobs. Most of the jobs the industry creates are targeting the women. 54% of the jobs in the tourism and travel sector towards the women, and therefore, 80% of our industry is served by small and medium enterprises.
So do you also need to put in place rules for minimum standards of working conditions, wages, so that those women that are brought in are paid a fair rate compared to men or others doing the job? We don't want it just to be a low-cost industry.
Oh, no, it's already exists, and the demand is increasing, and we are very optimistic about the future, Richard. This pandemic will be behind us sooner or later, and therefore we have to be ready for another wave of very strong growth. This industry is very important. It connects nations, and Saudi Arabia is playing a very important role today to bring many initiatives to whether in the training or on the sustainability. For example, we have just launched the Global Sustainability Center, and also in bringing the world together to talk and to address the main issues that is impacting our industry.
But Arnold, and I'm speaking to you now with your hat as chair of WTTC, but also because of your ships. How do we prevent going back to the bad old days for places like Barcelona, Venice, those over-tourist destinations. I've just come from Venice. The numbers are back, which is great, but the risk is we're back to the bad old days.
You know, I'm not sure the days were bad old days, but what I will say is this. Just think what travel does. So look at this conference. What travel does, it brings people together, very diverse people. People discover what they have in common, and they learn to celebrate the differences rather than to fear them. So travel is essential for mankind to grow and become better over time. So when you go to Venice or Barcelona or you come here to the kingdom, it's someone's home. You have to respect their home. You have to respect how they choose, you know, to invite guests to their home. And so whether it's Venice or Barcelona, and the cruise industry has a great track record in places like Dubrovnik and others, where we've worked with the locals, and we make certain we come in a way that, you know, supports the quality of life that they're seeking. We support the micro economies and the large economies there, but also we make certain, you know, we come and leave in a manner that works for them. And so with staycationers, the travel and tourism sector more broadly has the same orientation, and it goes all the way over to sustainability more broadly, whether it's climate change or whether it's protecting the oceans or protecting the air.
Taking that, and this is not just about, this is not related specifically to the cruise or the ship industry. You know, we talk about the low-cost airlines, the getaway weekends. They have mushroomed, and they will be back. I mean, everything I've seen shows that tourism will be back stronger than ever before. But what policies are needed so that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past?
We need to make our sector more resilient and sustainable. We had experienced a crisis because of the pandemic. We were not sustainable, whether economically or socially. And therefore, and also, we need to create the policy to protect the environment, because, you know, the growth in the industry will bring all the challenge with
There's only two ways to do it. One is regulation, the other is economic. You either price people out so they can't afford it with extra charges or, you know, tolls and taxes and things like that, or the economic raises the price, or you regulate the number of people who can come in.
I don't necessarily agree with that, Richard. I would say if you take, and there are other companies, I'll just use mine because I'm very familiar with it, with regards to climate change. Nobody regulated that we go to LNG. In fact, we started building the first LNG cruise ship when we weren't even sure how we were going to fuel it. We didn't know what the itinerary could be because the infrastructure wasn't in place. By the time we built it, we had done a partnership with Royal Dutch Shell, so we had a way to fuel the ship and have the itinerary. And now we have 11 LNG ships coming. So we peaked in emissions in 2011. We've expanded capacity 25% since then, and our emissions are lower today than they were in 2011. That was without anybody regulating us to do anything, okay? And it was with us, you know, looking at the long-term effects and not just the short-term capital and the short-term economic impact. Having said that, it is good in a partnership with government and private industry to work towards regulations that will promote with a sense of urgency, you know, the proper sustainability approaches. And that's happening all over the world. There'll be a COPS. It's coming up in Glasgow and other things. And so if we work together, private and governments together, we can do this in a way where we are accelerating progress in sustainability and doing it in a way where economies can still thrive.
But there is a big gap in sustainability and environment issues, and therefore Saudi Arabia had realized this and stepped in and announced 2 days ago the creation of the Global Sustainability Center. This Sustainability Center not only will produce research to protect the environment, but also will action this research and arrange the funding to address the environment issues.
What's your target for 5 years' time? Number of visitors, 5 years' time to the kingdom?
My deputy can tell you, she has the numbers,
We'll get the number.
We will go to the 100 million visits from 40 million today by 2030. We announced this.
2030.
By 2030, and Saudi Arabia today is the biggest investor in the sector. We are investing over $1 trillion in the next 10 years.
And Quest World of Wonder will be coming from Saudi Arabia in January. Final question to you, Arnold. What was it like when you heard and you saw the first as it set sail, and you thought, first of all, thank God, there's money coming in again. But what was it like inside?
Look, it's very emotional. You tear up because we're all about human spirit. We're hospitality, it's all about human spirit. The guests were over the moon. The crew was so excited to be back on board. And the combination has led to some of the highest guest satisfaction scores ever. But you see it not just in cruise, you see it throughout travel and tourism as things restart. And we are on a mission at WTTC to ensure that the over 62 million jobs that were lost, are recovered and then some, because it's important to drive, success in the global economy and a better quality of life for everyone.
And God, hopefully we never see, I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you.
That is our panel.
Thank you.
Okay, good late morning to you. I'm John Defterius. It's great to be back here for the Future Investment Initiative. I think one thing that we left out of this dialogue so far in the morning is to say happy anniversary. I've been involved with each one of the FIIs, and it's evolved in a very rapid way. It's great to see such a turnout. I think I did my first live event in Dubai a month ago, but the fact that we can talk face-to-face, fist bump or shake hands periodically says a great deal. We've had two excellent panels. It's great to see Richard Quest in action as well, doing such a great job of moderating it. But this is a very different subject here. It is rewriting the social contract. There is a danger when we talk about investing in humanity and rewriting the social contract that it doesn't connect with people on the ground. And I think one of the things we've learned in the last 18 months is that the social contract is being rewritten for us. My last trip before the heart of the pandemic was in February 2020 for a major energy congress here in Riyadh. And at the time, we thought the predictions were that this would be a 6-month challenge for society, a 6-month pandemic. By the time the summer rolled around, it would be clear sailing. It's taken 4 times longer than that by the time it's all said and done. Profound impact on government spending. In some cases in the West, we've seen upwards of 15% of GDP spent to get us through the crisis. We've seen that level of spending within the G20. So what does it mean for the social contract going forward? The role of government, providing healthcare, obviously, education, yes, modernizing infrastructure, yes. What's the responsibility of business in that context as well? I'll leave it there because we have a very interesting discussion. Let's give a warm welcome to our panelists. His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh is the Minister of Investment here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Our hometown favorite, of course. Lord Grimstone, the Minister of Investment from the UK. I think I have the pronunciation correct. Her Excellency Bola Erdine Basanjel is the Chairman of the government's ICT Authority. Welcome to Riyadh. Nice to see you. If you can't tell, she's the youngest by far on the panel. Second only to our next guest, Lady Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, founder and chair of EI Rothschild and her new investment fund looking at inclusiveness. It's good to see you. We have 45 minutes, so not enough time to take questions from the audience, but plenty of time to delve into this subject matter. I'd like to start with you, Your Excellency, and I think what I talked about in my opening remarks, it was almost the mother of all challenges, the COVID-19 pandemic. I had a dinner here in Riyadh last night. Somebody that used to work closely with you spoke very highly about your expertise in energy and investment. But he said something that I wasn't aware of, that the trust level in Saudi society went up, the social contract, because they felt, even though it was a very difficult front end of the pandemic, they felt that the government was there for them. Strict rules, quick response to the medical challenge, the right investments, right quarantining, the trust contract was there. But what would you say is the number one lesson learned as a ministry, as a government, and then what do we take into the next phase post-pandemic? Please.
Well, John, thank you very much, and it's great to have you back.
It's good to be back.
With a different hat on, with APCO, and moderating a session as you have done for so many years for us in different capacity. And talking about social, it's good to see everybody and socialize in person. 2 years has been a long time with us working with screens and virtual formats. Obviously, COVID has been a shock. It's a shock to businesses. It's a shock, I think, most fundamentally to us at the personal level. Our families, our sense of security was shaken by the unknown that a global pandemic presented itself to us some 2 years ago as we started hearing about Wuhan and what was happening. And every government, every company, every individual acted in their own way based on their instincts. I think, the old fight or flight instincts came into effect. And here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I'm happy to say that despite all of the uncertainties, we certainly had to go through a lot of learning across the various sectors in the country, public, private, and civil society, and of course individuals and families. I'm confident that the kingdom really came out ahead, relatively speaking. There have been some suffering and there have been some losses, but the kingdom proved its resilience. I think the issue of trust, as you mentioned, was fundamental. The government focused on saving lives, first and foremost. We set standards not only for our people and for our country. I think Saudi Arabia, being the heart of the Muslim world, set the standards for certainly all Muslims when we early, even before the WHO declared COVID-19 as a pandemic, Saudi Arabia banned entry into the holy mosques of Mecca and Medina, and restricted prayers in mosques, and ultimately stopped prayers in mosques. In the meantime, the government had a strong focus on preserving livelihoods. Saving lives was the first priority, but we managed to achieve that delicate balance between lives and livelihoods, and we made sure that business continuity continues to the extent that it did not get in the way of the safety of people. As a result, you look back 2 years from now, we had one of the lowest rates of infection. We certainly have one of the lowest rates of mortality. I think our utilization of our ICUs was well below any risk threshold to the healthcare sector. In the meantime, the critical sectors continue to operate uninterrupted. Certainly, manufacturing, energy, delivery of essential goods. There was no shortage in any of our supply chains, and as a result, the end result. And at the same time, one thing I want to mention is within the government, we created mechanisms to provide timely support to companies. So within our ministry, the Ministry of Investment, we had a 24/7 COVID response center. People could call, email, social media channels, reach out to us and say, I have a problem, I need to enter the country for some goods or people, or have some issues with my global supply chains, and we were there to help them. So the business community felt that the government is there for them. And it's this combined effort of making sure many of our expatriates, we offer them to go home if that would make them feel better. And the majority, if not all of them, said, no, we prefer to stay in Saudi Arabia. We feel safe, we feel secure. You've provided us PPEs early. Ultimately, we gave expatriates living here in the kingdom, who constitute a significant part of the population, over 10 million, equal access to PPEs, testing, vaccines since December of last year. This sense of togetherness and the government working for the people and also for the private sector, I think gave the grounds for the element of trust you mentioned. But while doing this, we were also addressing the long-term issues of climate, which of course this week was quite historic and monumental for us, with all of the green initiatives that His Royal Highness has launched. So the last 2 years, and of course the Kingdom chaired the G20, the Kingdom managed the global energy crisis in 2020. So dealing with the pandemic didn't mean that sitting back and playing defense. We were also, as a government and as a country, thinking long-term and playing offense on some critical long-term issues.
Okay. You brought up a number of different strands I'll follow up in our conversation here. One is, of course, the investment horizon and this idea of making sure it's more inclusive growth, not just in the kingdom, but worldwide. The energy transition, which is important. We saw the announcements that you talked about here. And also the supply chains, which actually affects everybody's life on a day-to-day basis. Lord Grimstone, I'd love to talk to you about everybody. There's a chance here you'd be at 35,000 feet. What is a public-private partnership? Didn't we have the ultimate public-private partnership when it came to vaccines in the UK, for example? That was kind of real action. So a very slow start. There's half of society didn't believe the pandemic was real. I was shuttling between Abu Dhabi and London, and then I couldn't shuttle because the airports were closed. What do you think you took away here in terms of emergency action against the pandemic, and what are you carrying in to the next phase in response?
Well, great to be back here, and a great question. I think the issue is that the world suddenly was facing an immediate crisis, at the same time, of course, that it has the ongoing crisis of climate change. And I think we saw early on that the immediate crisis could only be solved through a public-private partnership. No government, no matter how powerful, could do it by themselves. No company, no matter how powerful, could do it by itself. And I think it taught us to be entrepreneurial. And that's the word that I would kind of describe what happened on the vaccine program back last year. We took some very big bets very early on about backing certain vaccination companies. And that was a big decision to do that, because we were choosing between companies and we were putting billions on the table at stake. How did we do it? And this is perhaps a theme I'll come back to later, is that we put investors at the heart of our policy making. People who understood business, we brought right into our policy machine to help us take the right decision as politicians. And I have to say, certainly as far as we're concerned, it's given us a taste for doing more and more in partnership, in proper partnership with the private sector. And of course, to deal with the challenges of climate change, it is the ultimate example that that can only be dealt with by governments and the private sector working together. The totality of governments around the world do not have the resources to deal with climate change by themselves. They have to leverage vast amounts of private sector investment alongside them to do that. So I think over the next few years, we're going to see some of the biggest public-private partnerships developing that we have ever seen in our times in the world.
Okay, there's a number of things to bring up off the back of it. Let's go through the first round and then we can open it up for a little bit of debate. Her Excellency Bowler Bhattacharjee, who is the chairwoman of the ICT Authority. It's interesting to have such a young leader on our panel, which is thinking about also the next generation. But let's go to your core competencies first. What was the role of technology in an emerging market that has a very scattered and small population to deal with the social fabric? How did you stay in touch with the people? How did you let them know? How did the IT systems hold up in your country during the pandemic?
Thank you, John. Thanks for having me. It's my honor to be here. And before I jump into Mongolia's case, one of the things that I wanted to emphasize is that for the last decade, we have been busy investing in technology, blockchain, AI, and we forgot human factor. And today, the context is investing in humanity, which is why we all came together to solve the human issues, human problems, and reach to people who do not have access regularly. So it's my honor to be here. Before I start with Mongolia, I will give you a bit information about Mongolia. While Mongolia has a rich history with Genghis Khan and everything, we are sandwiched between two giant countries, Russia and China. We have only 3 million people on such big land. And one of the interesting factors is that we have one of the highest political instability. So we change government in every 1.5 years. So as you can imagine, current government with the pandemic must have a lot of challenges. And I joined the government in 2020, just after the pandemic hit us. So the Mongolia's approach was that we should implement a platform that reaches a herder herding sheep or goats in the middle of nowhere in Mongolia. So we implemented e-Mongolia platform, which digitalized 545 services, including licenses or getting your passport online. But the amazing thing about it is that you can deliver it to people living in the countryside as a herder communities. So e-Mongolia platform has had a lot of good impact. We have seen about 25% of reduce in corruption. But on the other hand, for us who are implementing the program, we had a lot of backfire from government itself, which was interesting for young people such as me to work within the government, but having backlash for transparency or openness.
You know, it's interesting, Bill, you're young, the Prime Minister's a young person as well. The society of Mongolia has embraced the next generation to lead them to the future. This is a similar trait that we've seen in Estonia, for example, and even Norway. There's confidence in your generation leading, right? Would you classify as a Gen Zer or?
Yes, actually one of the interesting issue we had in the government was that when the new Prime Minister came, he brought a lot of young leaders. But people working in the mid-level or front level are older. So they educated in Russia. We had big influence from Soviet Union. They have very Russian way of thinking and working. And when they have younger leader, of course, when you're in the pandemic and you have to be innovative and fast, there is a bit of conflict between the leaders and the employees within the government. And that was very interesting. But actually 75% of Mongolian population is under the age of 40. So it's a young nation with very good history, I guess.
Good. Thanks very much. Lady Lynn, I'd love to get your, or formerly Lady de Rothschild, all these different options. But by the end of this, as an American, I'll call you Lynn. But
Lynn will
let's
work.
start formally.
Lynn is fine.
Good. I'd like to, because it's interesting, the dynamics we have here. Former CEO of Aramco, former CEO of Barclays Bank, Standard Chartered, both in government, kind of at the service of the government. And you wanted to talk about bridging the gap between the role of the CEO and their penetration into society and the role of government today. So how is the social contract, in your view, because you have an inclusiveness fund, for example, you're putting money on the table for that. How do we close that gap between government and the private sector, in your view?
Well, I think the social contract is the really interesting topic, and I'm so grateful to the Kingdom for hosting this conference where you're thinking about investing in humanity, and you're bringing together the asset owners and the asset managers and CEOs of the world to think about investing in humanity, which really is a new social contract. We haven't had a real thought project about our social contract since the 80s, when Milton Friedman stated that the sole purpose of the corporation was to make profits for its shareholders. And we had President Reagan, who became famous when he said, and I quote, "The 9 most terrifying words in the world are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help." And that was reduce government, give it all to the market. Now, we all bought into that social contract. That was when I started my career. I'm much older. And we bought into it because we believed a rising tide would lift all ships. And we didn't think about the externalities that we were creating. And that mindset of a small government and an active free market led to what? 2 problems we've been talking about all morning. Horrible levels of inequality and the degradation of the planet. 2 enormous problems. And so we have to rethink that social contract. I think it begins, first of all, by rethinking our view of government. You know, government won World War II. Government got us to the moon. Government did all the research to create the internet. Government took the human genome. That was all thanks to government. And yet we live where we think that government, and Lord Grimstone, you talked about bringing in the private sector because government needs that. I remember when, well, I was pretty small, but I remember the words of Jack Kennedy, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." And it brought the best people into government. And I'm told that here in Saudi Arabia, you do have the best people going into government. They're not flocking to Wall Street and flocking to Silicon Valley. That's what I'm told. But my point is that the social contract has to be rooted in a belief that government can do something and that government can solve these 2 problems. And I believe as an investor and a business person that government needs to turbocharge. The private sector, with the Business Roundtable letter of 2019 denouncing Milton Friedman, saying that a corporation's responsibility is to its employees, to its community, to the planet, that was a step in the right direction. And the $30 trillion in ESG investing is the market trying to solve the problems. But government needs to turbocharge it by the right policies. And I don't mean tax policies like we spoke about in the earlier panel. I'm talking about policies that the government acts to, as economist Mariana Mazzucato says, it's got to tilt the playing field so that we in the private sector are doing those things that government wants done. So dealing with inequality. So the Biden administration, for one, is trying that. So the Biden administration has subsidies for electric vehicles, but only to companies that have a contract with the United Auto Workers. Because what does the Biden administration say? They want to reward work rather than wealth. And by the way, isn't it time? When the financial crisis happened, all the masters of Wall Street ran to government for help. When COVID happened, the government, trillions of dollars. And what's happened? I received a letter, or email, I guess, today, from a senator saying that since 2000, the richest Americans have increased their wealth by $1.8 trillion. And we're fighting over whether government should spend money for education, for true climate change. So I believe that government and business need to work together, but we need greater respect for government, and government needs to understand better how it can leverage the market. And one huge way to leverage, and that might be controversial, is if government had a price on carbon, we would be able to invest in carbon capture, invest in hydrogen in a massive way. Because right now, those are very expensive technologies. We need a price so those investments are actual investments. They're not costs only. So I think that a social contract is the answer to what the market is trying to do.
It's very interesting. I'm going to ask one question to the minister because he just launched a global investment campaign. To Lynn's point here, do you see enticing the private sector around the world to the largest economy in the Middle East and North Africa as a way to jumpstart what Lynn is suggesting, the diversification process to 2030 and beyond? We have about 20 minutes left, so I'm going to ask everybody in this round to be very direct because I want to have an interchange between you. But what is the ultimate goal when you look for your partners right now, Minister FII?
Well, I mean, putting this in the context of the new social contract, I think the agenda of the country has to also align with the agenda of the private sector, the agenda of the population and people. In our case, Vision 2030 is perfectly aligned with not just national aspirations of our stakeholders, including the private sector, but really with the global agenda. And we saw the last few days with His Royal Highness launching the Green Saudi Initiative, the Middle East Green Initiative, and a number of initiatives since the launch of Vision 2030 5 years ago that are bringing sustainability, not just in an environmental sense, but also in a social, demographic, regional integration, and drawing, a picture of the future that excites everybody that wants to be part of it, while creating the profitability and the return on capital that the owners of capital wants to do. So you're right. I was just on a road trip. I've been to the UK and I met with Lord Grimstone. I was in France, in Greece, in the United States, in Central Asia, and here in the region. And I can tell you that there is a lot of capital out there, but it's looking to align with global challenges and create opportunities out of them. And it's not just climate change. Climate change is top of the agenda, but also healthcare and what we have learned from COVID. And how do we create the preventive measures to make sure that we're not victims to the next equivalent of COVID-19 that we may not even know what and how it will attack us. And we've taken Vision 2030 and the sector strategies that we have in the kingdom and tied them together in an investment strategy that's quite comprehensive. It has multiple pillars, 40 initiatives, and just like Lord Grimstone said and the other panelists, we brought in the private sector into the kitchen, into the design, the drafting room, and we drew it together. So it addresses everything they need in terms of the balance between risk and return, and where government is in the business of facilitation and owning the risks that are appropriately ours, and at the same time clearing the way for the private sector to do its thing while ensuring that society and public are fully engaged with the private sector and with government into achieving these objectives. This investment strategy is a means to achieve the broader objectives of Vision 2030, diversification, addressing global challenges, and engaging the global community, global capital, in one of the biggest growth stories in our time that's taken place here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Very quickly, if I can, I saw His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, last year. I remember covering it when I was still at CNN. And he said, you know, we have this journey on the 2030, but he wants to address unemployment, which is still hovering around 12%. And I know it's on the downward trajectory. But it's a difficult job, is it not, to bring that investment to reduce the unemployment rate at the same time of living to the aspirations of how to do it wisely with the green technologies in mind. How do you balance those two in this social contract that we're talking about, Mr. Al-Falih?
Well, first of all, I think the first element is to prepare the talent for the new jobs.
So that is part of the social contract, right?
So part of the social contract, and this is a key role for both government and the private sector. Government has to provide the education and has to make sure this education and the education engine is capable. One of our vision realization program, led by no less than His Royal Highness himself, is one that's dedicated on preparing the workforce for the kingdom. And then the private sector has to take risk on the young people. The young people, whether in Saudi Arabia or anywhere else, are our hope, but as someone mentioned in the previous balance, it's a potential time bomb, if not a dividend, a demographic dividend that we can reap. And in Saudi Arabia, it is a big dividend. Our young people are our biggest resource today. We're transitioning from reliance on our non-renewable oil resources to reliance on a very renewable, very energy-rich youth of young men and women who have the right education, the right skill, the right enthusiasm, and they're committed to working with the private sector. And I know in my role currently in government and previously with Saudi Aramco, when I've called on them to do anything, they've delivered with fantastic results, fantastic productivity, fantastic longevity in terms of the sticking with their employers. So I don't see them as a burden. I see them as a resource that employers who come and invest here can benefit from them. Of course, if they want to maximize on automation, we support that too. Saudization and employment is not being forced on investors, if that's what you're asking.
No. I meant how do we bring it down with the investment tools that you're using?
I think it will happen organically and naturally rather than being forced.
Not to force it. Okay. Lord Grimstone, it's very interesting when you chair these panels because you do briefings for the week before and you have your staff get in touch. And then you have all of you in the panel come up. You know, I had this thought on my mind I want you to bring up. And one was that the Industrial Revolution was built on carbon. Very true. And we know the role of carbon in society today. But you're, as an investment minister in the UK and partnering with Saudi Arabia and the UAE and hydrogen, for example, you're seeing it as an opportunity to build the social contract, a fantastic opportunity. Define that, would you please?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, as you say, the first industrial revolution was built on coal. The industrial revolution that we're now having is built on decarbonization and the removal of coal. And I see that through investment, you can bring economic activity to parts of the country. We both have these objectives, which haven't seen economic activity for years and years and years. So I see investment fulfilling a whole range of government objectives. We are reindustrializing parts of the United Kingdom through investments that had lost their industrial base. Remarkably, the North Sea was a huge source of economic wealth to the United Kingdom because of its oil and gas for decades. Now, it's an even bigger source of wealth because of its wind. Wind in the North Sea will be more valuable than hydrocarbons were to us.
It's extraordinary. I saw Aberdeen last year when I was doing a documentary up there. It's extraordinary, the offshore wind.
It is. And that's bringing factories, because also we're using investment to drive the supply chain into these towns. These towns which used to have steel works, which used to have chemical works, we are using the challenges of net zero and investment to bring investment back into them. And my role, and like my friend, we're brothers in arms, the two of us, is to be very practical. How do we turn the investment aspirations of politicians into investable projects which investors in the private sector can then invest in? An aspiration is no use to me if I want to drive social change and economic activity. What I need is projects that people can put real money into.
Okay, I'm going to use the wise women here to kind of challenge our men from the private sector who went into government a little bit. But Lynn, you said something to me behind the stage and said that there's a role for business and government here to accelerate probably the biggest challenge of our generation. We have COP26 coming up. I'm going to Glasgow from here with our friends from APCO Worldwide to analyze what's taking place on the ground here. Are we living up to the biggest challenge of our generation? I feel like we woke up too late to the climate challenge, and we have timelines to 2050, timelines to 2060. Ambitious for certain economies to lay out those timelines, but are we really not living up to the challenge for the next generation to live in secure times? That's a social contract.
That's a huge challenge, and from where I sit, I worry a lot about the reality and walking the talk. And I love wind, I love solar, but wind and solar are not going to give us these lights, our transport, our standard of living. And there is not enough of it in the world. What we need to do desperately is we need to capture the carbon, because that's where the big step change can happen. And I'm afraid that we talk so much about renewables and that we put so much money into assets that will never have a good return.
That's the most sober analysis of ESG. So the ESG is driving that investment, but you're saying it's not going to have the payback in time?
Well, I think there's a real danger of that, and it's why the European Union is checking what kind of metrics are you putting into place on your ESG investing, because we have to go into the problem. We can't just invest in the FANG stocks because they are low energy footprints. That's where all the ESG money is going. The ESG money should be going right into the problem, should be going right into those companies that are providing our energy, providing our food, providing our cement and our steel, and cleaning that up. It's very difficult, however, which is, without a price on carbon. It is possible, and people are doing it, and it's going to be, we believe, a huge payback. But the price on carbon is where we need the governments, and COP26 has got, and the United States. Look, the United States is silent on this, and it shouldn't be, because every economist in the world knows that if we're going to solve climate, we have to give a price point on it.
Well,
Do
it's
you-
a
do you agree
pretty,
with that?
I'm not sure if everybody agrees. Bowler, I want to come back to you in just a second, but I'd love to get Minister Al-Fales. You wore the hat at Saudi Aramco. I've known you as a very efficient chief executive. That's a pretty bold statement from Lady Lynn.
Well, in terms of Lynn's commentary on the energy transition and the energy mix, I couldn't agree more. I think you would be a very effective executive for a major oil company today in communicating what has to be done. And I say it because we're going through a period now, the last few weeks, where the world is challenged with a sharp rise in energy prices because of these idealistic but not realistic movement in the last few years by the capital markets and putting pressure on the industries on investing in a way that is not balanced and not wise and not in support of managing the energy transition and achieving climate goal. And it's ironic that as we have these energy shortages, we're actually emitting more carbon because there is more switching back to coal to fill the supply gap. That's why the Kingdom, during the G20 presidency, launched the circular carbon economy, and it addresses exactly what Lynn just said, that we have to deal with carbon as part of our economy, part of our ecosystem for decades to come. Maybe one day we will not need it when the technology and the infrastructure is there and the investment done through public-private partnership that we've talked about will have matured and been installed. But during that transition, we have to continue to invest in a balanced energy portfolio that has the least impact while also doing adaptation to deal with the unfortunate side effects of climate change.
It's quite odd, the situation we're in right now, Minister, because of the ESG that Lynn was talking about, the IOCs, or the international energy companies, as they're trying to redefine themselves today, can't invest in new oil and gas projects. So it's really the state-run oil companies, the Aramcos of the world, the ADNOCs of the world, Nigerian Petroleum Company, the National Petroleum Company there, are left doing so. But the level of investment's down about 40% pre-pandemic, hence the price squeeze. But how do you get over this idea, say from Bowler's generation, that says, you know, that just sounds like an oil country that wants to pump as long as possible and is not concerned about the environment? How do we square the two? Because you need energy today and need to tackle climate change. That is a huge social issue.
Yeah, and shouldn't be left to any small group of companies, national or international companies. I mean, Saudi Aramco and ADNOC and all of the other, and Kuwait Petroleum, all of them also need to invest in the transition. So if we leave them in a corner having to put all of the capital in fossil fuels, we're also depriving them and depriving this region and other oil-rich regions from investing in a more balanced energy portfolio. So I think the right thing to do is for the global investment community, and this is a great platform, the FII, we have the big investment funds present with us today to also, and I've heard Larry Fink, I've heard Steve Schwartzman, I've heard the heads of the banks also coming to this realization. We've heard it from Lynn on this panel, that this is not the job of the NOCs or OPEC plus countries to simply focus on investing on fossil fuels until we bridge to a world more fueled with or energized by renewables. I think we have to come to that understanding at a global level. The financial markets have to be comfortable investing in this, realizing that this is not a binary. It's not 0 or 1. It's a spectrum. ESG should be seen as a spectrum, as a scorecard. And I believe if you score it right, you will find many companies that are investing in oil and gas would score very highly on the ESG score.
But this journey has a long way to run. Let's be straightforward about this. We know the beginning of this journey, and we know the end of this journey, hopefully to be net zero. It's still the case that that gap in between has to be properly determined.
Yeah, but accelerated, right? I have to wrap, so I have just 2 minutes. But Lynn, quickly, and I want to give Bowler the last word.
That's a very, very important point. And we as investors need a way to gauge the transition, because we can't go from 0 to 1 overnight. We can't turn people's lights off. So let's invest behind the companies that are part of the transition in the smartest way.
Part of the solutions right away.
Exactly.
So your generation, Bowler, I would love to just get you to wrap on how do you see the social contract? Do you see climate, as I was suggesting, the challenge of your generation? I've had people brass enough to say that the baby boomers are too spoiled. You made too much money and you have comfortable jobs. You didn't have to go to war, you know, but you're not solving the solutions. How do you see the social contract? And then we'll conclude.
Yes, so before I jump into that question, I just want to point out to the climate issues as representing young people around the globe, because we should have done so much more by now, and a lot of times global leaders come together and bring out these agendas, and we join these commitments, but we as young people are not seeing much impact. maybe it's a long-term impact, but a lot of issues that we're discussing at the COP is terrifying for the future. And when you're watching from the other side, you think, okay, they should be doing so much more, and companies should be joining for this issue, because it's not one country's or one government's or one big investment company's issue. It's a global issue that includes the poorest one to the richest one of the world. So we should be doing much more impactful work on that sense. So that's a message from young people. And for our generation, the pandemic made us look back to the infrastructure that previous generations have built. And some of the issues is that it's not inclusive. So especially in Mongolia, we have herder communities living in the countryside. We have a lot of women and young girls who are left out of education system. So the pandemic made us look back the infrastructure and the system we built and check and reevaluate if that is inclusive. So I think the biggest challenge for our generation is to reach to the people who are already left behind.
It's a good way to finish. Thanks for taking that mantle and running with the baton there, as they say. Minister Al-Faleh, great. Thanks for the invitation to come back to the initiative. I could go another 15, 20 minutes, but I think we have a very special guest joining us on stage, and we have to make the transition. Lord Grimstone, excellent as always. Bowler, thanks for your analysis, and it's nice to have a fresh voice from a new generation to challenge our generation. And Lady Lynn de Rothschild, great to see you. Thanks for handling all of that. Nice round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to have you exit stage behind us here. You know where to go. I've got one more thing to do. Thanks a lot. Excellent. Great to see you. As I noted there, we have a special guest to invite to the stage, and we talk about investing in humanity. I think it's important for us to take a look at it through the prism of Africa, and why not the most populated country on this grand continent of 205 million and growing. Again, a major oil and gas producer that's trying to make the transition, but also trying to reduce poverty and ignite the growth that it's had for the next decade post-pandemic. Let's give a warm welcome to His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, the President of Nigeria. Thank you.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Chairman of the Future Investment Initiative, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by conveying my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salam bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, for inviting me to the 5th edition of the Future Investment Initiative Summit in Riyadh. In the short period of its experience, this summit has emerged as a credible forum for interaction between the public and private sectors to explore means of advancing economic growth, development, and global prosperity. I wish to commend the organizers of this year's summit for the foresight to look at investment not only from a profitability and wealth accumulation point of view, but also bringing prosperity to humanity in general. The humane approach to investment is the only way to address the global challenges we face, especially in the COVID-19 era. We should continue to sustain our efforts to combat the COVID-19 pandemic and mitigate its negative social economic impact on our societies, build resilience, and achieve recovery. It is therefore my hope that this session will leverage on the enormous economic opportunities that lie ahead in order to satisfy the prevailing needs of our people and planet. Investing in humanity is investing in our collective survival. This is why we in Nigeria, we believe that public and private partnership should focus on increasing investments in health, education, capacity building, youth empowerment, gender equality, poverty eradication, climate change, and food security. By so doing, it will go a long way in re-energizing the global economy in a post-COVID-19 era. Nigeria's population today exceeds 200 million people. Some 70% are under 35 years old. When we came into government in 2015, we were quick to realize that long-term peace and stability of our country is dependent on having inclusive and humane policies. In the next 6 years, our government took very painful but necessary decisions to invest for a long-term prosperous future, knowing very well that this will come with short-term pains. We focused on the following areas. A, diversification from oil to more inclusive sectors such as agriculture, ICT, and mining. B, tackling corruption, insecurity, and climate change. And C, introducing a social investment program. We introduced policies that supported investment in agriculture and food processing. We provided loans and technical support to smallholder farmers through Anchor Borrowers Program. As a result, Nigeria today has over 43 mills from less than 10 in 2014. Nigeria also has over 46 active fertilizer blending plants from less than 5 in 2014. Furthermore, in agriculture, we have reformed the process of obtaining inputs such as fertilizer and seeds. We have several million hectares of available arable land and have embarked on the creation of special agricultural processing zones across the country. These initiatives, we believe, will make it easier for investors in agriculture. 2 months ago, I signed Petroleum Industry Act. The act will serve as a catalyst to liberalize our petroleum sector. It has introduced a number of incentives such as tax holidays, 100% ownership, zero interest loans, and easy transfer of funds. In addition, we have highly skilled in-country workforce and a large domestic market. In mining, we have also made several opportunities available for investors. Nigeria is a country rich in minerals from gold, iron ore, tin, zinc, cobalt, lithium, limestone, phosphate, bitumen, and many others. We have made the licensing process easier and also made extensive investment in rail and transportation. Infrastructure investment represents significant potential for investors in Nigeria. We have opportunities in seaports, rail, toll roads, real estate, renewable energy, and many others. We have created several institutions that are available to co-invest with you in Nigeria. We have the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, and more recently, I approved the creation of Infrastructure Corporation of Nigeria. These institutions are run as independent world-class institutions to make investments in the country and are available to co-invest with you. In addition, the development of social infrastructure such as healthcare and education present enormous opportunities for investors in a country of our size. Digital economy in Nigeria has many potentials for investments, as it has remained the fastest growing sector in both 2020 and 2021. Nigeria has many opportunities for investment in broadband, ICT hardware, emerging technology, and software engineering. We have recently approved the national policy on fifth generation network. Our aim is to attract investors in healthcare, smart cities, smart agriculture, among others. The benefit of real-time communication will support all other sectors of the economy. Yesterday, I launched, or the day before yesterday, I launched the e-Naira, the electronic version of our national currency, which puts us on track to become the first African country to introduce a central bank digital currency. We believe this and many other reforms will help us increase the number of people participating in the banking sector, make for a more efficient financial sector, and help us tackle illicit flow of funds. To further strengthen our anti-corruption drive, increase accountability and transparency, we have centralized government funds through Treasury single account and ensuring that all Nigerians with a bank account use a unique bank verification number. These initiatives, coupled with our nationwide national identification number exercise, reinforce our efforts to tackle corruption and fraud. We believe that this should give investors a lot of comfort as we strive to build resilience towards a sustainable economy in our various countries. Let us not forget the negative impact of climate change on our efforts to achieve this goal. Nigeria and many other countries in Africa are already facing the challenges posed by climate change. Climate change has triggered conflicts, food insecurity, irregular youth migration, rising level of sea waters, drought and desertification, as well as drying up of Lake Chad. The Lake Chad Basin region, where Boko Haram insurgency continues to undermine the peace, security, and development of the region, climate change is largely responsible for the drying up of the lake, which has shrunk by more than 85% of its original size. The diminishing size of the lake is at the root of the loss of millions of livelihoods, displacements of inhabitants, and the radicalization of teeming youth in the region who are recruited to serve as foot soldiers in insurgency. In order to redress this situation and restore the lost fortunes of the Lake Chad Basin region, strong public-private partnership through massive investments will be needed to recharge the waters of Lake Chad. I am confident that this forum will rise to the challenge in the interest of durable peace and sustainable development of our region. We cannot invest in humanity without relieving our countries from the crushing effects of the debt burden, especially when the COVID-19 pandemic has increased the risk of deepening the debt portfolio of poor countries. These nations increasingly allocate more and more resources towards external debt servicing and repayment at the expense of health, education, and other services that contribute to the overall well-being of their population. Nigeria is Africa's largest economy and most populous nation. Our economic reforms, which focus on humane investments, are ideal for investors looking to have profitable returns while positively impacting the citizenry. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, investing in humanity is the right thing to do. I strongly believe the historical underinvestment in humane projects is the genesis of most of the insecurity and socio-economic challenges the world is experiencing today. I will conclude once again by thanking the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salam bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, and also congratulate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman for their leadership and their support through the Future Investment Initiative. I remain confident that through such exchanges, the world indeed will be a better place. I hope and pray that this forum will rise to the challenge in the interest of durable peace and sustainable development. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Her Excellency Kersti Kaljulaid, former President of Estonia.
Hi all. I come indeed from Estonia. You know what? To this day, Estonia is the only society in our world you could call totally digitally transformed. Why? Because Estonian government offers all its services online, almost 100%. The only thing you cannot do online is getting married. But this is not a technical difficulty. We have chosen it to be this way. You have to show up to your own marriage. Contrary to that, when you have a baby, you don't have to go to the village office to register the birth. Because of course, when a baby is born in Estonia, in e-health registry, the doctor makes an introduction for a baby boy or a baby girl, 3 kilos, 50 centimeters, and in the background, nobody pushes any buttons even. In the background, the baby gets its digital ID. And now the parents will log on and name the baby online, from your hospital bed or from the quiet place in your home. You simply do it. You don't have to go to the crowded place and catch any diseases. Catching diseases is a big risk for babies. Nowadays, even grown-ups understand it. Estonian mothers don't understand why globally, elsewhere, people have to go somewhere with newborns to register their births. And the same applies to all services which the government offers. You realize you have passed a certain line when something goes wrong and it doesn't function for a while. A couple of years ago, we had a hiccup in our system caused by a chip maker. I will not name it, but it was one of the biggest global chip makers. And Estonians almost had a riot. Some of them had to go to a government office to renew their digital IDs. Nobody knows where are the government offices in Estonia. And some people, shock and horror, had to wait for 30 minutes to get their new digital ID up and running. And then we realized, yes, indeed, Estonia, while it is home for 7 unicorn companies by now, is a small economy. It doesn't have digital behemoths in private sector. But the societal change depends on what the government really does. And if the government has, for a generation, offered everything online, services online, in the best practice format of private sector, this really changes the society. Why? Because it's inclusive. It's inclusive, everybody in the society, young people, grown-ups, elderly, they are all involved. They are all together in this. How this happens? Well, 30 years ago, when Estonia regained its independence, private sectors were all digitalizing already. And what we did, we thought the governments globally will do very quickly to this day, we are astonished that they really didn't. We are even more astonished that people think that it is safer to carry around papers with sensitive private data and leave it in the offices, in the files, for who knows, to read. Digital is much safer. Estonian government has promised to our people that each and every time somebody looks at any file the government has on a citizen in an office, there will be a digital fingerprint. And we can see these fingerprints and we can query. And if we think this was not necessary for a government official to look at my data, then the government sues these people, takes them really to the court, because they were nosing around in the system, in the data, which they were not supposed to do. Of course, nobody in any government office has access to one person's whole data set, because this data set doesn't exist. It's in different, various databases. And only a person, himself or herself, can aggregate everything which concerns them. But yes, if you work in tax board, for example, you have access, technically, to the tax file of your, let's say, old boyfriend's new girlfriend or vice versa. Some people initially felt the urge to look. But you know, they very quickly learned that there will be seriously a fine for such an action. Why I'm telling you this? Because this is the biggest, most important element of trust between Estonian society and the government. The government has promised they will not use this data themselves or allow civil servants to use this data, not to the benefit of the citizen, but to another benefit. Be it government, be it just, being curious, it is not allowed. This is in the legal text. There is another corner point of our digital system, and that's the digital identity. Actually, it's amazing how few people in nowadays world, when we all act and transact online, probably spend 30 to 50% of our money online, how few people have access to a government-guaranteed, legally accepted and legally protected digital ID. There should be one for every citizen globally. In Europe, there is. In European Union, there has been a decision, and I believe Estonia has been a catalyzing element in this process to achieve it. 20 years after we had our digital ID, European Union took a decision that every European citizen, all 400 million, has a right to digital ID, and they have to interoperate across the European borders because the European Union is a single market. But it took 20 years to achieve this, and many people, even in the rich world, to this day, have to be anonymous online and have to act and transact using nicknames, passwords, and all these systems created by private sector, they all lack, by definition, one important element. These kind of IDs, which are not government guaranteed, supported, and developed, they do not have the legal framework which really makes them safe. Because no technology alone is safe. There has to be a legal space surrounding it, which is permissive for the technology development, but at the same time, which also makes sure that nobody can present themselves who they are really not. In Estonian system, if I log on and buy, let's say, a pack of solar cells for my own rooftop, and I buy it from an Estonian company who sends me the contract on our e-system, we are encrypted from end to end, which means that no, I'm not getting from Google or Amazon endless advertisements to buy more solar cells thereafter. It's fully encrypted, government-protected digital ecosystem. And it has changed our society. It has made our society far more equal because government is open 24/7. 365 days. Women who have a heavier homework burden, also in Estonian society, they can access the government services whenever the children are asleep. And this has changed totally our societal culture. When the pandemic started, we were able to see that almost half of the jobs which Estonians do could be done from distance. To be honest, I've been talking for more than 5 years, globally, everywhere, that geography and work are less and less linked. Nobody believed. But now, in the pandemic, everybody saw with their own eyes. But again, for Estonians, it was easier to do because also our office systems use our safe digital ID ecosystem. So going online did not pose additional risks to the data safety of any enterprise, neither public nor private. And yes, indeed, private as well, because of course our digital ID, it's like a passport. You use it in private sector and in public sector. There is no differentiation. You must not have different systems for private and for public if they are digital ID systems. Why? Because you don't have two passports for transactions with government and for transactions with the private sector. Digital ID is simply a modern passport. It is simply something which helps you to act and transact online, but it has all the necessary characters of a passport. Sometimes people ask that, how do you then do things? Then a hospital has a digital ID, a police office has a digital ID, a company has a digital ID. No, they don't. Role management remains exactly like it was in the analog world. A CAO can represent a company, but they can do it with their digital passport, not only with their analog passport. We also use in Estonia the technology which is environmentally friendly, because our keyless signature infrastructure, even if it resembles Bitcoin that much that for years people were looking, maybe the one who created Bitcoin and blockchain is really Estonian. They weren't. KSI, our technology, also gives you a signature, encryption, and timestamp, but it is environmentally far more friendly. It uses far less energy, and it is extremely important that while we are going through the green turn, we are able also to digitalize our systems in an efficient way. Lots of energy can be saved if you are using correct tools for correct operations. Blockchain is used in Estonian digital ecosystem, but it is used where you really need it. It is when some service adjusts data sets in different systems and needs to do it exactly in the same second. Then we do use blockchain. For example, we have a proactive service where Estonian people do not have to apply because the government knows they are entitled to this service. It is a top-up to our retired people's pension if they live alone. Well, we live in a cold country, heating your house is an expensive thing to do, and therefore we've decided to pay a top-up to pensions of single living pensioners. And they don't have to apply. They don't have to know such a service exists because our data sets will demonstrate. They live alone, they are retired, and the top-up automatically arrives on their bank account. You see where you need blockchain in this model. It's an event-based service which involves data sets changing in various databases at the same time. And this is where Estonian e-government model is nowadays moving. Because people ask, why do I have to apply for a service? You know I need a service. Let's come back to the beginning of a life. Baby is born. We have an universal child support system in Estonia. Now, why should parents go and apply for this child support? The state knows there is a baby. The state knows that the parents, well, have bank accounts because they pay taxes. Therefore, the state can logically just start payments to parents. Parents did not need to apply. Technically, this is not a necessity. And we have now about 80 services in our government portfolio, which we call event-based proactive services, which will be offered to people without the demand by the citizen. It is a high trust element in the system because now you are moving to the area where systems do aggregate data from various parts of the government database and draw conclusions about citizens. But since these services are only used helping citizens, and the government, well, has strict regulations and rules in place, for example, if they want to go through a criminal investigation, to follow people, you have still to get a special order. It is not, possible to do against the person any investigation in the systems. But to support the person, to pay a top-up to pension, this is possible in Estonia. And these well, differentiations are extremely, extremely important, because the only way citizens trust digitally transformed societies is if they know that they are still those who control their own data, and they only allow it to be used to their own benefit. Has to be in legal text. In our case, also this new digital proactive government, we are right now going through work in our ministries and parliament to come to this new agreement, how these proactive services can be used, and also at which point people need to have opt-ins and opt-outs, because some people may not want even these positive services to be offered to them automatically, and they must have an opportunity to therefore opt out. Many people in the world have asked me that what is the best place to start digitalizing your societies? And many often think it is the digital voting, because many have also big diasporas and they want these part of their societies to participate. Well, my suggestion is never start with a high trust service. Start with little services which people can use and see it is safe. Registering children to school or kindergarten, applying for social support. This is also good to be done online, because then your neighbors do not see that you are applying, and in Estonian society sometimes you don't want, for example, people to know that you are on social support. So these kind of services should always go first. And I even have a dream. You know, I've been working as UN Global Advocate for Women and Children for half a year now. And I've realized that many countries do not have digital population registries. They should have. And they should start by registering online the birth of each and every baby globally. I'm back to where I started, to the end of my presentation. But it is extremely important that globally no birth goes unnoticed. Do you know how many do nowadays? 20%. I see also in developing countries there are governments who are interested in digitalizing their public registries. Some have done so. My dream is that globally every citizen becomes a global digital citizen at the moment when they are born. Then we can offer them vaccinations, food support, education. Then we can be sure that nobody is lost on this planet. And this is my call to all governments globally. Please make this possible, that your future generations could be a true global digital citizens. Yes, it offers great economic opportunities. Yes, we can dream of a global services market. People working from Tunisia or from Fiji in Estonian bookkeeping, for example, or, well, writing code to somebody in Iceland. But we should start from really low ambition, getting every child globally registered online, making sure that nobody is lost on this planet. We have catalyzed from Estonia a lot of digital governance thinking globally. We have established e-governance academy together with UNDP. I believe we have had a huge influence on European e-governance prowess, but my dream is global. We should all be globally connected but legally protected digital citizens of a global society. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Annelies Kerr, data futurist and founder, Kerr Global.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a warm welcome. I'm really pleased to see so many here today, and I'm just going to jump into it straight away and tell you that the proof is in the data. Now, I'm just looking to get my first slide up here, which should be If you could go one back, please. So now you've seen all my slides. Yes. What is certain today is that cultural forces and tectonic shift in technologies, values and beliefs all demand a whole new vision for business and our common future. Curiosity is a valuable skill in cultivating new thinking and asking better questions about the future. In fact, curiosity really matters. Harvard research shows that nurturing curiosity is vital to critical thinking and business performance. And when the CEO of Dell, Michael Dell, was asked about, so Michael, tell me, what do you think are the most important attributes of the CEOs of the future? And he said, I would place my bet on curiosity. The question, however, is, what does it take to develop and foster a culture of intelligent curiosity? Well, first of all, I would like to suggest that we redraw our map for success. When we look back at the 20th century, it was very left-brain focused. Capital P in leadership was that of profit, and it seemed to really be the only parameter for measuring progress. But increasingly, as we navigate into the future and the next century, a whole-brain outlook with a purpose beyond just profit informs a whole new norm. And the principles are really simple, because once we balance people and planet with a purposeful ethos to maths, then we engage in inclusive thinking, feeding into our environment rather than just feeding off it, and that leads to sustainable performance. This is also the methodology that we use when we collect data. We scan the scientific and social dimension of society and explore also the softer emotional and spiritual drivers of society in order to get that whole brain outlook that is so needed in order to navigate what is ahead. And the fact that something is hard to quantify doesn't make it any less important. On the contrary. So, looking in a global context, I think one of our biggest challenges today is short-termism. Rather than just firefighting the present, it is time to create those long-term maps of the future. And as really a futurist, deep futures is key to how I think, and I always look with the 4P lens of people, planet, purpose, and performance in order to really understand what are our current and future challenges and how do we best adapt the futurist mindset. So I also, as a futurist, look back to look forward, and I like really bold forecasts. I looked back to 1929, and I found this amazing quote from John Maynard Keynes, who predicted in 1929 that by 2030, growth in the developed world would have slowed, and a 15-hour work week would be the reality because, as he put it, we would have enough to lead the good life. So, in a current context, I think it's safe to say we are all looking for inspiration, and the long-term impact of the pandemic is really hard to forecast, but what we've seen is the acceleration of many socio-economic trends, and they're already on our radar. And at this conference, I have created the Trend Compass, which is basically a strategic framework containing some of the core building blocks of the future, and it enables us to see the big picture in the present while we tap into the future. So this compass really contains all of the data points, the trends that we've seen, and it's interesting to see when we speak to CEOs, 4 in 5 CEOs now tell you that they are spending more time than ever looking into foresight and scenario work. This is really a compass for navigating really and making sense out of what is happening now in order to go a little bit more open-minded into the future. You see the big picture, tapping into new opportunities. And I like what the business guru Peter Drucker once says. He says that long-range planning does not deal with future decisions, but with the future of present decision. So without doubt, successful organizations of the future will be those that adopt a 4P bottom line, factoring in people, planet, purpose, and profit, and in that order. And I would say that from our data that we have collected for the FII and for this event, it's clear to see that values are the new best baseline. So investing in both the rational and emotional dimension of tomorrow's society will be crucial for humanity. So again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You will see a little bit more of me over the next 3 days. I will be presenting 6 data stories that came out of the research we did, and this is the compass we will be using to navigating the new norm. Thank you very much.
Work, as we know it, is transforming. Demographics, the global flow and dynamic of talent will change. While some societies are aging, others are getting younger. But every age group and every job is experiencing the impact of technology. Small businesses are still the backbone of most economies, generating positive social impact through entrepreneurship. Transitioning to greener models of production for companies of all sizes and limiting consumption will be good for jobs, as well as for the global economy. Innovation and entrepreneurship are critical factors to value creation across sectors, and all enabled by technology. Technology can and will destroy some jobs, but has great potential to create countless others. Positive transformation is closely tied to our capacity to respond to what's ahead. The ability to learn, create, and adapt will define the winners of the 21st century.
Well, thank you, Annalise. That was fascinating and a great kickoff to our panel. Given we have short time and so much to discuss, and this is such an important topic, I want to jump right in and not belabor introductions, which are all in the app. As we listened to Annalise's observations and watched the movie, clearly there is so much in the world on the job growth front that is not just the province of government or just the province of the private sector, but really a partnership and a global goal and problem to develop and drive inclusive growth. Our host country is represented by Andrew on this panel of the PIF, and I wonder if I can ask you to kick us off on how you think about driving inclusive growth, and in particular, the challenges, as we saw in the video, of driving growth when the nature of work is changing so much.
Well, thank you, Sheila. I would say that from the top view that we just heard is the 21st century and job creation is the domain of governments and politicians. In fact, platforms for politicians is to actually create jobs. So that's a winning political argument. But the complexity in job creation in the digital century, when you throw in the tipping points of ESG that we've been focused on at this conference, and if you look at the geopolitical situations on supply chains, then top-down national industrial strategies for the 21st century have to be human capital centric and training and education centric. And my fellow panelists are going to talk a lot about that. But we've got to keep remembering, as much as I like listening to bankers and people who provide financial services, we actually consume goods, products, real things. Okay, we're sitting on real chairs. We're in a real auditorium. And that means the movement of goods in the digital age has to be based on quality, not just quantity. The human experiment and lifestyle. So Vision 2030 here in Saudi Arabia, which I'm very privileged to be a part of, is all about, I've got an oil economy, but I've got a new century. And a visionary leader and a visionary government working with the private sector is creating new institutions for public-private partnerships to actually invest in the human capital, to invest in the training, the digital skills, in the headwind of job elimination by automation. The last 10 years, jobs are disappearing. 30% of all professions can be automated. Soon, within 5 years, 60% of all professions can be automated. That's a very scary thought if you're managing a workforce. So how do I transition, that word transition, okay, to this new type of work, okay, with the COVID experiment now bringing digital ahead of itself? Here in the kingdom, we're very digital. We are working on new energy. We are working on a top-down industrial strategy for the 21st century on quality in sectors like food and agriculture, water, medtech, new energy, defense, cyber, and digital. I think that's the type of approach, and business needs to be right there at the table because government alone cannot handle this complexity. And Larry Fink said it earlier, inclusive means everybody has to be at the table and get the power of many.
Thanks so much. Actually, that's a great segue to ask our politician on the panel, Maliki, how you think about it. I mean, Singapore has been a model of that kind of partnership and that kind of growth for many years. And many countries and many people in the audience are familiar with Singapore and have seen ways that others have tried to emulate some of that drive.
Sure. Yeah.
What do you see going forward in terms of how Singapore approaches these issues?
Well, thank you very much. We've had a very short history, but in that history, we've done quite remarkably, I would imagine, to look at how you transform a third world country into a first world with industrialization and continuing to be able to look at opportunities. And one of the things that has driven Singapore is really the recognition that we don't have natural resources, and the only resource we have is actually human capital. So human resources is the key. But as we move along in any developing country, you need to be also mindful of changing demographic profiles. And Singapore is fast aging today. And Andrew spoke about human capital. We are now also investing significantly on human potential. You have to invest in R&D. You need to be able to look at what your people are capable of doing because of the transformation that's happening around them. And with an aging population, you also need to invest in the human potential at the later ages, what you are capable of doing, because otherwise you will be having a pool of resource, 50, 60-year-old feeling displaced. And that's the last thing you want to do. And so when we talk about partnership between the government and the private sector, it's really about looking at it collectively together and involving not just the employers, but also the trade unions, because they are the ones who are very important. These are the labor unions who will have a role to play in galvanizing the workforce to say that you need to train, retrain, train again, and retrain again, because that's really important. From government's perspective, the ability and willingness to invest in resources is critical too.
Thank you. Actually, that train and train and train again makes me think of the wonderful work that's been done at the Kuwait Investment Authority. I mean, you're well known among your employees for offering initial training and then training at later stages in their career. Can you talk a little bit about how that affects both those employees, but also your ability to retain great people and really develop them within Kuwait?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. Kuwait Investments Authority, which is known KIA, it's one of their main strategy is to focus on human capital growth and sustainability. And the KIA has been investing a lot of money in human, just whether they are staff of KIA or they are just like Kuwaitis, And we run that through different programs. The program number one is the MBA program, which we ask people to just go and pick one of those top 20 universities around the world, bring me, you're accepted there, and then we'll scholarship all that program, and then you don't have to be part of KIA or part of any Kuwait society, whether private or public sectors. And then it's been running for years and years, which is, a great program, I think. The other program is also we invest in is training a new fresh graduate from the schools. Usually they are coming from United States, from England, anywhere from the world, even from Kuwait universities, and we take all those people, train them in-house, and send them outside also. We utilize our relationship with a lot of big managers, you know, the names has been here, all of them, and they train there for a few months, 3 months, 4 months, whatever it takes, until they get back and come and work, whether work for KIA or work outside of KIA. But at least something, we invest in a human. We raise their quality of training so they can be well educated and well maintain their job. The third one, which is I think it's all over the institution, is the in-house training for the staff of the in-house. Also, the staff send outside for a month or two, spending in special, because wherever they are they work in hedge funds or work in any other asset class, then we'll send them to the right people, to the specialist companies where they can be trained also and come back and work again. So the training has no limit, actually. And as I said earlier, we spend a lot of money for upgrade the skills of all the people works either at IKIA or for Kuwait society in general.
Thanks. I think what we keep hearing a bit thematically over and over is both the human capital element and a bit of a creation of an ecosystem, creating a cycle that works and is regenerative. And actually, Ahmed, backstage when we were talking about some of your work, which is so fascinating to be in so many different industries and in frankly, an area that people don't spend enough time, what's going on in Africa and in all the areas in which you invest. You had given a great example, and it actually goes back to what Andrew said about making real stuff. Do enough of us, a lot of people here, including myself, don't make things.
I want to give credit to the government, because without the help of the Ministry of Petroleum, we would not have been able to do that. But the example is very clear. Egypt is transitioning to a natural gas from a liquid products dominated economy. And it is building a network of natural gas. But there are a lot of communities outside of the reach of the natural gas network, because you're not going to make a huge investment of a pipeline 500 kilometers away in order to serve a small community. The investment is not, you don't have a return on that particular investment. So what the government has done is to create a framework whereby we could move natural gas via trucks from CNG stations that are nearby, 300, 400 kilometers away, and move this natural gas to this community and then build the network around this particular community. This has a huge impact, because it has a huge impact on the mining sector, who used to generate electricity out of diesel. It has an impact on agriculture, because now you can do hybrid solar and natural gas powered stations. And it has an impact on the household, because by connecting the household, you have removed the LPG, and you have a network of natural gas serving 20, 25,000 people. So you've employed a lot of fitters, you've employed a lot of truck drivers, because you need to move the CNG via truck to this particular community. You have improved the productivity of the economy as a whole by removing unuseful modes of using liquid products, and you substituted via a combination of natural gas and solar. And on top of that, you have improved the households. So you have created an entire ecosystem of around one particular point. And you have no imagination the number of people who are substantially saving a lot of money, generating employment. And I think it's a great idea. And I think the Ministry of Petroleum deserves a lot of credit for doing that.
Thanks. It's interesting as we think about this ecosystem, as we've gone from macro to micro, basically, and think about intersections. Because as we've been discussing, we've focused on the broad, we've spent some time particularly on making things, but we're also in a digital economy. And there are many who say that the two are not coexisting happily together. What do you see, and Andrew, I'm going to come to you first. If you think about AI, you think about blockchain, but you also think about people that need to be in manufacturing or that have expanded natural gas pipelines in the most recent example we've just discussed. Can they intersect? How do they intersect? Is one damaging the other, or is there a happy coexistence and development?
Well, I think we've used the word transition quite a bit. Just heard about gas and energy transition in Egypt. We've also need to use the word transition when we go away from this notion of data is a problem to data is a resource, all the way up to AI. I'm on the boards of Salesforce and IBM. I'm also on the board of a bank. I'm also on the board of Aramco. I love working these intersections. I love the things I'm doing in my new role where I'm cutting across this dynamic that human capital needs to embrace. Because machines, when they get all the way to AI, cognitive computers, okay, are going to need humans. Okay, humans will coexist. Maybe we'll need less of the traditional jobs, but we'll need a lot more of the new jobs. The glass half full view of that is economic expansion brought by knowledge of the AI kind will create, the pie will get bigger, as Anna Botin said on the panel this morning, such that we'll have new types of jobs being created, which is why what the minister said about, both ministers, about training and education. What I worry and lament about is public sector training and education is lagging this development. So unless you're in countries who are forward thinking, and I'm living in the US is definitely not doing this. So the private institutions are doing it. Private universities, private schools, private enterprise. At Dow, we were actually a training school and a university to get ready for this not either or, but and. Okay, Jim Collins, right? The power of and means I can transition workers, and I'm going to need new skills in that workforce because I'm going to have new tools. And think of AI as a tool. Think of drones and robots as tools, 21st century tools. Okay, so I need to get the human-machine interface reskilled. My existing workforce, so we don't leave them behind, and of course my kids, the new workforce. And oh, by the way, there's another thing that's going on. Entrepreneurialism is becoming global. Youth is loving the idea of discovery and founding companies and creating an innovation ecosystem from schools all the way to startups, and the kingdom's doing a lot of that, but I know these countries are too. This, for me, is the new growth economy. Innovation of the founder kind. Whoever said it the other day, let the unicorns come, okay? I think this is where we need to skill our new workforce.
It's fascinating, you know, actually, as you said that, I'm reminded of a story. One of my partners at B Capital, Howard Morgan, who's a famous investor really in the 70s, he got the first computer engineering degree from Cornell. And the view was, why would you need a degree in that? And will we do refrigeration engineering next? It's not a big thing, is it? And here we are today. And we're still facing some of those same dilemmas. Do we value education in the right way? Are we educating from the earliest stages all the way through people in their 50s and 60s in the things they really need to know for jobs of tomorrow? Education's in your portfolio. So this one, obviously, Maliki, should come to you a bit in terms of that macro level,
Yes.
because education seems to be a huge debate in the political arena.
Yes, it always is.
Always?
Always is.
Always.
You know, especially in Singapore, I'm sure in many other countries too, something goes wrong, it's because of the education system. You know, have you developed people enough? Have you trained people enough? So I think what we need to do is to acknowledge the need for us to be nimble in the education system. It's no longer one that focuses only on literacy and numeracy, but really looking at the larger picture, looking at giving students tools to be able to be used in different circumstances. We also need to start looking at the notion of interdisciplinary learning right from the very beginning to see that it's not just silo learning of different subjects, but also how you integrate those subjects, and you start that training and the mindsets of our students looking at the diversity of information, and to be able to give them tools to integrate those information. That becomes critical, because in future, whenever something comes in, you are already ready, and you embrace this diversity, you embrace the notion of integration. So even at the university level, we're beginning to look at not just learning to be a medical practitioner. You need to appreciate what it means to be a doctor with regards to technology, with regards to telemedicine and stuff that relates to that. COVID is a good example of how you need to embrace technology and how technology can change lives, at the same time save lives. It is because of technology and ability to use big data, for example. In Singapore, we were able to do contact tracing, to be able to ring-fence potential infections, and all of a sudden people realize how technology can actually change the way we look at things, the way we live. And one aspect of education that we are promoting in Singapore, for example, is this new theme or mantra called "You are learning for life," right from the day you start school, because it's not just about getting to the university degree, but it's really about being ready to come back and acquire new skills whenever it's required.
I think that's actually a great segue to thinking about maybe the second half of our conversation, and Annalise is going to jump back in. But really, as you think about this development, learning for life, I love that phrase. How do we create job growth that also enhances sustainability, goals in climate change, green economy? And I think, Annalise, you share a few things with us and bring it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. What an interesting discussion. I would say that some of the things that I've heard, and it's very inspiring, is that really inclusivity, trust, and well-being define current conversations about work. Also, I was inspired by an interview recently. Larry Fink, he sees actually that ESG being integrated into every asset and every action already in the next 4 or 5 years. And I think that is really key to why a global green and digital transformation or transition offers rich opportunities, and we can already see some of the people who are leading that transition is here on the stage. And it is also very important for addressing today's concern that we understand the next 10 years, looking at 2030, because when we speak about status quo is already 2030. We are already there. What we can see from some of the data that's been running, some of the things that we have been gathered, we downloaded the last data last night, is that the green transition could be an engine of growth across many sectors. And the business case for green investment initiatives, infrastructures, and innovations, as we've heard, has never been stronger. In fact, as well, according to the UN, they estimated already back in 2018 that we will see 65 million new low-carbon jobs by 2030. And also in that mix, entrepreneurship, SMEs, because they are the backbones of our economies. But of course, in that context, again, not to forget that access to those entrepreneurs, access to finance is so crucial. And let me just round off here with a sort of wild card, because obviously being Nordic, Danish, Swedish, we've already seen the case study in Iceland. They now have a 4-day work week, and this is key to boost the bottom line for organizations, because again, a shorter work week could increase people's well-being and productivity, and of course also resulting in a greater talent retention and innovation capacity while reducing the pressure on our planet. And again here, one of the data is that if the UK would shift to a 4-day work week without reduction in pay, they could shrink the UK's carbon footprint by 127 million tons per year by 2025. So that's really staggering that the well-being of people could be combined with the well-being of planet.
Thanks, Annalise. Those are some astonishing statistics. And as we think about this movement and this effort. Really, it comes down to global investors embracing this. One of the organizations that has been embracing this is the One Planet Initiative, which I know KIA has been a leading proponent of. Trying to bring investment into this space and still meet your return goals, not the easiest thing in the world. How do you think about the One Planet Initiative, and what drew KIA to underwrite this so strongly?
Okay, well, KIA is really believing in climate change and those all initiatives. Back in 2017, when the One Planet Sovereign Wealth Fund created, KIA was one of those founders to these initiatives. And we bring a lot of different sovereign wealth funds, assets managers, and we took it from $3 trillion collective amount to $30+ trillion. And we've been doing that in, organizing all the information we have with all of our partners within these initiatives. And I must say that the President of France, Mr. Macron, is really giving this initiative a lot of his attention. So every time we meet, he's there in person. He can share with us all the information that he has. Definitely, this is not an easy job. You have to work with government regulations. You have to try to fund a good investment with a good return, rather than just say, okay, I'm gonna just spend this money and no returns. This investor wouldn't really be interested to invest in that. Other initiatives, which is also established early 2020, is called the SMI, and also the initiative by the Highness Royal of Prince of Wales, and KIA is also one of the founders. Same thing. We're talking about climate change, we're talking about green, we're talking about all the initiatives being discussed today and yesterday, even if you been listening to what His Royal Highness, His Highness the Emir Mohammed bin Salman, when he was in the grand opening yesterday of the Saudi Green, he says a lot of those initiatives which we will be participating as a KIA in finding the way to do the green thing, to help the climate, they reduce the the temperatures, whatever, especially in our region, which has become year on year as high records, and that's all these initiatives is very important to KIA, and will be investing in those initiatives as long as at the end it will be for the environment and for the benefit of the people who will be living in longer than probably what we will be living. But anyway, this initiatives is not easy tasks. It's going to be take a long of time, years and years to do. But at least start. Let's start. Let's put all our force together, and then we can be reaching our goals, in the future, hopefully.
Thanks. I think as we think about that initiative and broadly about bringing sustainability into the workforce and into the global economy, one of the last statistics Annalise gave, maybe I can use to provoke a quick fire controversy. Quick answers, but Ahmed, I'm going to start with you, but try to get everybody to give an answer. Annalise shared with us, and we've seen many other statistics that show during COVID, when people weren't going into the office, our footprint as a society, as a global enterprise, was so much lower. Low carbon, low usage of transport, et cetera. But we also were low contact, and humans aren't built that way.
That's right.
So remote work, here to stay, hybrid, or everybody's going back?
Hybrid.
And then I'll go down the road, but you get to be first.
Definitely hybrid. Yeah. In my view, that's. But there is an important point beyond this debate. I think Mr. Livres has said something very important regarding the power of ends. I think we need to move in every investment to make sure that we improve the carbon footprint. But to think that we are going to go from 100 kilometers relying on hydrocarbon to zero is impossible. And people need and government need to influence the balance and the speed, because otherwise you will see volatility in oil markets like what's happening today. Era of underinvestment have caused a spike in oil prices, and that type of enormous volatility in markets are not useful for industry, for economies, for everybody. So people need to be careful.
Andrew, what's your quick answer on remote?
Well, it has to be hybrid, but I think it tilts to more in-presence than remote. I think humans want creativity by being together, and if the new kind of work is ecosystems around innovation, innovation occurs by us being together, okay? And I think that means it may be an 80-20 thing, it won't be 100-0, but a hybrid, yes.
Well, I want to just give a different perspective to hybrid, because hybrid has this tendency to imply that you have a mix of both. But it really depends on the circumstances, you know. In some sectors, you can go remote, and at the same time, you find your own network of relationships separately from the working environment. So therefore, what's critical is really to acknowledge the fact that human beings need interactions, human beings need socialization, human beings need to ensure that mental health and mental well-being status continues to be well taken care of. It doesn't mean that necessarily has to be the work colleagues that does that, so you can still do remote for efficiency of your work and business, at the same time manage your well-being, ensuring that there's still this network of relationship they can continue to establish. So hybrid in a different sense, I would imagine.
Got it?
Well, I would not really into remote at KIA, because I need to see all the people in the office. I need to meet with them in person. I need to see their reaction, rather than just bring one or two remotely and then everybody is staying at home. But yes, remote is good and hybrid is good in different industrials, but not as a Kuwait Investment Authority manage those assets, So we do remote when we need to talk to managers who cannot come to Kuwait, for example. We'll meet them virtual, we'll discuss, we'll share all the documents virtual. But inside KIA, unless you have an really excuse that he cannot bring you to the office, then you can stay, you can work from remotely. Otherwise, no, I need everyone to be working, at the
You're voting for coming back. And look, the audience here today and the great attendance here at FII and the fun we've had talking as a panel tells you people like contact, as Willie said. People like being together. So our project is to work on low carbon footprint, low impact on our environment, but not low contact. And with that, I'd love to thank the panel, thank Annalise.
And I think I just have the last word for looking to 2050 and what's next. I think what we've heard is seismic change is ahead for the workplace. And also some of the biggest concern, which we often hear here, is the human-machine partnership. But I think it will spark sustainable performance. Historically, technology has always created more jobs than it has destroyed, but we must build the capacity and skills needed today to respond what's ahead. And I think the key is really education, as we've heard, lifelong learning, equality, and access to finance, because that's the only way that we can offer inclusive opportunities for all. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to the panel. Thank you all.
I do it.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Richard Quest, anchor CNN.
Hello. Right. You're here. Everybody knows where they are. Very good afternoon to one and all.
Perfect.
We have with us today, we have Lev Mostere from CEO of Euroclear. Forgive me for mangling your last name, I apologize. It won't be the first, so not the last. Next is John Studuskinski from the Vice Chair of PIMCO. Good to see you, sir. Yes.
Yes.
I think your chair might go up, but I'm not sure it does.
If you do this, you can hit
Did you discover the button?
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute, it's on the right side.
Yeah.
There we go.
This is like Alice in Wonderland.
On the right side, you can go further. Andre Estevez is the senior partner at Banco BTG, and Ken Morales is the chair of Morales and Company. The panel discussion is on debt. John? Debt. Geopolitics and debt, how to prevent the next financial crisis. The only thing I keep hearing from everybody is that the financial world is worried about the large amount of debt out there that's been taken on, particularly by emerging markets. And let's not go into the reasons why. There were valid reasons for taking on the debt, but now it's too much. Go ahead.
Richard, thank you. I think we have to pause and remember this conference and this period in history, because I look back on the financial crisis in 2008, where the world was very much joined up, and it was a major crisis, you'll recall, that dealt with liquidity and counterparty risk. But what was impressive is the world was joined together as one. The United States, the Fed, the Bank of England, the ECB, the People's Bank of China, the Bank of Japan, they spoke daily, and the world financial institutions were coordinated. And that, to a certain extent, was the beginning of what we called at PIMCO, Richard, the new normal. We're here today, and the new normal has come to an end. And this is really, and it's very much timely with this conference, the age of transformation, heralded by brown to green, digital, and a redistribution of wealth or common prosperity. So while there is a lot of debt in the world, to your question, it's putting a lot of pressure on monetary policy to become a little more measured, and it's going to challenge whether fiscal policy is going to have a role.
We'll come to that. Sir, too much debt at the moment.
I think I'm not so worried about specifically on that, but I would say that worries me more is the anomaly on fiscal and monetary policy. And in order to make a response of managing the overall global debt, I would say the normalization of monetary policy should be the first step. I think we are considering inflation transitory. The central economies are growing above 5%. Inflation is above 5%. And we are still practicing quantitative easing in most of the economies.
Right. I'll come back to that, but I want us to stick with that for 1 second, if I may. Yeah. Because the fear is that, particularly for emerging and developing economies, the debt that has been taken on, for whatever reason and however justifiable, becomes unsustainable towards a normalization of policy.
I don't think so. I think that is manageable as long as you produce sound economic policies, right? Of course, overall global levels of indebtedness are higher, which means that we need to be more responsible, fiscally speaking, on the medium and long term. So having said that, I think it's manageable.
And what I would add is that it matters a lot to which purpose the debt is taken on. And I think it is specifically interesting to make that point in this country. This country has huge infrastructure projects, has huge financing initiatives to modernize and to transform the country. And taking on that to that purpose, it's not a problem in my view. In my view, it is something for which the international investors are very interested in order to invest in that type of infrastructure project.
Right, this is the idea that debt for investment is obviously good versus debt for consumption.
Exactly.
But why is it on Questioning's Business, again and again and again, I have people like the World Bank and the IMF saying we are now starting to be concerned at the level of debt indebtedness because, remember taper tantrum, that's not going to happen, but something similar could.
Well, I think that's because once you give somebody a job to worry about something, their job is to worry about it. So that's what they're going to do when they talk to you. But, you know, I do think it's very interesting when you talk about debt today. You know, 5 or 6 of the largest companies in the world have zero debt, or almost no debt. Aramco, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Tesla.
Alphabet.
So this idea that you need debt to fund, what's spectacular about the world today is that they're willing to give tremendous value to growth and equity. And I actually believe it's the wrong time to be taking on debt. And let me just say one more thing, Richard. You know, this is, in the US at least, I've heard this cash is trash thing because it doesn't have yield. Cash is an option. People don't realize being debt-free and having a very healthy balance sheet, whether you're a country or a company or an organization, is an option on uncertainty in the future. It's a very valuable option. When adversity hits, you can't go backwards at that moment. So I do think this whole idea of people taking on debt to maximize the rate of return on every incremental dollar is a very large mistake, and you lose the optionality to take advantage of big opportunities.
Right, so the French finance minister, Bruno Le Maire, John, said to me, why would I not borrow? I'm borrowing virtually at negative rates or barely positive rates. Why would I not borrow for infrastructure? And that is the current debate in the US, isn't it? Why would I not borrow more for infrastructure at these rates?
Yeah, Richard, I think people are now focused very much on other ways of, to Kenny's point, growing the economy, and they're not. Everyone knows borrowing is, money has to be paid back. Everyone knows that the fiscal stimulus we've just undertaken over the last 2 years has to be paid back. And you can find different ways through inflation of trying to manage that. But the reality is, borrowing doesn't necessarily resolve it. You've never become wealthy through borrowing. Remember that. I mean, people forget that. People think borrowing is just postponing. It's a form of reallocation in the short term. It's not necessarily creating wealth. So interest rates are low, and interest rates may well stay low, but we all know they may rise slightly, but they're not going to rise because there is 3 times more debt today than there was at the time of the financial crisis.
I mean, that's a very worrying statistic.
Well, it's a general statistic. It's somewhere around 2.5, 3 times. But that's an important statistic just not to forget. And it basically supports your whole line of questioning.
I think a straight answer for your question should be, because one day rates will not be zero.
Yes.
And it will happen.
Right.
For sure.
And what I'm hearing now, and it was at the annual meetings a couple of weeks ago, is that there is a general expectation that there will have to be a restructuring of many developing economies' debt. Write-offs, re-extensions, whatever you want to do it. But there's going to have to be a come-to-market moment for debt. Do you agree?
Not necessarily, because first, let's divide sovereigns and corporates. I agree with Ken's comment that if you look at corporate debt overall, I don't think corporations in the world with high levels of debt, historically speaking. I would say quite the opposite. I think corporations are in a healthy balance sheet at this stage because people made money in the last period or the last cycle. Going to sovereigns, I think, again, the issue is less the picture about that, but it's the dynamic, how you manage your macroeconomic balance sheet, right? So if you have sound fiscal policy, you can live with higher levels of debt. If you have irresponsible fiscal policy, you cannot even afford lower levels of debt. So I would say that the economic Bible is very well known for everybody right now. And
so how concerned... Yeah.
But Richard, one of the things that bothers me about your line of questioning is you're treating debt like it's its own little universe. And we're spending a lot of time in this conference talking about infrastructure, investing in green. We're talking about the digital transformation and how the emerging world has been changed a lot, particularly during COVID in the use of technology and Wi-Fi and communication. So you've got to look at these economies that we're talking about, even in places like Africa and Southern Asia and Latin America. They're all being transferred with many things happening simultaneously, not just the issue of debt.
I agree. Go ahead.
Yeah, and maybe I would add and flag also the different approach that the European Commission is taking now. After the financial crisis, we saw that the reaction was mostly austerity. We don't want to add debt. And it has created its problems of its own, what we have seen in Greece and the likes. And now with the new EU, the next EU programs that will issue 800 billion of debt, mostly looking at infrastructure, digitalization, healthcare, and climate, I think this is an approach that has all the merits.
But the mutualization of debt through the EU, which is what we're talking about here, was highly controversial.
It is highly controversial for a number of reasons, but I think it has great prospects as well. And we
Until they come back for a second and third tranche.
And we see that investors are very attracted to it. The latest green bond of the EU, 12 billion that was issued, had an interest of 135 billion for it. So there is a lot of demand also. There is willingness to invest in these instruments.
I'm more skeptical, bordering on cynical than the rest of you. Born out of Latin America debt crisis, African debt crisis, Paris Club restructuring, London Club restructuring, and everything I'm hearing, Ken Rollis, is that there's another restructuring going to be required. I take your point, John. I take your point. But I wonder, even though it's designed for infrastructure, has too much debt been taken on? Either of you?
Well, can I say one thing? I was sitting at dinner last night with a large regulated bank, and they were talking about how the regulations today, daily P&L, daily risk management, daily monitoring, and I was thinking it's completely, so what happens is you solve the crisis of 10 years ago, and then you turn it into a crisis of the future. I said that for risk management, there was not one question, how's your client relationship? What's your reputation like? Who are you dealing with? And I continue to believe that relationships and the quality of the business you're doing are the most serious risk management tool you have, but that's impossible. That's all I ask. Every day at the firm, I ask our bankers, how are we doing with our client? How's our relationship? And the rest takes care of itself. So I do think we're chasing the metrics of 2007 to try to stop the crisis of 2025, and I don't think, as usual, they'll be looking in their rearview mirror.
So if we are at risk of doing that, what is the crisis that comes, what is the financial issue, in your view, that comes out of the pandemic crisis? Assume the pandemic lasts, whether it's another year, 18 months, 6 months, whatever. But as we come out of it, what is the overhang financial crisis that awaits us?
Richard, I think the topic of this panel is also debt and geopolitics. And I think since, Kenny's point, since 2008, the whole allocation of debt with the World Bank, the IMF, and all the supporting of the emerging markets has taken on a decidedly much more political taint. I mean, this is not the 50s and 60s where there was a much more arm's length relationship. You've got the role of the Belt and Road Initiative in certain parts of the world that the Chinese government has played. You've got the evolving controversy around debt that's being provided by the World Bank and the IMF. So this has become, in the last 10 years, very political. And it's not nearly as straightforward as people...
More dangerous if it's more political.
I don't know if it's more dangerous. I don't know if we can make...
Risky.
Can you make that generalization really about... Because it's going to be different country by country, economy by economy, industry by industry.
Okay. I see what you're saying, but if it is more geopolitical as a result, what is the risk of which we need to be aware because of that?
I think there is a clear one, inflation. And from two causes of inflation, a microeconomic one, which is disruption of global supply chains, and two macroeconomic ones, very expansionary monetary and fiscal policies all over the globe. Inflation is probably is helping debt management in developing countries, because now most of developing countries have negative real interest rates for the first time in 1 century. That's why debt is manageable during this tough period. But on the other hand, not only in developing countries, but also in center economies, I think September was the 4th month that inflation is above 5% in US, UK, German, emerging markets. So it's something new for our generation of financial players.
Is that a concern?
Relatively new. Is that a concern? Definitely is a concern.
Is it a concern?
I think it's an attention point, and we will have to make sure that we can, with our investments and our debt, also support productivity increase. If it comes together with productivity increase, the risk is more manageable.
But Richard, it goes back to what we started with, is very different investment period here than we've had in the last 10 years. Much more volatility, much more dispersion, much more division, much more disruption. And it's all coming from the fact that you're going to have periods of inflation, as Andre has talked about, but you're also going to have periods of disinflation or deflation, which can be helped as more technology becomes ensconced in certain economies. Because technology has been known to be disinflationary or deflationary. We know that. So you've got these two things working against each other. But as we invest more and more in green, there's going to be a short-term increase on inflation, jobs, and demand. But we're also seeing the short-term implications on supply chain and goods coming out of the pandemic.
But do you believe that the current inflation is transitory?
I think it's a dangerous assumption, even though that it's a possibility, but assuming that it's transitory, I think could be eventually
That's
a
exactly
monetary
the
policy
assumption that the Fed is making, the ECB is making, Bank of England less so at the moment. What do you think, John?
And we don't think it's any more transitory. I've heard a term last week. It's sustained transitory, which sounds like a great contradiction. But I think it's inflation in the short term, the next couple of years, is going to certainly, there are more things that are going to keep it up than down. And I think we just have to keep that in mind. The notion of transitory, I think, I don't think you'll be asking that question in a month's time, because fewer and fewer people feel that inflation is transitory.
Okay, so if it's not, or if it's quasi-transitory, whatever we want to hedge it with, at some point you can no longer play footsie with it. You have to deal with it. When is that moment for you?
Well, look, I think as we get out of the pandemic, I think, you're talking geopolitically, I think there's a big risk. After we haven't had a major war, a world war, in a long time. This was the equivalent of a world war. 7 billion people put their head down and all did what they were told for a while. I happen to believe some of the transitory inflation, and one of the biggest risks I see is when we step back from this, there is a whole group of people who suffered greatly, middle businesses, mid-market businesses. I think there'll be a reevaluation of how the response went. And I think that'll be very unstable. People are going to look back who lost their businesses, their jobs, their livelihoods, and they are going to ask the question, why? And was it appropriate? And I actually think if you're looking, and I think, by the way, the transitory inflation is part of the almost a labor strike going on around the world right now as people have enjoyed universal income without going to work. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that than anybody's even envisioning right now.
I'm going to put that in the back pocket for 1 second, because that's an area that we'll come to towards the end, this idea of what happens next. If we look, though, at the financial instrument du jour, which seems to be some version of crypto. Now, your exhalation, John, suggests that you're more Jamie Dimon.
I'm going to pass on this one and defer to my colleague on my left, who is more articulate on this than I am, because I think you know my view on this.
Are we being fooled by crypto?
So my colleague says that I'm more in this, but I think we have to make a difference between the technology and the use and some of the use cases. I'm an engineer. I'm very interested in the technology. I think the technology has potential. We have done a number of tests. We have done a number of experiments. And we can see in the world of finance where we are active, we can see as advantages efficiency, and we can see more transparency. I'm sometimes asking myself the question whether within a number of years we will not regret that Bitcoin was the first use case of blockchain, and maybe has with that negatively affected the reputation of the technology versus a very speculative instrument.
Yeah. In other words, blockchain is very good. It's a shame Bitcoin's given it a bad name.
You can call it that way.
Yeah, no, that was a good summary, I think.
But that seems to be a common view, doesn't it?
I think the common view is that certainly the technological infrastructure that was built or were born together with the cryptocurrency certainly will be extremely useful for the next decade, and probably will promote a revolution in how we play finance globally, right? In a positive way, increasing productivity, facilitating remittance, settlements, the whole decentralized finance world, I think, is here to stay.
Are policymakers right as we look to the next crisis, which is, you know, as you say, we're very good at fighting the last one after it's over. Are policymakers right to be regarding crypto as a structural risk, a systemic risk, I should say, to this system, which seems to be what they're dancing around as they talk about regulation, to avoid that and to make sure widows and orphans don't.
I think our policymakers are right in protect a system that took about a couple decades to be very efficient about anti-money laundering, about monitoring financial risks, global stabilization. So it's not about the innovation, it's about adapt innovation to a setup that now is quite efficient in terms of giving us a better place to live. So that's the words of the regulators and policymakers, and I think they are with the right words. So it's how to adapt to a functional framework that took us a few decades and a few crises to achieve and to arrive here.
On this morning's panel, I was aware that all the major banks there, and I suspect the same here, have all reported bumper, brilliant, superb results at some shape or form in the post-pandemic, or since things have reopened. But I wonder, does this just not make the disparity, the inequality, greater that we're supposed to be, that FII is supposed to be talking about? That we're actually coming out of this crisis in a much worse state when you talk about the significance for humanity. Start with you, Ken.
No. First of all, I announce my earnings tomorrow, so I don't want to confirm or deny anything you've just said.
You have a pass.
I don't want to.
You have a pass.
I have a pass. But no, I don't. I think the creativity and the value creation in the world, I think you go back 20 years ago, we had billions of people that weren't participating in the economy. So we didn't measure the wealth of a lot of Asia, and and India was an emerging. The amount of people being brought out of poverty into middle-class lives by the tremendous mechanism of capitalism and our ability to deliver products and services at a spectacularly lower cost is amazing.
Right, but then how do we protect? How does FII, in the way it's been, the issues we're talking about, how do we protect those gains at a time of vaccine inequality and growing inequality?
I'll let everybody, but protect capitalism with your life. There would be no vaccine without capitalism. Without letting the private sector go at it, we'd all still be meandering around some hall in Congress in the United States picking a team to look into it. But instead, somebody motivated a bunch of companies and they went out and solved this crisis, a long way to solving this crisis. And for all of the great initiatives we have, if you want to bring people up to more equality, protect capitalism with your life, and everybody in industry should be doing that.
I think, Richard, it's also, we're going from a period in the last 10 years of low interest rates, low inflation, robust growth, a strong equity market. It was a very, very sort of happy time in terms of growth. And as you rightly say, there's a period of the populations in the world. Everyone's done better, but there's a segment of the population that wonders, have we been left behind? So I think now what you're seeing this in China with the Confucian term common prosperity. You're seeing it in the United States with the swing to the left in terms of, and you're seeing it here in Europe, and we're discussing it here at the FII, this whole sense of not growth, but stability, political stability, social stability, and most importantly, economic stability.
Which is not surprising, bearing in mind what we've just come through.
It is not surprising at all, and I do believe that inequality is an attention point. It is an attention point that governments really have to take the right fiscal initiatives to, in a moderate way, not excessive, but in a moderate way, try to manage that. I would add to that also between countries there is inequality, and I think the financial system can help to that. We can help by creating more level playing field across new emerging economies and the developed economies for access to investors' money to make sure that everybody can enjoy the same advantages and have the same investment programs to their availability to address inequality as a problem.
A more personal question to each of you, because you're all very senior, leading institutions, responsible for the livelihoods of others, in a sense. What did you learn about yourself during the pandemic, in the way you went about your business, the way you went about running your business or your... And please, you are not allowed to answer about how wonderful your colleagues were. This is requiring you for a philosophical, psychological, therapeutic answer. Right, there we go. Come on, who's going to take it first?
Before going to this question, I want to go back to inequality, because we talk a lot about that without being very objective. I'm much less worried about the results of company X or Y, because there are clear macroeconomic factors that cause inequality on an objective way. First one is inflation. It's the most perverse tax possible, because it's achieved the poor people in a very different way than wealthy people. The second one is high interest rates. That's what we need to avoid from a macro perspective. From a social and political perspectives, equality of opportunities, not necessarily equality of results.
Well, hang on,
That's
hang on. We'll come back to my other question.
The link with the
yeah,
previous question.
But hang on. You gave two things that need to be observed. Inflation and high interest rates.
Yes.
And at the moment, you've got inflation and the prospect of higher, I agree, nothing like we've seen before, but higher interest rates. That should be flashing red on your dashboard.
Yeah, we need to be very careful, because if we consider, if we are too aggressive in our approach to transitory inflation, the middle-term results will be much higher interest rates. That's the issue. And transitory
Right,
is
but
a dangerous word, right? Because if you compare to the geological age of the Earth, it's clearly transitory. But,
No, but come
it's
on.
not the reasonable time horizon
Right,
of
but
economic policy.
you are just really espousing what has been the central banker's dilemma since the whole thing began, which is, you know, you want to get ahead of the curve, the inflationary curve, and you don't want to raise rates so that you stifle growth. Would you raise rates now?
Yes, I do.
You would?
Yes.
Would you?
Yes, I would.
John?
You don't have a way to go, but you can raise them slightly. You're not going to raise them a lot.
Slightly, very slightly.
You don't have that.
Right, so you're raising to send a really firm message more than to actually expect it's going to have a technical effect.
As long as we come to the reality that we have to stop putting all of our eggs in the monetary policy basket, that has got to stop. Mario Draghi said that when he stepped down from the ECB, and he was right. Okay. And we have to rely on much more clever fiscal and other types of...
Not going to happen.
Well, it's going to have to happen, and we've already had this shock, and the shock has taught us a lot of things, and we're going to have more shocks if we don't embrace...
Jerome Dieselbaum said, at the height of the crisis, we know what we need to do, but we can't get re-elected if we do it.
Well, that's...
And that's your problem. Now, back to you all. What did you learn about yourself?
I think how much all of us here can adapt fast to a completely new environment. It's important learning.
How did you adapt?
Well, you stay in your home, you work remote, everybody remote, and all of our organizations continue to be functional, all of our societies continue to be functional, and suddenly you don't go out to restaurants, to movies, to see your dear friends. It's a very special moment in history, not necessarily good, but a very...
I think that's a good way of putting it, special moment.
Us all, how we can adapt.
What did you learn about yourself?
I think what I learned is that in exceptional environments where so much things are happening on which you just don't have a grip.
So how did that...
And so what I learned is that you have to do a big step back, be very simple in your strategic goals, and then just follow those. And the strategic goals for us, it was client continuity of service, safety of our staff. And when you have very simple strategic goals, then all your decisions that you have to take, even in a totally unusual environment, come easily.
See,
but you have to do this, taking the step back.
See, I think this is one of the most important things about the crisis, is what we discovered about humanity in its largest, grandiose sense. But also, I ended up broadcasting from home, in my living room, setting up the studio every day, having to do... Of course I could do it, but I never thought I'd have to do it for 6 months. And waiting for, doing every bit of it myself. What did you learn about yourself?
Well, the extremes. I learned from a business point of view that you can engage in a cosmopolitan way globally with a global footprint through technology, and you can really get an extraordinary amount of dialogue done in a very disciplined way and very efficient. But I also, on the other end of the spectrum, learned a lot about my monastic self, who likes silence. And I had realized after many years that this was a period where I could spend more time with silence. And I think silence is a very powerful thing. We don't have enough silent moments in the day to pray or meditate. And for me, that was a period where, because we weren't going out every night and you weren't going out every weekend, silence, the art of silence, the art of listening to quiet and peace became even more important.
Do you meditate?
I do meditate, yes.
Are you good at it?
I've had a couple of good mentors, and I think I'm pretty good at it, but there's only 1 or 2 people who can tell me that.
What I learned, I'm 63 years old, and I learned for 45 years I've been jet-lagged every day of my life. And I realized it was different. The first month I slept home in my own bed for like 2 weeks straight. I realized what the rest of the world was up to.
Final question, 2 minutes left. Same question I asked the first panel. As an honorarium from this board meeting, we're giving you either a euro, a dollar, gold, or Bitcoin. You get what, something to put under the bed for a rainy day. Which are you going to take? A dollar, a euro, a Bitcoin, or gold?
The euro.
Well, she had to say that, didn't she? You had to say that, your euro. Sir?
Dollar.
You're going to take a dollar?
Gold.
Gold.
The two big bankers say gold. What do they know that the rest of us don't know? We'll tell you next year. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I hope you have some energy because we talk about sport. And it's my privilege to have with me on stage His Excellency Badr Al-Qadi, who is Vice Minister of Ministry of Sport of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Please a round of applause for His Excellency. And which is not easy to be in this male ecosystem since 2016. Fatma Samoura, the Secretary General of the FIFA. Round of applause for the Secretary General.
Thank you.
So I hope that the world of sport will not become what we see behind us with so many robots in stadiums. But anyway, I am sure it will be impacted by technology. Your Excellency, we are here today, I would say, to share how sport has this capacity to empower future generations and to provide them with essential values, which is important, like discipline, respect, and teamwork. My question to you is, can you tell us more about how sport integrate into communities to drive healthy outcomes?
Thank you, Richard. So let me start by thanking the leadership of our country for the unprecedented support that has been given to the sports sector over the past recent years. As you may know, part of the Vision 2030 is the Quality of Life program. And for the Quality of Life program, sport falls in the heart of this program. Sports has a unique ability to unite, integrate, and inspire and engage people all together. Between 2015 and 2019, the participation in sport have increased from 13% to 19%. More interestingly is women participation in sport, which has increased by 150%. No doubt that the increase in participation has a social impact, economic, and health benefits. And as part of the national sports strategy and the recently launched Saudi Arabian football strategy that is supported and endorsed by His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Turki Al Faisal, we're focusing on diversity and inclusion, participation, youth development, and community engagement. All of those would result in healthy outcomes.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Let's turn now to FIFA. Fatma, we were talking a lot about the future of sport and how all sport industry, including football, are impacted now by all these changes. So I have a more precise question for you about how can technology make the game better? And also, because it is connected to technology, what is social media? You know, we are living in this world of social media. What, I would say, social media role influence, what is the influence on football specifically?
Well, first and foremost, good afternoon to everyone. thank you, Richard, for giving me an opportunity to talk about football, the most popular game on earth.
4 billion, no?
4 billion people.
Half of the planet are fans.
Exactly.
Wow.
Are other fans or football players or football officials. So a sport as popular as football cannot survive if it does not embrace technology. We are in a rapidly evolving and changing world, and many sports industries are using technology as part of their DNA. So FIFA embraced the use of technology to improve the game on and off the pitch. Today, on the pitch, to be more precise, data-driven supportive devices are being used by coaches, by referees, by doctors, and by match analysts to enhance the experience, but also to follow the performance on the pitch to play for players. One of the biggest revolutions over the past 50 years in football has been the introduction of the VAR, the video assistance referees. It raised a lot of controversy at the beginning, but when it was introduced officially at the FIFA World Cup in Russia in 2018, it changes a lot because it helped referees taking decision.
The right decision.
Yes, the right decision with informed data. It also allows them to review the action that impact the next phases of the game. We are currently experiencing a unique fan devices that will be used for the first time next year in Qatar. It will allow people who are in the stadium through their mobile phone to see live, but in a much vivid way, live this experience. With UNICEF and UNESCO in particular, we have developed an application that will be distributed to 700 million children in the world. It allows physical sports teachers in primary school, including in the most remote villages in Africa and Asia, to use this application as a game changer for children, because it will teach them life skills that will allow them to be better citizens, to accept to be defeated, to also be able to accept tolerance, because after all, football is a universal language. And no matter the language you speak, when you kick a ball to a child, he answered. So technology is in fact one of the pillars of the FIFA Vision 2026, which is the blueprint on how FIFA envisages the future of football.
Thank you, Fatma. Your Excellency, we all know how sport is becoming an amazing tool for economic development. We are here a lot of investors. It's an investment forum. So what are government doing to invest in the game of football, for example, and ensure that it serves as a positive force for, I would say, social impact?
Well, a few days ago, we celebrated the first anniversary of Mahd Academy, an academy that has been launched in Saudi Arabia. The role of this academy is to identify talents from the age of 6 to 12 years old. So this is an initiative that the government have done now to scout players at a very young age. This is number one. The Football Federation also is launching the regional centers, which looks after talents from the age of 12 to 17. So we have a continuation from 6 to 12, then 12 to 17, and then from 17 onward, they could be players in the Pro League. That's number one. Number two, we have activated a partnership with the Ministry of Education, where we have the school leagues. More than 124,000 students are playing football on that league. There's also the Neighborhood League, which has, in 13 regions, 145,000 kids playing football on a weekly basis. So all of this is to engage the community further and further and identify talents at a very young age. If we look at the football and impacts overall that the country is looking forward to generate, we have hosted the Global Goals World Cup, which combines the football together with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We also sponsored the Unbeatable Cups in Italy, and that's through Mahd Academy, and it's an initiative that raises the awareness and investment in scientific research related to cardiac arrests. And last but not least is a Zaatari refugee camp for Syrians in Jordan. We just a few days ago, a football pitch have been sponsored there by the Saudi government.
So it's not only investment, it's also inclusion.
It is indeed.
Fatma, you and I were born in Africa. So how FIFA and Africa are working together, I would say, to develop capacity and talent for the next stars of game. We saw how African players did an amazing performance during all these recent cups. So what FIFA is doing?
Well, in fact, you're right, Richard. Africa is a continent that is passionate about football. But more importantly, Africa is a reservoir of talent.
Definitely.
We are the youngest continent in the world, and by 2050, we will be the third largest talent provider in the world because of our youth. First, I would like to say, if we want this talent to be retained at home, we need to take very seriously the problems of lack of infrastructure. Just an example. Today, Africa is playing the qualifiers of the World Cup 2022 that will be played in Qatar in November and December 2022. 13 out of the 54 countries
1-3
cannot host home matches, just simply because they don't.
So they are playing outside of the country?
They're playing in neighboring countries for their home matches, which means that they lack missing a critical audience, which is the home audience.
And their supporters.
But definitely also financial support, because they cannot broadcast with their own means. We need also to make sure that we have more academies built, not only for boys, because the large majority, unfortunately, of clubs only invest on the boys' game. The only country which I visited that has decent infrastructure to improve talent detection is, in fact, your own country, Morocco, and more need to be done. South Africa is doing well, but the rest of Africa is lagging behind. So what are we doing as FIFA? We signed 3 years ago with the African Union a memorandum of understanding where we would like to support Africa on 3 main fields. The first one is on infrastructure building and on security inside the stadiums. It is unacceptable in the 21st century that people coming to watch the game end up by losing their life because of improper security. The second is on governance. Money is invested in African football, but not on the right way, and I think there is a wealth of experience with the 5 years that FIFA has been living and leading the world football that we can share with a continent as important as Africa when it comes to football. The third and very critical support we are giving is the one that is led by our technical chief, Mr. Arsene Wenger. It's very simple. We want to detect the talent at a very young age in the African continent. And we want to make sure that we give them the proper path for their career. We want them to realize their dreams, but also their passion through an organized competition. And one of the ideas that Johnny has put on the table, and that is currently under discussion, is to make sure that every year we have a youth tournament that is similar to what we are doing for the Senior World Cup, but with a lesser requirement, so anybody can host it. We are also supporting CAF in the field of coaching and preparations also of strategy for the women's football in particular. As we speak, our teams are in relation with CAF to work also on the implementation of the security and safety in the stadium document that will allow one day and in the near future all the 54 countries of our dear continent, Richard, to be able to display the best level of game and with the profit remaining in Africa.
Your Excellency, the Kingdom is becoming, for the past 2-3 years, I would say, a sport nation, definitely. So many sport events. You will be hosting the Formula One in few weeks, and many more, and the Dakar, and. So what are, I would say, the main economic benefits that sport is bringing to the Kingdom?
So engaging the private sector in investing in sport is a key component for our national sport strategy. The sport contribution to the national GDP used to be 0.2% in 2016. This has increased to 0.44% in 2018, with a much higher target for the years to come. We're working together with the Ministry of Investment and other government entities to create opportunities and incentives for the private sector to invest on the sports sector specifically. Recently, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, the Minister of Sport, have launched the NAFIS platform. It's a platform that enables the private sector to invest into the sports sector. Through NAFIS, you could have a private club, a private academy, or a private center as well for sport. On 27 different sports, in just 4 months, we have more than 60 approved private academy, 60, and we have 14 approved private clubs. Those clubs could go all the way up on the ranking until they reach into the Premier League and play with the government-owned clubs today. If I look also at the big picture and the corporates in Saudi, we find Aramco partnering with F1 globally, and we also have NEOM partnering with the AFC in Asia. So all of this shows how Saudi is investing into sport.
Thank you. Dear Fatma, we still have 6 minutes, but I have a few more questions to ask you, so let's try to review them very quickly because I really want to hear more from you. Let's be optimistic and let's assume that the world is recovering from COVID-19 and stadiums are reopening. So let's be optimistic, and I have a question. What are the next competitions to look out for?
Well, in the immediate future, starting at the end of November this year, we have the FIFA Arab Cup that will be hosted by Qatar in Doha, using 6 of the 8 stadiums that will be hosting the World Cup next year. This is the real test on the operational,
the reopening.
Yes, on the operational readiness of the country. And this competition is a substitution of what we used to call the Confederation Cup. And the last one took place on 2017 in Russia. It's going to be a very exciting competition because 16 nations will be playing, 10 from Asia and 6 in Africa. And we expect also that we'll be bringing joys to millions of fans across the Middle East and also the Arab world, and that will be also contributing to changing the perception of people toward this part of the world. The second one will be also the Club World Cup that will be staged also in this part of the world, and more precisely in the United Arab Emirates.
Everything is happening in this part of the world.
Exactly, in January or February 2022. But definitely the biggest and the most popular and most vibrant competition is the one that we all look forward to be watching in November, starting on the 21st of November to the 18th of December 2022. in Qatar. And no doubt that with the compact nature of this competition, where fans have the possibility to watch up to 3 games in a day, that is going to only happen.
Never done before.
Yeah, it's only going to happen in Doha next year. We'll see even record numbers of attendance. 4 years ago, we had more than 2 million people watching the game in Russia, and I'm sure for Qatar we will be beating this report and even reaching a much higher number of viewers also in terms of digital platform and on TV. But we should not forget about the Women World Cup.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a question about women precisely. Yes.
The Women World Cup will be staged for the first time, Richard, in 2 different confederations. The Asian Football Confederation and the Ocean Football Confederation. It's the first time in the history of football that 2 confederations will be hosting one game. It will be also the first time that we will be attending and watching an expanded Women World Cup from 24 teams to 32 teams, and with the possibility of Africa to qualify for 4 slots and 2 playoffs, so to have up to 6 teams instead of 3 that we had in 2019 in France. And really, this is going to be fascinating because of the diversity of the culture in these 2 continents, but because also there will be a much bigger traction for fans around the world, because many more teams will be coming, and because also it's another continent that we will be discovering through this game. A lot has been already done. Visits are taking place, so we are quite hopeful that the world will see even more records being broken compared to what we have seen in France. So you are all invited to support and also to attend the beautiful game.
And by the way, it is giving me an idea of asking a question to His Excellency, since we are sitting here with the most influential woman in the world of football. Your Excellency, I think we are 29, 30 millions of women and girls who are playing football today worldwide, if I'm not wrong, Fatma. So how are you investing, very short answer please, Your Excellency, and growing the women's, I would say, game in the kingdom?
The day before yesterday, I was having dinner with Monika Stab, the German coach that is in charge of developing the female first ever 11-a-side national football team. And tryouts are taking place. There are more than 700 players, female players, have tried to join the national team. We look at women empowerment as a key component of our Vision 2030. We look at it from 3 different aspects: representation, participation, and performance. When we talk about representation, Princess Rima bint Bandar is representing Saudi in the IOC. When we talk about participation, I just mentioned that female participation increased by 150%. And when we talk about performance, the strategy outlines a lot of areas to enhance the performance of athletes. Today, we have more than 90 female beginner referees. We have also 59 qualified coaches, and we have a competitive futsal team.
And you have an amazing deputy minister also.
We do have one.
Who is a great football player, by the way. Fatma, my last question, we have 1 minute. If you have one advice to give to the audience of investors, where should we invest in sport? We see so many investments recently in football clubs, in academies, but what is your advice?
On infrastructure building in Africa.
Infrastructures?
Yes.
In Africa?
In Africa.
So you are very precise on the geography and the sector.
And this is a plea to the whole audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for His Excellency and for Fatma. Thank you so much, Fatma. Thank you.
I have a small token for you.
Oh my God, thank you so much. Excellent. Oh, great, thank you.
This is also a symbol of friendship for having invited me to this beautiful event.
Oh, thank you so much.
And last but not least, this is emancipation for this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Hope you will have it one day, inshallah.
We'll do, inshallah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can sing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Cecilia Atias, President and Founder, Cecilia Atias Foundation for Women, and Leanne Carrot, President and CEO, Boeing Defense, Space and Security.
Hello, good afternoon. We're so happy to be here and to have this panel with you. So let me introduce you to my just newest friend, an amazing woman that I look up to, which is Leanne Carrot. Welcome. Welcome to FII. In a few words, so Leanne is the CEO of Defense, Space and Security at Boeing. Leanne is a major force in global business and has been named one of Fortune's most powerful women 5 years in a row. I mean, that's something. I'm not going to look all over your bio because it's way too long. Too long. And it's impressive, so I'm impressed. But really, I would like to tell you that you're an inspiration, not only for women, but for all the generations and all the girls that are trying to make something of their lives.
Well, that is very sweet of you. I would be so bold as to say you are the same, and it's just been an honor and a privilege to get to know you, and you are my new best friend.
So I will go to the first question. As a female CEO of a major corporation, what leadership lessons have you learned as a result of the pandemic?
You know, Cecilia, I think for all of us, as we've gone through the pandemic, one of the most important things has been to understand what's going on with our employees, with our teams, with everyone around us. And for me, it was really about listening. You know, we always say that we listen, but how many times are you being asked a question and you're already preparing your response before that person's ever finished the question?
Absolutely.
It happens all the time,
all
right?
The time.
And then how many times have you been in a situation where somebody's explaining something that's happened to them, and then you inadvertently marginalize it by saying, oh, I know how that feels. This is what I went through. And so for me, the pandemic really cast a light on families who went through incredibly challenging times, businesses who were having to change the way in which they work. And the focus really became about recognizing we don't know what it's like to walk in anyone else's shoes, so let's make a conscious effort to listen and help have empathy.
Absolutely. That's a very important word today, empathy.
It is, because we don't all we think we have it, but we don't all actually have it.
We have to learn how to spell it. You mentioned how women have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. I have some words. The gender poverty gap will worsen by 2030. 47 million women and girls are pushed into poverty due to COVID-19. Those words are so frightening. I mean, what can we do to help them in their day-to-day lives, to have a life, to continue their job, to find a job if they lost it? What can we do? How can we manage that?
And it's not just in any one location. This is a global realization. McKinsey just recently did a study that reaffirmed it. And not only have women been more disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, they're also feeling more burnt out as a result of it. So on top of having to make some hard choices for their families, they're also stressing about what about their future? What about all of the efforts that have gone on to date? Are they stepping back? Are they going to lose ground? From a corporation perspective, it's all about our talent. It is all about creating an environment where there is equity, where people can be whatever they achieve, whatever they dream to achieve. And for us as a corporation, one of the realizations that came for us is that women were having to make more family choices than men were. But we're not discounting the experiences that men were having. So we looked at reestablishing and firming up and actually building upon policies with regard to tutoring. I mean, think about all of the
That was my question.
Totally.
How can we help those women to continue to have a life and continue their career? We need the companies as big as yours to help them to find their way to continue to have. I always say that women have 3 lives. Their wife, their mother, and they have their career. Right. So we have to help them to realize and to bloom in those lives they have.
And from a corporate standpoint, to your point, for the wife, the mother, the caregiver, how are we helping the kids with schooling? What can we do there? What are we doing in terms of having childcare available or having a network where people can get access to it? And elder care, because many of our ladies are at a time in their careers where they are actually dealing with both aging parents as well as with children. And so being able to do all of that. So policies and programs that enable people to still be able to have those choices, as well as if someone does decide that they need to step away, how do we let them have their career when they decide to step back? Absolutely. And so that you don't walk away and lose everything you've achieved.
How do you help them in that?
We actually have set up programs so folks can get recognition for the time that they've already done. And then we work with individuals on how much time they think they need to be away and what we can do in terms of having them position themselves smartly when they come back. And because we're a global company, it's different depending on where you live. So the US, there's a set of policies. You know, every nation, we handle it in accordance with those local laws.
Fantastic. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the inclusion. Seeing as today's session is titled Women's Empowerment in the New Age of Inclusion, what does inclusion mean to you and how you practice inclusive leadership?
You know, I have always found it, and I would imagine others have found it ironic that we talk about diversity and think that is the equalizer. The reality is diversity without inclusion is actually meaningless, because it really is all about letting people have their voices. I remember early in my career, and Cecilia, I would bet you had similar experiences where you came into a room and someone, in my case, said, don't sit at the table. You know, that's not for you. But the position I held warranted that I sat at the table. So I did. Well, what I saw years later is I'd walk into a room as the leader in the room, and I would see people sitting on the side of the room that should be sitting at the table. And I said, why aren't you sitting at the table now? And they'd share, well, we're not supposed to. I said, everybody sits at the table. And that is about inclusion. It's about bringing forward the quiet voices. It's about bringing together those who express different perspectives. But it's about making purposeful decisions every day. And as a leader, you have the opportunity to create that inclusive workforce.
That's why we need more women leaders around the globe, because they're making the difference. Why? Because they know exactly what inclusion means, and they can change inside their companies what they're doing. Yes, I see you smiling. That's exactly what you're doing,
we
right?
all have the ability to lead, and I think what we all have to recognize is that as leaders, we cast an immense shadow. We can make or break someone's day with a glare, a wink of the eye, a smile, a frown. How many people have reached out to someone and they don't even get a response? It takes incredible courage to reach out to a leader and ask a question. We have an obligation to create an environment where we answer and we respond in all cases.
Absolutely, and I'm totally for inclusion, not for, I mean, I don't think we need to make a choice based on the gender. I mean, it's based on the quality, the skills,
capability.
And the capability.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, and that needs to be understood. I mean, you hire a woman versus a man because she's better than him, not because she's a woman. That's, for me, not acceptable. I mean, the choice is on the capability and only, and that's inclusion.
Totally. And as you know, 50% of the world's population is women. Women hold more bachelor degrees around the world than men do. And so you have to wonder why we're continuing to have this continued difficulty having women at some of the most senior roles regularly, and so that we don't have to have a conversation about it because it is just who we are as a global society.
And do you see a change in those past years?
I totally see a change. I would even speak about my experiences here in the kingdom, where I have been coming for many, many years. My first visit more than a decade ago till today, it is completely different and so much more inclusive, and we all have a voice and we're part of the community. It is extremely satisfying, and it's extremely exciting to be here and now. And I think all of us have an opportunity to make a huge impact. And if not us, then who?
And it's a turning point. I was speaking with a manager of a company here. He was telling me that he has 400 women employees in his company here in Saudi.
That's right.
It's amazing. It's fantastic.
That is right.
That means they're better than a man. And we are better now in some ways. And then how can individuals do more support women and girls? How can institutions help drive more awareness and consciousness in this area?
You know, we've talked about a lot of the different elements, you know, understanding what's happening in the workforce, making certain that we have policies that support women in the workforce. But also we have to make certain that we don't forget that there is a constant pipeline that needs to be filled, and we need to nurture it, and we need to give opportunities and chances. And so really important for us is to make sure that we are continuing to create opportunities for women at all levels of the organization. And Cecilia, I'll tell you, I don't know if you feel the same way. You can talk about women progressing and working, but if you don't see someone that looks like you on an organization chart, you're going to doubt whether the organization
Absolutely.
really believes in it.
Absolutely.
And so this is about what we do today as much in order so that we can be even stronger tomorrow.
I have the question that I have to ask you. What is the percentage of women in Boeing?
In Boeing, we're sitting at 23%.
That's great.
So, but we are nowhere where we need to be. We have made some progress, but we would tell you we're not where we need to be. And one of the efforts we have ongoing, and we actually started it here in the Kingdom 5 years ago, is Boeing Women Inspiring Leadership. And we actually had changed the name from Boeing Women in Leadership to Inspiring Leadership, because not everybody has to have a certain title to be part of the community. But it is a global effort that we have. We have local chapters all around the world, and I am just thrilled to be the executive sponsor for it and see all of these amazing women and men, because it takes women and men to create this inclusive environment.
Because you're fantastic.
Well, bless your heart, you're fantastic.
Okay. So, knowing that employment for women may not recover the pre-pandemic levels until 2024, 2 full years after a recovery. I mean, it's going to be a long time to wait for women to be back on the workforce.
Well, and this morning there was a quote, and I wrote it down because
She has no notes.
I have no notes, but I wrote this quote down, and it was the introductory speaker. She said, "Working individually makes a statement. Working together makes a difference."
That's amazing.
If we want to accelerate that timeline, we work together.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
events like this help foster that.
Yeah, you're right. So I'm going to end with something that is very important for you, like kind of a motto. And I will ask you, many leaders have a credo or leadership philosophy. Do you have one that you could share with us today?
Well, I do. I have. My mother taught me this, and I shared with Cecilia earlier. You know, my mom told me it is as important how you win as how you lose. And it really speaks to us as individuals and leaders in our sense of character. But there's 4 words that really, I think, are required throughout your career and throughout your life. Grit, gumption, grace, and gratitude.
The 4G.
The 4 Gs. And grit simply is the willingness to dig in, to do the hard work, roll up your sleeves. Don't ask other folks to do something that you are not willing to do.
So true.
You know, I mean,
so
think about the number of hours that have been put in to put this event on. This just didn't happen.
And everybody's helping and everybody's doing what he's not supposed to do.
Exactly, because you do what you need to do. That is about rolling up your sleeves. Gumption is about believing in yourself, and we heard some speakers remark on that earlier today as well. How important it is for us, each of us, but even most especially as women, that we do have that inner strength and that courage and that belief in ourselves to take the chances, because we don't want to opt out.
Yeah, but that's also coming from education, don't you think?
I think education plays hugely into this, absolutely.
Key.
Yeah.
Education is key in everything.
It is absolutely key in everything.
So the 3rd G?
Grace.
Great.
Okay,
no, the 3rd.
Yeah,
You
3rd G
skipped
is grace and then gratitude. So grace.
Grace.
So I would ask the audience, how many of y'all have ever had a bad day? Raise your hands, if anybody's listening. That's
There's quite
all?
a few.
My goodness, you all have really great days. How many of y'all have ever had a good day? Raise your hands. How many of y'all have ever had a good day and a bad day in the same day? And you always want to end on a positive note. You know, the reality is the world is complicated enough. We're all going to make mistakes. We're all going to have bad days. We need to give each other a little bit of grace. We need to give each other grace because people are going to be wrong. You need to give yourself grace that you're going to be wrong. And when you put it in perspective, every day you get a do-over.
That's so important and so.
It is really,
nowadays,
that's truly. And then finally, gratitude. It's easiest to say, the hardest to do, saying thank you or saying I'm sorry. And when we treat others well, and we all learned this in our early years of school, you know, treat others the way you want to be treated. When we just say thank you, you can just make somebody's day.
It's again education, don't you think?
Absolutely. So I will end by saying thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
a brilliant friend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage His Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon. Your Excellency, we are so happy to see you in good health. Welcome to Riyadh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ashab al-Jalala wa Samu, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Gabonese people and my government, allow me to express my utmost appreciation to His Majesty, the custodian of two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, for welcoming us at the 5th edition of the Future Investment Initiative Summit. Your Highnesses, the hospitality of your great nation remains unparalleled, and it gives me great pleasure to be among you all today. The excellent relationship between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Gabonese Republic is the result of mutual unfailing support that has lasted over 4 decades. My wish is to see this bond furthered through new avenues of cooperation that can serve as a model for the partnership between the Middle East and Africa. While our countries face common challenges today, I believe it is time for us to work together and share our solutions with the world. One of these challenges is that of economic transformation. Our nations have long benefited from the oil in our soil. Yet, we recognize today that this resource cannot be the only revenue stream we rely on for future generations. Your Majesty and Excellencies, with its vision 2030, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has presented a clear blueprint to draw on its strength. My country, Gabon, is doing the same at its own scale. The challenge of diversification for our economies is contained within a wider challenge of the urgency of adapting to climate change and alleviating the risk it presents. For more than a decade, Gabon has been committed to becoming an exemplary green economy. The vast Congo Basin rainforests are not only critical to the fight against climate change, but they also support supply rain to the Sahel and Ethiopia, feeding the Blue Nile and supporting agriculture far to the north in Egypt. The Congo Basin forests are the heart and lungs of the African continent, and we must all work together to preserve them. We are developing an economic model that will allow us to create a sustainable economy, jobs for our young people, and keep the rainforests that cover 88% of Gabon standing. Thanks to strong policies and significant investment in forest governance, Gabon is a net absorber of CO2. Each year, we absorb 100 million tons more than we emit. We expect to be able to transform this ecosystem service we provide to the world into Paris-compliant carbon credits that will make our forests even more valuable. We have also undertaken structural reforms of our business environment to consolidate the role of private sector in the transformation of the economy. We have to nurture the riches that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has bestowed on our land. Over time, our green gold can replace our black gold, but it would take common efforts and constant dedication. It is in this spirit that I congratulate Your Majesty on the commitment made during the Saudi Green Forum by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to become carbon neutral by 2060. As I said a few years ago on a similar podium, we are past the time of debating. Today, I say we are past the time of half-hearted measures. It is time for us. It is time for concrete action and results. And you have just demonstrated with your commitment to become carbon neutral. Gabon is ready. I invite you to come and invest alongside us in this transformation which will change the course of history. Let Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide us in his path. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
You have to announce Elizabeth on his panel, in her panel.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us for this afternoon session, 21st Century Trade Routes, Boosting Equitable Global Commerce. I'm Elise Labott of CNN, and joining me are His Excellency Frank Reister, Minister of Defense, Delegate for Foreign Trade and Economic Attractiveness of France, and Don Graves, Deputy Secretary of Commerce from the United States. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Thank you.
Well, obviously, COVID-19 really upended, I think, how we look at trade. The pandemic has been a consequence of international trade and globalization, with the virus spreading along established trade routes, budgetary shortfalls as a result of reduced tariffs and taxes, general decline in economic activity, leading in many cases to recessions, threats to social safety net. We could go on here. And then we talk about the trade disruptions really impairing the production of goods and dependent on imports, so that really affects the supply chain. So we're really kind of in a new era here. I might add this meeting is very timely as the leaders of their two countries, French President Macron and US President Biden, will meet this week in Rome, and obviously trade will be high on that agenda. Frank, let's start by talking about this inflection point of COVID. Brought to international trade, policies are being changed as we speak. What kind of methods are you pursuing to help strengthen global trade in the post-COVID environment?
Thank you very much. Yes, the COVID-19 crisis has highlighted our vulnerabilities when it comes to value chains and supply chains. We saw that during emergencies when we had some problems in the supply chains about personal protective equipment, for instance, but it's also the case during the recovery when we see some disruptions in the supply chains, in the value chains, and so we really need to rethink the supply chains and to implement policies so that we could be less dependent. And for instance, in the EU, we have decided to build a kind of strategic autonomy that could help us to be less dependent in very strategic products, strategic sectors, I could say health sector, food, energy, so that we could be less dependent. And there are several means to do so. First, diversifying our suppliers. Second, it's creating some reserves, strategic reserves of products. Third is to support policies in terms of recycling. And fourth kind of solutions is to perhaps rethink the value chains, to relocate the value chains, and to think the value chain differently. And for instance, for Europe, as you know, we are neighbors around the EU, in the Mediterranean Sea, with the GCC, we can build new value chains, less exposed to crises due to pandemics, crises due to geopolitical crisis. You know that trade is more and more used as a weapon to push some countries when it comes to political or economical issues, and they use trade as a weapon. So we have to rethink our value chains in this direction, and we think that the GCC for Europe are really the good partners for that.
Don, we talk about strategic autonomy, and that has a lot of components, but on the trade front, what we're talking about are, people becoming more self-sufficient on their own on trade, and let's start by, COVID has really made us look at the inherent frailty of the supply chain, really. Is there a danger that we shift all of our thinking to localizing the supply chain and autonomy and losing the kind of global connectivity that's been such a feature of the global trade system that has really increased growth and opportunity?
Well, thank you again, and that's a great question. While I agree with the minister, I also think that he would say, as the French motto of liberté, égalité, and fraternité, we need to make sure that we're engaged as partners around the world. So just as much as we're building up indigenous resilience, strengthening our local supply chains, that also requires making sure that we're investing around the world in partnership. It should be done together. One of the things that has been really at the heart of everything that we've done in the US, and I know in France, is the ability to have predictability and consistency and transparency. And that's really the way that I think that we can make sure that our supply chains continue to be strengthened over the course of the upcoming years, that we really have to focus on ways that not only do we invest at home, but we're investing in partnership around the world, as we've heard already today, bringing many of the communities, many of the countries that have struggled even more heavily than our countries have because of the pandemic, bringing them along as partners and deeply investing in their people, their supply chains. It'll make all of us better.
Let me just follow up with you on that, because I think there are a lot of, there are a lot of issues at play here. Obviously, there are the global issues, then there are the kind of bilateral issues, and then there are the multilateral issues between the US and the EU when we talk about trade. Frank talked about trade being a weapon. We know that President Trump, his America First policies, some call them protectionist, against globalization. But President Biden has left a lot of those tariffs on, not just on China, but on the EU. So how do you balance this challenge to, I think, what we've seen in a lot of countries, this kind of domestic nationalism, particularly on the trade issue, versus trade that can, in the end, generate growth, because looking ahead, there will be greater pressure to further liberalize rules on trade to encourage economic recovery.
Well, just building off of what you said, I'd say that President Biden has made it very clear that we're focused on building back better for the world. We heard earlier today that it wasn't just building back, but we have to do it in a way that we're rescuing those who've been left behind. And so, while yes, we need to make sure that we're doing all that we can for our own people, we can't end up in a place of retrenchment. We can't go back to a place where people feel that they need to hold on to the small pieces that they control for themselves and not for others. We have to build back in a way that allows people all over the world to have the type of future that they'd like to see. One of the things that I say a lot of the time is that people have hopes and dreams, and really where they want to get to is a life of dignity. It's our job as leaders in our countries and leaders for the globe to provide them the opportunity where they can turn those hopes and dreams into that life of dignity. So I think it's certainly a balancing act of getting it right to make sure that we're doing the things that we need to do for our own countries and our own people, but recognizing that the only way that we can deal with the big changes and challenges that we face of climate change, of systemic inequity, we have to do that in complete partnership with one another.
Well, Frank, let's pick up on that. Pre-COVID, we were having this backlash against globalization. We talked about President Trump's America First policies. So particularly in our country, there was this backlash and this protectionist agenda. Are we past that?
I hope so. I hope so, and all the signals that are sent are going in the good direction of the less tension. And I think that we have, as the EU, with the US, but also with other regions of other countries, we have to resolve our legacy disputes, and we have to address tomorrow's challenges together. And that's the work we do with the US. And when I see the dispute between Boeing and Airbus, when I see the you know, the taxation on digital services, and minimal taxation. When I see the hard work we do with Catherine Tai and all the government in the US and with the EU on steel and aluminium issues, we see that we are going in the good direction. And we are mobilizing much energy for that. To that, sometimes there are some other decisions, and you have all the decision, in your head, that is not going in the good direction, but we have to talk, and we talk, and President Biden and President Macron talk a lot on this direction. And we have some organizations that could ease this kind of work together. Is, for instance, the Tech and Trade Council, where we will work on the different issues that we share with the US, but we share globally. Because in fact, we have to build a new trade environment, more resilient and more sustainable. And the US, the EU, the GCC countries have a major role to play in this direction. And when you see the announcements in terms of climate change fight by the Crown Prince here, you see that it's a global fight against climate change that we have to face and to engage. And we are really committed to find the good decision in bilateral relationship, but also in multilateral level, so that we could build this new trade framework more resilient and more sustainable, thanks to due diligence corporate legislations, but due also to our commitment to modernize, to reform the WTO. And we have, all of us, a major role to play. And in this direction, Saudi Arabia, when it shared the G20, has initiated an important initiative, Riyadh initiative, to reform the WTO. It's a good path in the good direction. And at the beginning of December, with MC12 in Geneva, we'll have to make it a success, because it will be a wonderful signal to our people.
So Don, I mean, Frank talks about reforming the international trade system, and there is a lot of talk about reforming the WTO. International trade has really done amazing work in lifting millions out of poverty, driving economic growth, and encouraging economic integration that's reduced incentive for armed conflicts. Is this the time, is this the moment for us to address domestic socioeconomic divides and for trade policy to really reflect the notion of economic justice? And how do we make that shift?
I think there's no doubt that we have to do that. And we will do that certainly by addressing our own challenges, but we have to do that in concert with our friends. And as the minister said, we, the US and the EU, are working very closely. And we've been very, very good friends for a long time, and good friends sometimes don't always agree, but we find ways to address the challenges in concert, and we're going to do that, and then we're going to be able to focus on socioeconomic issues across the globe. It's part of the reason that we're so interested in working with our friends here in Saudi Arabia, because of the transformation that's undergoing the kingdom here. We work together in partnership, and we can deal with these challenges. But we have to be mindful and strategic about the way that we do this work, that we can't just choose a path without having thought it through and discussed it as friends do and communicating with one another.
So Frank, we've always considered domestic policies as the most direct way to tackle inequality, but trade constitutes some 60% of global GDP, and it's an important aspect of economic empowerment. And while domestic policies can help with the inequalities created by trade, what types of trade reforms could have a meaningful impact on domestic economic inequality if we're talking about reforming the trade system?
For instance, we work on in the EU on instruments that could help fighting against deforestation, against climate change, thanks some a mechanism to help our companies to be at the forefront of the fight against climate change. And we think that we could change the way that the value chains are built so that it could be worthwhile for our domestic market. For instance, when it comes to human rights, forced labor, when it comes to social rights, because we want this new trade framework to be more beneficial for people, for workers, and for the planet.
We've talked about partnerships. What about investment? How is the way you view foreign direct investment change? What are the new pathways to boost commerce in a way that's more sustainable?
Well, as I've been saying, we recognize that to invest globally, we have to do that in concert. No one country can tackle it all, and that's why it's good to have partners who have a consistent view and strategic view of the way that things move forward. My favorite quote from Robert Kennedy is about the great French Marshal Léoté, who was talking with his gardener about planting a tree in the garden, and his gardener complained about planting it because it was slow growing, it wouldn't mature for 100 years. And the marshal said, then there's no time to waste, we need to plant it now. And that's what we need to do for our capital, to plant it now so that the rest of the world can grow along with us.
Okay, we're out of time, but super quick. We talk about planting trees. We have the greatest farmers in the world here at this conference. What is the one thing you would seek from the global investment community convened here at FII?
That we have to invest more sustainably, and to always think if the investment we make, is going in the good direction for people. If it will be sustainable, if it will be profitable for people and for the planet.
And I would just go back to what I said at the beginning, that people have hopes and they have dreams. Our job is to think about ways that we can provide them the opportunity to live lives of dignity, and that includes sustainability, that includes economic inclusion, and protections for human rights.
Okay, well, U.S.-France diplomacy here in action here at FII. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for now leaving the room for a few moments while we sanitize it. The program will resume shortly. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome to the stage Senior Advisor, APCO Worldwide, John Defterios.
Good afternoon. Sorry for the brief but very worthy interlude that we have today. I want to say thank you to the Crown Prince, Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince of Bahrain, and the Prime Minister of Bahrain, Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa. Good to see you again. Thank you very much. Congratulations. President Sarkisian's here as well. I didn't know you were visiting. Nice to see you. Congratulations are in order for the 5th anniversary. I think we should give a big round of applause. It was a lot of work to make this happen in 2021, yes? There's a lot to be said about sitting side by side, face to face, whether it's a hand fist or an elbow bump, and having that dialogue. And I know it took a lot of effort with the Middle East Green Initiative, the Saudi Green Initiative, and back-to-back with, of course, the FII. No longer called the Davos on the desert. It stands on its own 2 feet. I thought it was very interesting that we had the program, the first public program, said at this time of the day there'll be a special guest, but we didn't reveal who it was. I thought, who's that going to be? As it turned out, I got a nice call to be able to do the Prime Minister of Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Let's bring him to the stage for a one-on-one interview. Thank you, John. Good to see you. We live a lot in this region, although I've just recently moved back to London on optics. This is, I think, interesting that the Greek Prime Minister is here in the Middle East. You had bilateral meetings with His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, with the Crown Prince of Bahrain. What does it tell us before we get into the development and the rebuilding campaign in Greece about strategic relations between the heart of the Mediterranean and the Gulf? What do you think you can build on here after the visit?
Well, first of all, Your Royal Highnesses, thank you so much for having me at this very, very interesting gathering. But it should not be a surprise that the Greek Prime Minister has strong ties with the Gulf region. After all, we live in the same broad neighborhood. We share the same geopolitical challenges, and since I took over as Prime Minister, one of my main priorities in terms of foreign policy was to re-establish strong ties with the Gulf. It is my 2nd visit to Saudi Arabia, and I think we're at the beginning of forging a very strong strategic partnership between our 2 countries, which has many different aspects, geopolitical, but also economical. So I'm very excited to be here. We had a very, very interesting discussion with His Royal Highness, and I think a lot of good things are going to come out of this visit for both our countries.
Is it a natural affinity? I know you have deep relations with the UAE. This is the largest economy in the Middle East and North Africa. From an investment standpoint, strategic alliance also for the Eastern Mediterranean, how do you see it?
Well, the Eastern Mediterranean is a region of common interest, and Greece finds itself with Cyprus on the outer edge of the European Union. We have done a lot of work to convince Europe regarding the strategic importance of the Eastern Mediterranean with regards to migration, with regards to energy, with regards to geopolitical stability. And the broader stability of the area is a common concern to all of us. We have committed to the protection of the kingdom through a Patriot battery, which we have deployed together with other allies, and we can certainly further strengthen this strategic partnership because at the end of the day, countries that promote stability, international law, respect for the law of the seas, at the end of the day, these are the guiding principles which lead us forward.
I wasn't going to begin here, but I think with the presence of His Royal Highness and the Crown Prince of Bahrain, it's very interesting to to leap into the Eastern Mediterranean. Could it be, if you get the development right, a counterbalance to Russia's influence with natural gas into the European Union? But this is the window of opportunity, is it not? So you have a security pact with France, a major move. The US renewed its security agreement with Greece, another major move. You're building the alliances here in the Gulf. Is it time to move to development of the natural gas, and can you really fend off Turkey's desire to encroach in that territory as a result?
Very much so. I'm glad you point out that we signed two very important strategic partnerships over the past month. A strategic partnership with France and a 5-year defense and cooperation agreement with the United States. At the same time, we are looking at the energy situation in Europe with the spikes in the prices of natural gas. And we should be telling ourselves what is the logical way to diversify our supply of natural gas. And I do believe, as most of my European colleagues, that natural gas will be a transition fuel for the foreseeable future. So if that is the case, how can we leverage supplies of gas in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East? And there are various ideas that have been put forward. It could be a pipeline, the EastMed pipeline that brings gas directly from Cyprus, from Egypt, from Israel to Greece, or it could be liquefied natural gas that can be transported to Egypt, liquefied and regasified in Greece, where we have the capacity to supply not just the Greek gas network, but also the European gas network. So this is stage one. Stage two would be to promote our electricity interconnections. We've signed an agreement with Egypt, but I'm sure there's also going to be a lot of interest in terms of extending these types of agreements also with Saudi Arabia. If this area has the capacity to produce very cheap electricity from renewables, and I'm primarily referring to the sun, wouldn't it be of mutual interest to bring this electricity into the European market? So how do you do it? You build an interconnection either from Egypt or from Israel into Greece, and from Greece the electricity will move into the European market. And if we look further into the future, if we talk about hydrogen, hydrogen will need to find its way into the European market. So thinking ahead, Greece again is by virtue of our geography, very appropriately positioned as a transit country for all sources of energy. At the same time, what we're doing is to develop our own renewable capacity. We'll be shutting down all our coal plants, the latest by 2028. And we're investing heavily in renewables. And the new frontier for us, which is of great interest, and I'm sure also of great interest to possibly to investors from the region, is offshore wind, where we will be presenting a legal framework very soon in order to take advantage of the significant wind potential that we have in Greece when it comes to offshore
Let's
wind.
get to, I'd like to see if there's interest here in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and other regional investors to come into the gas market. Do they see the same potential that you're seeing right now? Is this part of the discussion?
Most certainly, but our discussions covered many different fields, not just energy. I mean, the main case that I do want to make today is that the Greece of 2021 has no comparison to the Greece of the previous decade. We've gone through a very difficult period, a very deep financial crisis, as you know. But since our government took over, and in spite of COVID, and in spite of the geopolitical challenges vis-à-vis Turkey, we've implemented very significant reforms. We've lowered taxes. The investment climate is much more attractive, and we are attracting today significant amount of foreign investment, unprecedented amount of foreign investment. So I think Greece is right at the beginning of a long-term growth cycle, and I do want capital from this part of the world to be part of our success story. And we already see a lot of interest in many, many different sectors. Look at hospitality, for example, where we've always been leaders, but we need more high-end hospitality facilities. And this is a sector where there are also natural synergies between Greece and Saudi Arabia. We have the expertise. Saudi Arabia is looking to do incredible, very big things in the hospitality sector. So there's another area of possible cooperation where we can actually export, our know-how to a country that is just beginning, to scratch the surface of its potential when it comes to these types of investments.
You talked about FDI, and it's quite interesting. This framework of Greece 2.0, which is a revitalization plan. In my morning plenary session, we talked about rebuilding the social contract. And did you think you redefined Greece during what was a heck of a challenge with COVID-19? The discipline in Greece. People were quite surprised, the adherence to the legal frameworks that you put into place. But how does it change the image of Greece then as a destination with the security apparatus you have and the response to COVID-19, the reopening to tourism? Can you put those together?
We did extremely well during the first wave of the pandemic. We shut down the country very quickly. I was actually quite surprised. People really complied. We explained in very clear terms what we had to do. We needed to buy ourselves time to build up our ICU capacity and to strengthen our hospital system. We haven't done as well in the other phases of the pandemic, but overall, I think Greece is going to be a winner when the pandemic is over. We've managed to rapidly digitize the state. It's, I think, a big success that you can basically interact now with the state in many different services from your mobile phone, cutting down bureaucracy, projecting the image of a new, more confident Greece. And I think people abroad are clearly noticing what is happening in Greece. If you look at our overall financial performance, in spite of the fact that we have high levels of debt, our borrowing costs are record low. The economy is going to grow more than 6% this year, probably much more. We still don't know the exact numbers. We managed to open to tourists in a very disciplined manner. I think we've done very well in terms of our tourism season. We communicated very clearly, this is what you can do, this is what you cannot do. We were the leaders in terms of launching the EU Digital Certificate, which has been a huge success, not just in Europe. Many other countries have used this interface to certify your COVID status. And we expect an even better year, obviously, next year. This year, we're probably going to be at 60, maybe 70% of what we were in 2019 in terms of revenues, which is above what we had budgeted. But next year should be a bumper year for Greece. And in terms of redefining the social contract, my mandate was all about jobs. I want to make sure I bring down unemployment, offer young Greeks the opportunity to live in their country. We have so many talented expats working in the Gulf region, and I'm happy when Greeks are mobile, but I'm happier when they return to their home country. And I think for the first time what we see is a reversal in the brain drain. A lot of talented Greeks who say, okay, I spent a decade abroad, but now is the right time to come back to Greece. Because for us, I think the real constraint is not necessarily going to be capital. I think there is a lot of interest, and I think we will have significant announcements also as far as capital deployment for the kingdom. It's human capital and how we make sure we give our young people the opportunities to live a better life. And one last point on this issue of the social contract. I think the reason why many foreign investors are looking at Greece, it's not just our geopolitical position, what we discussed before, or our beautiful beaches. It's also the people. We have incredibly talented young Greeks, very well educated, with competitive salaries. Although I do expect salaries to converge to the EU mean. So if this is a global battle for talent, I think Greece was not on the map until very recently, and we're making I think what is a credible comeback in our part of the region as a pillar of stability, of geopolitical stability, strong alliances with partners, new alliances with new partners, which frankly I think we had neglected in the past. At the same time, very active within the European Union, at the forefront of the change that needs to take place within the European Union. Just look at, for example, what we agreed last July. After COVID, borrowing 750 billion euros in total. Greece will receive 32 billion euros as a result of this package, what we call the RRF, the recovery.
That's a really large stimulus.
That's a lot of money it's a lot of money in objective terms, but it's certainly a lot of money for Greece. So for our job is to have mature projects with good returns for financial investors and add public money, Greek money, European money to private capital, leverage private capital, and really change the country.
If I may, it's interesting, we only have a few minutes left because you said tourism receipts are up 60 to 70% above 2019.
Not above, of 2019.
Okay.
19. So but if you look at August, for example, we were above 2019.
Yeah.
So I expect next year we will make up all the lost ground of COVID, and we could even exceed our 2019
Interesting.
numbers.
But beyond that, which is interesting, I always had this vision as a Greek American that you could be the financial capital of the Mediterranean, the trade capital of the region. And now we're seeing Pfizer, Volkswagen, Microsoft, some major names that are using it as a hub. I mean, is that the design here, that you can actually be a heart of a very large market if you get it right? Because you have this triangle of fiscal reforms, banking reforms, labor reforms, tax reforms. Is that your ambition here?
Yes. If you look at banking, for example, our banks were constrained by very high percentage of non-performing loans. We've addressed this problem. They're raising capital now on their own, so they have a growth story to tell. If you look at Greece as a trade center, the logistics opportunities, privatizing our ports, it is quicker to ship products to Central Europe from Greece than it is to go around Gibraltar and to go to Hamburg or Rotterdam. So you can't argue with geography. So, but again, in order for us to do that, we need political stability, a reform-oriented government with credible partners, with sound fiscal policy, and with a friendly business environment. It's not really rocket science, but it takes a lot of work to actually get it done on the field.
Good. I'm not ever questioning your competency, but then I was looking at your pedigree. So you went to Harvard for undergrad, Stanford for graduate school, circled back to get your MBA, am I correct, at Harvard Business School. It's a pretty good pedigree. What's the next 2 years, because you've been in power for just over 2 years, that you want to get done here? And then
I can tell you these degrees don't necessarily prepare you for dealing with a pandemic or the the challenges of today's governance, because we really have to govern. We have to do two things simultaneously. We have to deal with constant crisis, and they won't go away, and we have to govern at the same time and think long term. So yes, I'm Prime Minister for 2.5 years. I intend to see out my term. I think we've made a convincing case to win a second election in 2023, and we'll continue, pressing, full speed ahead with the reforms that we have envisioned. We have a very clear plan of where we want to see the country in 2030. We also have our own 2030 vision, and it is very ambitious. And provided the Greek people continue to place their trust in us, I'm sure we can deliver.
Well, final point in 30 seconds. The French Security Pact, the U.S. renewing the Security Pact, the alliance between Egypt, Israel, Cyprus, and Greece in the Eastern Med says a lot. For an investor that's looking, would you say there's not the threat of Turkey? We are secure. Our allies have stepped up?
Yes, we are secure. I don't think there is a geopolitical threat. And I think at the end of the day, Turkey will also realize that this aggressive posturing in the Eastern Mediterranean is not going to lead anywhere. So I think we've set up our alliances, we've drawn our lines very, very clearly, and I do hope that at some point Turkey will constructively engage with us to resolve the one main outstanding issue we have, which is the delimitation of our maritime zones. We agreed with Italy, we agreed with Egypt, based on international law. We're always open for dialogue, but we will not be intimidated, and we will not accept our sovereign rights to be compromised.
Good. The Prime Minister, of course, had the choice to give a 10-minute address or to sit down and have a much more in-depth, candid discussion. I'm glad you opted for the second, and thanks for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome to the stage CEO, Vista Equity Partners, Robert Smith, and the chair of Alion Group, Lubna Alion.
Where do you want? I'm there.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. You can see. Okay, let's start. I'm really excited to be sitting next to Robert Smith here, founder, chairman, and CEO of Vista Equity Partners. Welcome to your third FII, I understand.
Thank you, Luke.
And our fifth FII.
Yes, wonderful.
Really. Robert needs no introduction, but I had the privilege of spending an hour or so behind there, and we had a conversation. And I want to say, for those who were lucky enough to invest in Vista Partners, which you co-founded, CEO and chair for the last 21 years, you must have had a fantastic return. I was overwhelmed. I heard 39% IRR, and I heard less than 1% loss ratio.
Correct.
Okay. And amazingly, Vista Partners has 75 companies in 170 countries, 75 countries with 80,000 employees. I'm sure we're going to get to talk about that later. Robert is known for his work to transform the human enterprise. Through his investment platform, as well as his personal dedication to expanding access to education and establishing on-ramps to opportunity. He is empowering others to participate in the global economy. Throughout the pandemic, he has been campaigning to bridge the digital divide in the US, strengthening the digital infrastructure, I understand, of minority-owned banks and lending institutions.
Right.
And you provided broadband access to underserved communities. Robert is, amongst many others, he is chair of Carnegie Hall and chair of Robert Kennedy Roundtable. He is also a fellow Cornellian.
Yeah.
So, named by Forbes one of the 100 greatest living minds, business minds, I'm really thrilled to be with you on stage. So let's get started.
Great. Thank you, and thank you all for welcoming me and my team back to Riyadh.
Yeah, and we want to hear about all your plans that you have for the country.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so why don't we, well, you are known for your philanthropic activities and your passion for humanity, which is actually quite appropriate with the FII themes.
Great.
I want to tell you a story. I'm not sure many of the audience would know about it. During 2019, at a graduating ceremony in Morehouse, Robert announced to the 400 graduating students that he is ready to take over and pay off all their student loans.
Correct.
That is truly a generous
Oh, thank
gesture.
you. Thank you.
I will needle Robert and say I wish it was a co-ed school, though. But we'll get to talk about it later. So going back to enterprise software, what potential do you see for it? How can it contribute to human progress?
Right. It's massive, and it is wonderful to be in a place where there's a recognition for the power of technology and how technology is actually transforming all communities and societies and companies. You know, from our perspective, and we always talk about technology, and many people think about this word digitization. Digitization is just software. Okay, at the end of the day, what we've all seen and experienced is a massive expansion in the computing power and capability and the connectivity to it. Well, none of that silicon actually works without software. And so part of what we have to do when you think about investing in humanity is to think about how we invest in our people to be effective in this new digital economy and ensure that all people have that ability, that access, that opportunity to now participate in that economy, which is the new economy, which will likely last for not decades, for potentially centuries as software continues to develop.
Very good. I love your quote. Do you want to, we talked about it, the power of computing. Can you tell us the potential of it?
Sure. I mean, the thing that I understand and spend time with is, software in particular is the most productive tool introduced in our business economy of the last 50 years. It is an enablement platform. In my day, growing up at Cornell as a chemical engineers were the alchemists of that time. You all know that. We were able to transform oil into plastic, sand into silicon. It's chemical engineers that did that. But it is now the software engineers that are actually taking ideas, intentions, and transforming them into businesses and constructs and productivity and a better life condition for people on this planet. There's a new form of alchemist. And part of what every country, every company has to do is think about developing their people so that they can participate and be those alchemists, to be the producers of software, not just the consumers of software. Its productivity is massive, expansion is unparalleled, and its reach right now is unconstrained because we now have private and public cloud and connectivity everywhere. So part of what our obligation is, and our responsibility, is to enable all citizens in the communities that we live in that opportunity to participate in this new economy.
Great. So let's move to Saudi Arabia. As you know, in Saudi Arabia, we're undergoing Vision 2030. Technology is a great part of it. And we actually have become quite a tech-savvy country. Last year, Saudi Arabia hosted G20, B20, all virtually. So, and we have a youthful population. I would say 60% or 65% of our population are under the age of 30. So if you were to advise policymakers here in Saudi Arabia on how further to enhance our tech ecosystem, what would be your key points to Saudi Arabia?
The key, in my mind, is, the greatest asset that Saudi Arabia has are its people. And it's important to think about how you invest in your people so that they can be enabled to participate in this economy. All of the silicon, all of the technology doesn't work without people. The way we think about our world at Vista, there's about 7.5 billion people on the planet. There's only 29 million of us who actually write code. There are fewer than 150,000 in Saudi Arabia. And so the policymakers, I would encourage them to invest in the infrastructure to develop software development ecosystems so that these people can now participate as producers. Now you can't, it's like building this beautiful building that we're in. You can spend a lot of time building it and designing it, but unless you actually put infrastructure in to maintain and enhance and support it for decades to come, it will peak once and then it will fade. So it's critically important to think longer term about building those ecosystems that give all of your citizens the ability to participate, if they want to, in the opportunity that is a digital economy.
No, it's very important, investing in our youth. So for you as Vista, where would you see the potential of investing in Saudi Arabia? and what can you contribute
For
to
us,
the vision?
For the last 20 years or so, we have had to fuel our own talent. You know, we buy companies, we make investments in companies, and part of what we have to do is actually develop that talent. We like to say, typically when we're buying a company, the executive, the founder, because it's a young industry, so the vast majority of the companies in enterprise software are still run by their founders. But what we found is they're actually running the biggest company they've ever run that day. So they don't necessarily have all the tools and experience and capabilities to continue to grow those businesses at scale and provide reliable products and services to their customer base. So what we do is actually enable them to find people, develop people from interns to entry level to boot camps to our training for high potential leadership profile people to the C-suites, to the CEOs, to their board dynamic. And we work with that management team to expand their understanding, their opportunity, because we've done now over 550 transactions in this space. We're saying, listen, many of the things that you're facing as a $100 million company growing at 100% are going to be different issues that you're facing when you're a $200 million company growing at 40% and you want to inflect your growth back to 100%. We bring those tools and those capabilities and infrastructure through our, what we call our value creation unit, our One Vista approach, to enable these businesses to be successful. That's why the loss ratio is the way it is because we're able to enable these companies to be very successful in the theaters in which they operate.
I think this is a great point. I think one of the biggest challenge for us as CEOs and leaders is how do we retain our people? And I think this career path and this investment in training that you have
exactly. It's a great point. And part of it is if you're not intentional about it, then you're hoping you can find the talent. The scarcity of talent in this marketplace, it's real, it's global. You heard Prime Minister Mitsotakis talk about it. Well, they're now trying to welcome people back into Greece who have technical backgrounds and training. But if you don't build an ecosystem where you have companies where these college-educated, trained people can go and work and then innovate and become entrepreneurs that serve that ecosystem, again, it won't be as long-lived as creating a very robust ecosystem. So part of the early question of policymakers, think about it long-term. And I applaud Vision 2030 and what His Royal Highness has articulated. Now it's up to think about what are the infrastructures so you can support it for decades beyond 2030 and not looking at that as a goal, but actually a way station to now enable your young people. 65% are young people under the age of 25. That is a massive resource. And creating the infrastructure to welcome businesses, to welcome people to actually support the development of that enterprise.
Sustainability is another subject that is close to many people's heart, and especially our children and the youth. And we're a strong believer in that as well. So you said that you seek to ensure that your portfolio companies are all carbon neutral.
Right.
And how does ESG gets factored into your portfolio? But as well, if you see an investment that somehow is no longer an ESG compliant, do you unload it or do you try to transform it?
We fix it. Part of what we do is enable our companies to reach their absolute best potential. And it's, again, when you have an ecosystem of 70 plus companies, you have the ability to take information from one company and in essence, spread it to 20 or 30 more where it's applicable and where it actually can change the dimension. So what we've done, we've developed our own internal tools for measuring the carbon footprints of greenhouse gas emissions from each of our portfolio companies. We've created a commission, a Sustainability Leadership Council. Over 150 executives across our 70 companies have volunteered to participate in this, measure the footprint, and now we look at offset capacity. And one of the offset capacities we use, and this is one of those double bottom line opportunities at Vista, is we've invested now with a group that's called Clearloop. We actually build and fund the solar panels for African American neighborhoods. This first one is actually in Jackson, Tennessee. So part of what we're doing is saying, let's also provide another benefit to communities that don't necessarily have access to clean energy, and let's build that out as our offset to any sort of the greenhouse gas emissions in our infrastructure. We've been one of the first private equity firms to sign the Net Zero Initiative.
Yep.
Now there's ambitious goals, and we are looking to beat and exceed those goals. I was very impressed with what Aramco had come out with a couple of days ago and saying, listen, we're going to be carbon neutral by 2050. And we're saying, listen, based on how I've seen that company move, would not be surprised to see them actually exceed those goals as well. That's what our intentions are, and we're driving, and we have systems, processes, and procedures to make that all happen.
Great. Valuations. SaaS companies are selling now at 25 to 50 times sales. Robert, are you worried about keeping up this beautiful IRR that you have accomplished in the last 21%?
Right.
Tell me, is that a concern for you?
The good news about enterprise software is it is one of the fastest growing markets on the planet. And it's because we've proliferated in all this computing power and connectivity, massive numbers of companies are actually growing at rapid rates. In our flagship fund, for instance, we have $150 billion of equity pipeline that we view as prospect A or prospect B. And for the most part, we continue to underwrite to 3 times cash-on-cash returns. We only invest in companies that we can underwrite to critical factors for success being under our control. We look at the revenue multiples, we look at their growth rates, we evaluate it, and believe it or not, our multiple purchases have been about the same for the last 5 years, even though for many of our competitors I've seen it go up. For us, we evaluate what sort of technology is there, what sort of technical debt. This is what it takes to actually ensure that code is compliant and you don't have problems migrating it to cloud or actually meeting various compliance mechanisms for your customers. And we invest in an infrastructure to ensure that we can transform that business. Not just transform it from a productivity perspective, now from a diversity perspective, and from a sustainability in terms of greenhouse gases. So that's how we look at it holistically.
Very good. So you don't feel under pressure to invest all this money very quickly. You're taking your time.
Absolutely. And we still have a 5% selectivity rate, so we're still very selective at what we look at and do.
Okay. No, so everyone, we should stay with Vista. Now, quick question. Greatest impacts on economies and societies, AI or blockchain, and why?
I think today it is AI. Ultimately, it will be a combination, but blockchain will actually reform the constructs of various industries. And that fabric will construct, here is going to be the oil industry, the upstream, downstream, oil and gas, shipping, whatever it is. Once that fabric is in place, I think you'll see a reorganization of that industry. And then that industry will probably stay static in terms of its participants. That's why I think longer term it's going to have a much bigger effect than AI short term.
Let's shift gears a little bit. Philanthropy is very important to you. How do you decide what to support for the greatest impact?
I look at it as, how do I enable the human spirit? I think it comes down to that. Lubna, it is a wonderful thing for you and I to be on this stage. And I don't know, many don't know in terms of how I grew up in my background as an African American in a country that didn't necessarily provide the same opportunities for African Americans. I see similar things in terms of women in this country. And I see you, a CEO, you run the best run bank in the world, okay? And that's an important thing. And so when our students, when our people, when women, young girls see you, they say, I can be Lubna, okay? When African Americans see me in America, they say, well, I can be Robert. And we show them through our work and through our deeds. So part of our philanthropy has to enable that at scale. So it's not just 1 and 1, it's 100, it's 1,000, it's 10,000. Because when you enable the citizenry to now, become their best selves in that construct, it aids the company or the country they work for, the government they work for, and the country that they are a part of. I think that's a big part of what our responsibility is, and that's how I think about it in terms of where I put my philanthropic time and dollars.
So you use the platform, the chances you have to really seek the impact that you desire.
Well done. That's our role.
Yeah. Now, shall we touch about women here and what you're trying to do here in the country a little bit more?
Sure.
Yeah. So you know that in Saudi Arabia, which is different than other countries, women are quite interested in computing. Actually, at KAUST, half of the Saudi students in computer science and engineering are women.
Right.
So it's a very high ratio compared to other countries. In here, to go back to Saudi Arabia, how do you think we should harness the potential for women and also make sure they don't give up?
Right. I think it's a great point. When I looked at what the kingdom has accomplished, I think they've exceeded the goals they originally set out in terms of getting women into the workplace. I think they were saying 30%. I think they exceeded that by a decade, which is fantastic. The thing that's important is to also create businesses and infrastructure that they can now say, I can go work in that company, in that job, and also innovate and become entrepreneurs in technology. And that's software at the end of the day. So part of what our ambition and our goal here is with a number of ministers and His Excellency Al-Ramayan saying, listen, how do we now bring some of our capacity as a private equity firm focused on software to build infrastructure, these, we call them centers of excellence, we'll call them here software development ecosystems, so that all people in the country can now participate in this opportunity.
Robert, thank you very much. And we really appreciate all the good work you do.
Thank you.
And thank you for everything you're doing here.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. So good to see you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome to the stage Etna Trainer in conversation with His Excellency Abdullah Al-Sawa.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to be here with you. And it's even more wonderful that I am here with the Minister of Communication and Information Technology. And we have lots to talk about. We're going to talk about the convolution of digital economy and space economy. Now, if that confuses a few of you, then I'm in good company, because when you think of it, I wasn't real sure where we were going to go with this. But it is a topic I think that people are very, very excited about, but not a whole lot of people know much about it. So give us a sort of a feel, what exactly is the convergence of space and digital economy, and where's the potential?
Well, Etna, first of all, thank you for that lovely introduction. And it's an absolute pleasure to take this opportunity to commend the PIF team for doing a fantastic job 4 years in a row with the 5th year anniversary. So can we give them a big round of applause? Amazing job, amazing job. Now let me talk to you about the convergence between digital and space. And I'll share with you the story. The first time I got the call from His Royal Highness on space, he called me up and he summoned me to his office. And he said to me, how long has the internet been around? And I said, sir, it has been around for 50 years. He said to me, look at space, it's gonna change humanity the same way the internet economy has done. And if you look at the history, it's actually a great predictor of the future. Because actually the digital economy started in space. And I'll share with you a few examples. So one of the first early missions was about putting a man on the moon. And one of the biggest challenges at that time, that the size of the computer was literally half of this stage. So they had to miniaturize it. And that pushed them to move from a tube architecture to a transistor. Secondly, when they launched these satellites, they had to stay in orbit. Because of the orbital mechanics, you need to give them a little bit of a thrust. And that evolved solar panels to give them energy. And that ignited for us the renewable energy. And also to give astronauts oxygen to be able to breathe in space, it was the electrolysis process that split H2O into oxygen to give them breathe. And today we inverse this process to create green hydrogen. So this convolution, Etna, is going to be the next big thing in the next 50 years, and it's going to be the only way we could tackle things like the digital divide of how we can empower people, safeguard the planet, and shape new frontiers.
I mean, it's fascinating, and all of that, it's just stuff we now take for granted. But we also take for granted, that we're digitally connected. And we expect that to happen, and we probably don't think enough about it, really. But talk to me about how space is going to actually improve people's lives, and really, yes, here in the kingdom, but around the world.
I mean, Etna, we've heard it this morning that during COVID, digitalization was the largest social equalizer and economic multiplier. But the biggest challenge, it has exacerbated the digital poverty. Half of the world is not connected today. We had more than 500 million students could not continue their education because of lack of connectivity. 2 billion people could not access basic healthcare because of lack of telemedicine. And even in so-called advanced economies, 100 million workers could not continue their work. This is absolutely not acceptable. And this is why, with the convergence of the space economy and the digital economy, we could deploy today low Earth orbiting satellites to bridge this gap. This is indeed what we plan to do with our global innovators and investors.
And again, I suppose we just, because everybody in our sphere, I suppose, was connected, and most of the people that we know, we were connected with. But again, there's a whole other world out there that's just, it's not, and they're not as lucky. So,
Indeed.
I mean, I take that point. But what is the kingdom doing, I think, now to really develop the wider space economy? Because there's a lot of potential there.
We're doing a lot of amazing things. I mean, we made a commitment during the G20 presidency during 2020 that we're going to realize the opportunities of the 21st century by, again, empowering people, safeguarding the planet, and shaping new frontiers. And we started the year with a large announcement by His Royal Highness announcing the Line, which is the next urban model to make sure that we build cities around nature and in harmony with nature. Because we just finished the Saudi Green Initiative and Middle East Green Initiative, which was a huge success, but the #1 asset class today that is responsible for greenhouse emissions, 30% of them globally, is actually real estate. And this is what the Line is able to do so. So we are safeguarding the planet, and to make sure that we empower people, today we're working with global innovators in how we can close down the digital divide and solve for very particular issues that are impacting our region. So, for example, desertification. We were able to leverage satellite imagery with artificial intelligence to be able to stop random farming. Not only we cut down emissions, but we were able to conserve water, because that random farming was actually wasting 3 years' worth of water, where we cut it by 1/3.
So I guess the efficiency that comes on this is incredible. But talk to me about, I mean, there's some great projects, it sounds like, going on. Where is this in terms of, investors? Where's the opportunities?
So if you look at the space economy today, it's the next $1 trillion opportunity. And predominantly what we have seen is that 60 to 70% of the opportunities in the downstream. In other words, everything that we do on the ground. And this is the intersection and the convolution with the digital economy, how we can get the data scientists and engineers to work hand in hand to make sure that we reap the fruits of that data. Also, secondly, what we have been observing is that in the past 2 years, Etna, we have seen more funding into space than in the past 50 years. So definitely the window is opening up, and this is the right opportunity to engage with the best thinkers and doers in this space.
And it is, you're so right. There seemed to have been a lull, I think, for a few years, and suddenly it's kind of the race to space is back, and it's top priority, and everybody's talking about it. And again, all of the other businesses that come from it. Now, I mean, you spent most of your career, your early career, in the private sector. You know what it's like in terms of investment, in terms of what you need, who you need to work with. And again, you look at what's going to be happening here. You need a transparent legal system. You need good regulation. There's a whole lot you need as a private investor to make sure that you're here and you're putting your money in the right business and making sure that there are returns for it, really. So you're wearing a new hat now, but you know the pain or the challenge.
Etna, this is my 3rd physical FII, and I remember distinctly when I was sitting on the other side, hearing what the investors are looking for. They're looking for clarity, for consistency and commitment. And I remember exactly when we made a commitment to them that we're going to revamp the digital foundation, and we jumped from being 105 to number 5 globally, powered by investment and partnership with the private sector. And then in the 2nd FII, we said to them we're going to move from the foundation to the platform economy, and then we landed major deals with Google and Alibaba north of $1.5 billion. And today, with sponsorship of His Royal Highness, we're announcing the next big thing in the space and digital economy. This is an opportunity for us to walk the talk when it comes to closing down the digital divide. His Royal Highness made this commitment in 2020. And in January, we launched the line, and by the end of this year, we're announcing today one of the largest joint ventures between NEOM and OneWeb. And this joint venture is going to release one of the largest low Earth orbiting constellations to close down the digital divide in Middle East and Africa, so no child is left behind, Etna. So we make sure that we empower people with education, because that's the passport into a better life. And last but not least, giving people and merchants access to opportunities with remote working and access to trade.
Wow, now this is, I mean, this is an incredible, and isn't it? This is just great. And I mean, this is big time. But give us a feel, I suppose, I mean, you touched on it there. What is this going to look like, and what really is, you know, give us a feel for if I'm sitting here going, this is great to hear this, but now, what's my next step? What do I need to do here?
These are opportunities that demonstrate we're here to walk the talk and to engage with you. So whether we're talking on the foundational level, we're currently the 13th largest backbone of the digital economy, supercharged to becoming one of the top 5 global opportunities. And if we look at the ICT market, that's a $40 billion market, definitely doubling by the next 10 years, and that's an opportunity to engage. To maximize the benefit of this foundation and this inertia, we need to move into the innovation economy and the space economy. And then when innovation, we heard this earlier this week, we're doubling down on renewables and green hydrogen, and those are big opportunities. We've invested in green hydrogen more than $5 billion in partnership with Aquapower and Air Products. And today, we're here to engage with you about space. Space is the next big thing, and the announcement that we're making today is only the tip of the iceberg, because I expect when we sit down with the innovators and the investors, the sky will be the limit.
Now, I mean, your job is going to probably just get busier, and I'm sure you're up to the challenge on that. But when you look at what's happening here in the kingdom at the moment, I mean, we heard the net zero targets, you know, for 2060. You know, you have this big space program. There's so much going on here. I mean, it's like everybody's on that big highway, and it is only going in one direction. There are no U-turns. I mean, how exciting is it, and how important is this for the kingdom, I think, to really become such, I mean, as you are, a global player, but really shine on the global stage in terms of all that is going on?
Etna, we just touched on the convolution of the digital and the space economy. Within the digital economy, there will be disruptors and those that will be disrupted. And definitely, we're living in a time where you either disrupt or be disrupted. And when it comes to the space economy, there are the challengers and those that will be challenged. And the kingdom, indeed, intends to be the challenger and the disruptor.
It's an exciting position to be in, I'm sure, work-wise for you. It's just, it's very interesting as well, because it's not just, you know, it's your sector and then every other sector underneath that. It's health, it's energy, it's, you know.
It's only going to get more excited from this standpoint.
It really, really is. We have a few minutes left, and I mean, I look at, you know, just what you've announced here. And as I said, you know, we have many investors here, and we will have many more that will be coming here. So they're probably rearranging their portfolio as we speak. What do they need to know in terms of, you know, how to get involved here? And what are the advantages? You know, give me a feeler for if I'm an outside investor coming into Saudi Arabia, and now I have this great opportunity in this sector. What should I be looking at, and what are you going to do for me as an investor?
Investors, they look to where the money is, and definitely this is the largest market by mile when it comes to the MENA region. And when you look at the space sector, definitely the defense spending, being one of the top 5 defense spenders globally, is going to supercharge us to become a superpower in that space. So becoming a super house when it comes to investment, that is the place to be. Secondly, when it comes to talent, we have the highest concentration of programmers, innovators, and STEM graduates. And I have to share with you that when it comes to women participation in ICT, we are so proud of our young ladies of doing a fantastic job in growing our GDP. And as a result of that, we've seen women participation grow in the past 5 years from 7% to 25%, surpassing both the EU average and the G20 average.
I was going to ask you about the talent. You know, there's so much happening. Do you have enough talent? And how are you working in terms, you know, of working with the universities and working with industry and working with, you know, key professionals out there to make sure that this talent is nurtured and is is almost like job ready because there's going to be a lot of new jobs that are out there as well.
Absolutely. It's one of the highest growing opportunity for us when it comes to talent capacity building. When I took over Aetna with the support of His Royal Highness, we were at 250,000 workers, and today we're surpassing the 300,050 mark, which is an opportunity for us to show how much growth and momentum is happening. And what is pleasant about it is that we're doubling down both on youth and women, surpassing both the EU and the G20 average. And if you look at the data in terms of VC and entrepreneurship, it has tripled in the past 3 years to an extent. What we have seen in the first 9 months of 2021 is actually equivalent to what we have seen in 2020 and 2019 combined. This is level of momentum and passion and energy that is relentless, and you won't find it anywhere else in the region.
I think the speed of development and the speed of advancement and everything that's going on here is very exciting. But as you said, you know, there will be the disruptors and there will be the disrupted. When you look around industry and you look, there's probably a few that need a little bit of encouragement here. What do you say to those industries that possibly, you know, have not, you know, moved on to, I can't imagine there's too many, but in terms of those who probably have not fully embraced the new digital future?
Let me spin it positively, if you allow me. I had the great opportunity of meeting a lot of brick and mortar traders today that converted their business to e-commerce, for example. And that was the biggest blessing in disguise for them, where they have skyrocketed in terms of business. We had Jarir today, they do $1 billion north of e-commerce business, and it has been flourishing to them. Fintech has been huge, one of the highest growth opportunities for the region. The kingdom is one of the top 10 growing opportunities. And when you look at digital content and creative content, oh boy, the nation is hungry for it. And the moment you bring the creatives with the engineers together, magic happens.
It is. I've always said it's kind of the tech and the talent. You put the two together.
Indeed.
Super. We have to leave it there. Your Excellency Abdullah Al Swaha, great that he's been here to join us.
Thank you.
And again, I think we're in safe hands with you. And well done on your great announcement. It's
Thank
fabulous.
you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you and congratulations, Your Excellency. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome on stage my dear friend and one of our major strategic partners, His Excellency Mr. Nadmi Al Nasser, the CEO of NEOM. NEOM was launched here exactly at the first edition of the FII, and it's a great pleasure to welcome him on stage.
Richard, am I to start? Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's been a long day, first day of FII, so I think myself and the group after will do our best to finish on time and get you out of this session. So, a new world, future generation. What a beautiful statement. I have to say, there is no perfect description for NEOM than such a statement. New world, future generation. So, when we are to approach the world and we tell the story of NEOM, That's a great story version. Let me take you back on NEOM's story. At this place, 2017, when His Royal Highness announced for the first time NEOM, and when he mentioned what NEOM stands for, and when he held the two phones in his hand, some of you may remember those dates, and he said, these are two phones, and what's the difference between the two? And what he has in his mind, in his head, here, left hand, is a Nokia. On the right is an iPhone. And basically the message he had for the audience is, that's the difference between today and the future. Same use, but a different approach, a different technology. And the message that day was, technology is evolving so fast, and the world will have to catch up with it. So, what happened since that announcement? NEOM was put on a vision. The mission was clear. Let's transform this beautiful vision and a beautiful dream into reality. So what did the NEOM team do? They basically take this mission, and then they went through the journey of defining NEOM at different levels. NEOM is basically meant to be an independent economy built and driven by 16 different sectors. Also, it is supposed to have its own funding law. It will have its own regulations, and it will be driven by technology. That's how the story was put together. Now, you may all know and remember, NEOM is all for the new future. So NEOM is not just to build the start, but it will have to serve as a continuous evaluation and evolution of NEOM in the future. So what did we do? We basically spent our first 2 years trying to take that vision into strategies. And that work was not an easy task. It took 2 years and a few more months working day and night with all sectors, how we can define the strategy for each sector. In the 2020, which is exactly a year ago, last October, all these strategies were presented to our board. And the review of these strategies basically announced the approval of all the strategies. And that was a very critical milestone date for NEOM. Without clarifying the strategies for each sector, it would have been impossible to move to the next step. So what came after that is the planning and the execution. Planning is how do we take these strategies and put them into implementation plan for each. Execution is how do we start construction. So I may have said this in 3 minutes, but it took 3 years. And people say, why did you take 3 years to do it? Our response is, we decided to take this a very aggressive, driven schedule project to put our best investment of time study on the front end. We would not take the risk rushing a strategy or even rushing a plan. This is not a small project that you could fix mistakes. There is no way backward. So when we came to the current stage, which is execution, we said, let's move to NEOM. So we moved our presence in Riyadh. Today we have 1,200 employees in NEOM working, living, and basically getting themselves ready for the journey of execution. So we are at that stage. But really, where we are today, too, in parallel, is something related to His Excellency Mr. Sawaha mentioned before me. And that's, we are on a mission to expand NEOM, to spin off companies, to grow the economy. And the growth of economy will only come from converting these sectors into branches of companies. And that growth is what will build the economy of NEOM. We are on a race with time to plan and to fast track the subsidiaries and the joint ventures. Today we'll hear about one of our first subsidiaries that Joseph and the team will be talking about later. We are looking into growing our subsidiaries and joint ventures to hundreds of companies in the next many years. That's how this economy will be built. That's how we are going to govern it, by founding law, by regulations, by creating and building the authority of this region. So collectively, I may have taken you through a quick story to go from 2017, when NEOM was announced in this building, to where we are today. We have 9 years ahead of us to convert all of this to the NEOM vision realization in 2030. It's a beautiful journey. It's a very demanding task on NEOM company. It's a very demanding task on every person in NEOM company and the subsidiaries. It is very, very tasking, but we can see, and our confidence in how we're going to go over the next 9 to 10 years is only going to put NEOM where His Royal Highness 4 years ago promised the world that NEOM will be put on that plan, and hopefully one day on this building and this conference in 5 or 6 or 7 years, we will surprise the world in a very pleasant news that NEOM is growing maybe faster than what we anticipated. Thank you, and enjoy the rest.
Please welcome our next session to the stage, Connecting the World of Today and Tomorrow.
Good evening, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. It's wonderful to see so many of you, and hello to my esteemed panel of guests. I'm your moderator for this session. My name is Rebecca McLaughlin-Eastham, and it's wonderful to be here at FII and in Saudi Arabia. We have a very interesting panel for you. Come with me as I take you into space. It's the next frontier. As one of my panelists said, it's as if we went to sleep, we woke up and everything was rebooted. The world is now truly digital. We're going to be talking about space-based internet, and I have an esteemed panel I'd like to introduce you to. Firstly, we have Sunil Bharti Mittal. He is the chairman of OneWeb. Please welcome him. We also have Joseph Bradley. He is the CEO of Neom Tech and Digital Holding. Welcome, Joseph. And completing the lineup, we have His Excellency, Lord Jerry Grimston, the Minister of Investment for the United Kingdom. Gentlemen, hello again. So we've woken up and the world has rebooted. Suddenly we're in this truly digital age. There's been satellite connectivity for decades, but we're really moving the conversation on, aren't we? The next frontier is space. So Sunil, let me come to you first. How is space-based internet really bridging that gap?
Well, for long years, it's been a real problem for the mobile networks or fiber to connect the last 1.5 billion people. And this has been an enigma for a long, long time. And the satellites which are up there at 36,000 kilometers away from Earth don't do the job that is required to be done, especially with the new digital age tools that you need. A Teams call, a Zoom call, downloading videos, it's almost impossible. Yeah. With a LEO constellation, I think the game changes now. High speed, high capacity, low latency, you will have absolutely the same experience that you get on 4 or 5G networks now. in areas which could have never been reached before. Forests, deserts, mountains, oceans, and in sky.
So much about accessibility. We will come on to that in a second. Joseph, you tell me that NEOM may be based in Saudi, but it's for the entire world. And this technology is something that you've really been pushing through. It's been accelerating at such a rapid pace. Tell me, how do you compete with cellular and other resources in the tech field?
Yeah, I think it's a view that you have to say what's required in order for us to really create this version and this vision of NEOM. For us, we call it basically digital air. And so it's not really either or technologies, it's a combination of both. So in highly populated areas where you have fiber and you have 5G installed, it's great. But as Sunil pointed out, we want to make sure we don't create digital divides. We want to make sure that we extend NEOM vision to everyone and make that an inclusive one. And so that's where satellite technology, LEO technology now has changed the game. We're fundamentally getting the same speeds as you have in a 5G network without having to provision fiber and cables and antennas. And so it's really, really a game changer.
It's a game changer. Would you agree, Lord Jerry?
I absolutely would. And I think the fantastic thing about this, we talked earlier today about partnerships between the public sector, the governments, and the private sector. And this is an absolute example of this. This is something which the British government did with ArcelorMittal. Started off as a great UK-India collaboration. British government, fine Indian telecom company. Then France joined, and South Korea joined, and today we're cementing this relationship with Saudi Arabia. And to me, that is a real kind of testament to bringing people together. And why are we doing it? Well, as you've heard, so we can bring communications to everybody. When we're finished, there will be nobody on the planet who won't be able to communicate with everybody else. And that is a great vision to go for.
You did mention, you gave me a little teaser there about an announcement with Saudi, and stay tuned because right after this panel, we'll be hearing more about that. But certainly partnerships are very much at the core of pushing this technology to the next level. Lord Grimston, let me ask you again though, in terms of this conference, its remit, its outlook, investing in humanity and putting people at the heart of this conversation, how might this technology really help people, individuals, society?
Well, I think it is, connectivity. We're so used to connectivity, aren't we? We think of it as a daily occurrence. But remember, there are still many people in the world who don't have that connectivity. So our dream is to bring that connectivity to anyone, whether you're a schoolgirl in an African village, somebody in the far reaches of Saudi, or anywhere. And I think that's a really great thing to do. Space to some people, it's a remote, fantastic thing. This is bringing space into people's houses.
Space into people's houses, and talk to me about marginalized communities, Joseph, because they too need to be considered, and there's such a digital divide, so how do we bridge it with space-based internet?
Yeah, I think it's really important. One of the things that happened pre-COVID, as we talked about backstage, is, we went to sleep, and then COVID hit us, and the world rebooted, and we figured out that the most important asset we have is us, is humans. And we have to change our perspective and move the conversation from being one that is simply diversity, where we are celebrating that we have a diverse environment, to one that is inclusive, meaning that it drives full participation in the realization of that value. And this technology allows everyone to participate in the digital economy. That's what's so important. Innovation is not just ideas, it's invention plus execution. And so while you have the innovative aspect, this technology allows everyone now the ability to execute because they have access to those same capabilities and those same skill sets. That's one of the reasons I think fundamentally this will represent a true shift when we think about the acceleration of human progress.
Speaking of shifts, let's talk about the commercial world, because how is this going to affect businesses? You talked about economies. What about the local economy?
Well, in today's world when data is the new oil, you need to have nth level of backups and connectivity. So going to the extreme levels of, let's say, Amazon or Google or Microsoft Cloud, they will need backups. And if the submarine fiber was to go down because of some storm in the oceans, then you will need a backup through satellite. And the current satellites can't do that. Now, we are in discussion with all of them to see if our LEO constellation can provide the much needed backup for the cloud to give absolute certainty to those critical applications that when fiber goes down under the ocean, we will take over immediately. Then there are small, medium enterprises deep in hinterlands. There are warehouses of very large companies, factories, installations, and importantly, government military installations, which are in remote parts in Arctic, in South Pole, which require continuous communication through internet. All of them will get now very high-powered medium of internet that we can give.
And am I correct in saying that you're making forays into those areas, Greenland, the Arctic?
Absolutely,
They're the
including
key areas.
connected vehicles, so whether it's armored cars for the army or it's a BMW on the streets, if they're going outside the grid, outside a radio network, today the cars don't stay connected. They will in future.
They will in the future. Joseph, talk to me about the challenges, the speed bumps in the road. We know where we need to get. We know how quickly we want to get there. But this sector is not without its challenges. Liquidity could potentially be one of them. But I know that you're also a fan of open ecosystems. Are we there yet?
So I think we're taking a really huge step. I think lots of times when you look back on success, a lot of people like to think of, the previous success as the best predictor of future success. I think in this case, that's not the case. There are fundamentally major changes that have occurred, one of which is the explosion of the consumption of bandwidth. Whether you're talking about 5G, whether you're talking about gamification, you're talking about Xverse, you're talking about an explosion of services that are now requiring and demanding a new set of bandwidth and capabilities to be delivered across the spectrum. And so I think that's a huge avenue. I think the other area that I think is important is access to talent. You see, when you think about access to talent these days and you're trying to get tech talent, they just don't want to sit around and build video games. They want to change the world. Words like digital divide, words like reshaping humanity, they mean something. And so when you take this technology and you put it in light of what applications it can deliver, it actually is exciting a whole new generation of tech talent to get involved. And so I think this is not just a technology around connectivity, it's really a movement. It's like an awakening for humanity around how do you responsibly deploy technology in a sustainable fashion.
Thank you. Lord Grinstone, let me come to you. From the UK's perspective, this is an exciting space, obviously, in light of the agreement, which will be signed later. But are we almost at full capacity? And I'll put this to all of you. Are there enough players now in this market, this competitive sector? Low orbit is getting pretty crowded.
It is, but competition produces innovation. I mean, how many people realize that one of the world's largest manufacturers of small satellites is Scotland?
Yeah.
We're expecting to be able to have rocket launches from the UK sometime next year. Almost unbelievable. So even though it is crowded, there's always room to do the extra thing. And of course, I think, as we've seen from the dreadful times of COVID, humanity keeps on advancing, keeps on innovating. And I see this just as the beginning.
Humanity keeps advancing, so does technology. Can we keep pace? I know that we're talking about the need for hundreds of more satellites pretty quickly up there. In terms of market saturation as well, would you agree or disagree that we're almost there?
Well, the demand for bandwidth is insatiable, so you need more capacity. In fact, quite the contrary, we will be running out of capacities pretty soon. So already OneWeb is now designing Generation 2 satellites, which we plan to start putting up in orbit in 23-24, because we are very sure that the Gen 1 capacity will start to run out very quickly. Plus, you add more bells and whistles, you have new features coming into the Gen 2. There could be possibilities of thermal imaging, surveillance, and PNT, which is something the UK has been wanting for a long time, in lieu of GPS, which is the locational services. So lots of stuff will happen in Gen 2. And we are actually right now working towards that, because Gen 1 is now on its way to being available to the markets in the next few months. So I would say the world needs more data, more capacity, more bandwidth.
You completely agree, Joseph. You're nodding vehemently. Talk to me about that and how we scale up.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's right on. I mean, when you think about cities today, we have data, but less than 5% of that data is actually being used to actually drive innovations or reshape what we believe our fundamental view of the world is. I think when you open that up to a variety of diverse and inclusive individuals who no longer had or previously did not have access with the technology that we're talking about, all of a sudden you magnify the possibilities. If you were to ask me today, what's going to be the future, what's the best future tech job in the future, you'd have to say it hasn't been invented yet. And that's the kind of excitement and innovation that when you talk to the young Saudi population, I mean, 60% under age of 35, they get fired up when they get an opportunity to work and engage in this new technology. So where, yes, I do think the market has sufficient players, I think that you have to be careful, a little bit humble and say, yes, but is that the only market that will come from this technology? And I think there's a lot for us to learn.
Lord Renson, the final word as we wrap up the panel. This is not the only market opportunity, is it? There's much growth that can stem from the development of this technology, and the UK is very interested in being on board, right?
Yes, no, absolutely, absolutely so. And Joseph talks about this is a thing for youngsters. It's also a thing for the over 70-year-olds, like me, because I'm doing things that I've never done before, because of this. And that's what I love about just constant innovation, constant excitement. And it's entrepreneurialism, which drives this forward.
Exactly. We're all learning all of the time. Sunil, your closing thoughts, key takeaway from our discussion today.
Well, I think this is an exciting world. Space is opening up in a variety of ways. There are different initiatives that are underplay. People are trying to colonize Mars. These space stations are being set up at great pace. Lots of exciting stuff happening there. We are playing our role to ensure that space becomes a place to connect our world and beyond. And that's what we are doing. And I truly hope this will be a transformational step into the future.
Thank you. And Joseph, the final words to NEOM. Such an exciting project. We're all very much excited by it. If we sit here a year from now, how will the conversation have moved on? What will we be talking about?
If I think about a year from now, I'm hopeful that we will talk less about our differences and about more commonality in the world today. I think it's so important that the galvanizing force, or why you have 56 different nationalities in the middle of a desert from different industries, putting aside ego and differences, is because we're working on a common purpose, and that's to accelerate human progress. And so I think, hopefully, as we think about the conversations that we're having here and a year ago, it becomes one of unity and one of purpose.
How perfect. What a perfect note to end on. Unity, that's what it's all about. And so there we sadly have to wrap up our conversation. It just remains for me to thank my esteemed panelists and you, the audience. Please thank my panelists with me. And now, if you can hear me, just before I hand back to FII and we enjoy the evening's events, I would like to introduce a video which is a special message to the FII community by Mei Sunshi Son, the chairman and CEO of SoftBank Group. Thank you.
Hello, this is Masa Son. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Your Royal Highness, Crown Prince, and Your Excellency, Yasha. Thank you very much for supporting us and inviting me. Well, we have been investing into more than 300 AI companies in the last several years. I have been doing only one thing for the last 40 years. Doing job, investing into this information revolution. Mankind had 3 revolutions in the history. agricultural revolution, industrial revolution, and information revolution. Within the information revolution, the front end has been changed. PC, internet, mobile, and then now into AI. Internet has disrupted two industries. One is advertisement industry in the media. The second is e-commerce in the retail business. Advertisement industry is roughly 1% of GDP. E-commerce is 10% of retail. Retail is 10% of GDP. So 10% of GDP is retail. 10% of retail is e-commerce now worldwide. So that's 10% times 10% is 1%. So 1% is advertisement, the 1% is e-commerce. Those are the 1% plus 1% of GDP of the world, which has drastically changed mankind's lifestyle, led by the GAFA as example. But for the next 20 years, I believe the AI is going to disrupt the remaining 98% of the industries, such as medical, fintech, education, everything. So I'm very excited. What does it do for mankind's future? People can live healthier, longer. People can get educated much more smartly, much more intelligent. Everybody will have the opportunity to learn, to educate themselves. Every kids, every adults can educate themselves. The productivity will increase. The entertainment become more fun. All of this is, I think, is good for humanity. So unless we use the AI for the misusage, AI front end, the technology will help humanity. People can live much happier, I think. So I'd like to continue to invest for the humanity, for the future of mankind's happiness through the technology disruption. The opportunity is in front of everybody. So I would really encourage all of you to either invest or do the job or start a company, whatever way. Let's invest together for the humanity, for the future of mankind. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time today. We know it's been an incredibly long day, and we've been honored with many interesting contributions from heads of state, ministers, leaders of industry, and policy from around the world. However, we do know that we've run over time, so we're going to end our day today. We will be starting the Metaverse Summit tomorrow at 9:45, which will be a section after our first panel, and we will be releasing a new agenda with updated timings for other sessions of tomorrow. So thank you all so much for your contributions and your time and your energy today, and we look very much forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you very much and have a lovely evening.